The protagonist opened his eyes to find himself in a massive coliseum filled with a roaring crowd. All around him, injured and bloodied fighters lay sprawled across the ground. He looked down at his own hands, stained with blood. As he turned his head, someone called out to him by name, revealing that his name was Shinkawa. A man urged him to snap out of it and pull himself together. The crowd's chants grew louder, this time rallying behind Shinkawa's opponent inside the MMA octagon. The fighters touched gloves to begin the match. The opponent tried to shake Shinkawa's confidence by reminding him of his 10 consecutive losses. The referee instructed both fighters to return to their corners, and Shinkawa's coach advised him to stick to what they'd practiced. After a final reminder of the rules, the referee signaled for the fight to begin. The opponent advanced toward Shinkawa, who remained completely still. The opponent hesitated, puzzled by Shinkawa's lack of movement, and began to feel a twinge of guilt. At that moment, Shinkawa's surroundings began to shift in his mind, transforming the arena into a grand coliseum. His vacant, lifeless eyes stared past his opponent, further confusing the man. Sensing an opportunity to end the fight quickly, the opponent charged forward and threw a powerful hook, confident this would secure his victory. But Shinkawa dodged the strike with a slight tilt of his body and countered with a precise uppercut. The opponent dropped instantly, knocked out cold. Shinkawa looked up to the emperor seated high above. The emperor rose and gave a thumbs-down gesture, signaling for the defeated fighter to be executed. Shinkawa took a step toward his fallen opponent, leaned in, and whispered for him to die. He then began to savagely beat the unconscious man, shouting the word "die" repeatedly as the ancient Greek crowd cheered him on. The referee rushed in to intervene, but Shinkawa shoved him aside and continued the assault. His coach leapt into the ring and managed to restrain him, pulling him away from the battered opponent, whose face was now bruised and swollen beyond recognition. Watching the chaotic scene unfold, the president of the Fantastic Fighting Championship, FFC, remarked that things had just become far more interesting. Commentators quickly criticized Shinkawa for attacking a defenseless opponent who had already been knocked out. Unbothered, the FFC president smirked as he observed the aftermath. He noted that despite the knockout and subsequent disqualification, Shinkawa appeared completely indifferent. He expressed a desire to meet Shinkawa in person. The man beside him asked if the president saw something promising in the fighter. The president explained that Shinkawa's opponent was incredibly strong and had never been knocked out before, even by a counter. Yet somehow, despite having poor punching form, Shinkawa had dodged every attack with precision. When asked whether an amateur could achieve such a feat, the president replied that it was rare to see someone in the lightweight division display that kind of raw power. He added that it would be fascinating to unleash a wild beast like Shinkawa in the ring, a true villain consumed by battle, someone no one could ever hope to tame. In the dressing room, Shinkawa's coach scolded him for his actions during the fight. He reminded Shinkawa that he wasn't just facing disqualification, he might be kicked out of the entire organization. The coach asked if something had happened in Shinkawa's life. Shinkawa apologized, and the coach, easing up slightly, acknowledged his dedication. Despite 10 straight losses and countless injuries, Shinkawa had shown up at the gym every single day. But a week before the fight, he had suddenly vanished. The coach asked what had happened during that missing week. Shinkawa recalled vivid memories, visions of ancient Colosseum battles where warriors tore each other apart. As the memories consumed him, sweat began to pour down his face. The coach noticed his growing anxiety and the tremble in his hands. Kneeling beside him, he examined Shinkawa more closely. His face had turned pale, his pupils were blown wide, and his body shook violently. Acting quickly, the coach took a cup from the ice bucket and held it to Shinkawa's mouth, trying to regulate his breathing and calm the panic. Just then, the door opened. The coach turned to see the president of the FFC entering. They greeted one another, and the coach immediately began apologizing, assuring the president they intended to apologize to the opponent right away. The president waved off the apology, stating that such matters should be settled between fighters. However, he made it clear that the incident couldn't simply be overlooked. This was a martial arts organization, not a volunteer charity, and allowing a fighter who couldn't control his emotions posed too great a risk. Despite the criticism, the president admitted that the match itself had been incredibly impressive. Because of that, he was willing to offer them a chance. In 1 week, FFC 7 was set to take place. One of the underdog fighters had suddenly backed out, possibly due to nerves, and the president was looking for a replacement. He asked if Shinkawa would step into the ring. The coach immediately realized what that meant. If the other fighter backed out, the opponent must be incredibly strong. The president then revealed the name. Ojiteze, known as the lightweight prince, ranked third in the FFC's lightweight division. The coach was stunned. Not only was Taizai a top-tier fighter, but Shinkawa was a welterweight. Dropping enough weight in just 1 week would be nearly impossible. Still, the president presented them with 2 options: refuse and all future contracts with the FFC would be off the table, or accept, and if Shinkawa put up a good fight, he would be guaranteed a professional debut. The president then turned to Shinkawa. Before the coach could negotiate on his behalf, Shinkawa agreed without hesitation. Both the coach and the president were surprised by his decisiveness. Shinkawa reaffirmed his choice once more. The coach warned him that what he did today had taken real guts, and the president told him this was his moment, his chance to make it count. Thanking them for their time, the president reminded them that the match was in 1 week. As the door closed, the coach turned to Shinkawa, explaining that he would need to drop 10 kilograms in just 7 days. By then, he'd be little more than a walking corpse. The coach cautioned him that while this might seem like an exciting opportunity, the truth was that the organization was simply using him to keep the match from falling apart. The odds of winning were practically non-existent. He asked if Shinkawa still planned to go through with it. Shinkawa answered without hesitation, yes, he would do it. The coach saw the determination in his eyes and noticed something else. His hands had stopped shaking. Reluctantly, the coach agreed but made Shinkawa promise one thing: if anything like today ever happened again, he would be banned from the gym for life. He reminded him of the values they upheld at the gym. They were a team brought together to fight, but what happened in the ring today wasn't a fight, it was a street brawl. Shinkawa had ignored the rules, disrespected the match, the referee, and his opponent. There hadn't been a shred of respect in his actions. Shinkawa promised it wouldn't happen again. The coach smiled, asked how he was feeling, and suggested they go apologize to the other team. Finally, he congratulated Shinkawa on his first knockout. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a phone rang. The name flashing on the screen was the FFC president. A man answered, informing the president that Taizai was a bit tied up at the moment. Taizai, hearing this, asked who was on the line. When told it was the chairman and about the upcoming match, he slammed his drink down violently, startling the girl beside him. With a glare, he angrily demanded to know who his challenger was this time. A formidable army amassed near an ancient medieval castle. Through the visor of a helmet, the protagonist watched as the enemy charged. Steeling himself, he prepared for battle and rushed forward, only to suddenly jolt awake. In the present, Shinkawa sat in a medical room as a doctor asked if he was feeling all right. Regaining his composure, he resumed the conversation. The doctor reviewed his symptoms, confirming they were recurring hallucinations that began after a specific dream. Shinkawa agreed. He prescribed anxiolytics and sleeping pills, cautioning that while the medication could be habit-forming, it wasn't addictive. If one pill wasn't effective, an extra dose could be taken. She advised that the medication could be consumed on an empty stomach, but warned never to mix it with alcohol. Handing him a 1-week supply, she instructed him to return after finishing the course. Shinkawa headed to the front desk for his prescription, silently hoping it was all just a dream. At the very least, he felt relieved that no one was treating him like a lunatic. From her office, the doctor observed him and began recording notes. According to the file, Shinkawa was a 20-year-old amateur mixed martial arts fighter. He claimed to experience out-of-body episodes during sleep, vividly reliving 5 years as a slave forced to fight in ancient Greece. The dreams were so intense that he could no longer distinguish reality from illusion. Symptoms of insomnia and panic attacks had emerged, prompting the prescription of sleeping pills and anti-anxiety medication. He had also reported frequent déjà vu and intense flashbacks of ancient battles, which had begun to interfere with his daily life. Shinkawa stared at his reflection in the mirror. Every time those memories resurfaced, he reacted violently to even minor stimuli, overwhelmed by uncontrollable rage. Hyperarousal symptoms were becoming more evident. Removing his shirt, he revealed fresh bruises across his torso. The doctor, analyzing the accumulated evidence, concluded that Shinkawa was exhibiting classic symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. She recalled that he had described being trapped in relentless, nightmarish battles for 5 years. She noted that this condition often developed when someone was repeatedly exposed to traumatic environments. But still, she wondered, could a single night of nightmares really change someone so completely? At that moment, Shinkawa was watching footage of Oji Taizai's fights. Oji was brutal and aggressive, finishing his most recent match in just 7 seconds. His record stood at 13 matches and 9 wins. At the gym, the coach commented that Oji was, after all, a national wrestling gold medalist. Oji's stats were imposing. He stood 7 centimeters taller than most in his division and weighed in at 80 kilograms. After weigh-ins, he typically recovered to 100 kilograms. The coach noted that although Shinkawa matched Oji in height, the weight difference was a major disadvantage. Unlike Oji, who cut weight strategically, Shinkawa had just 1 week to lose 10 kilograms. The The plan was brutal: stop eating and shed the weight that way. It would be painful and his condition would deteriorate rapidly. Since it wasn't a proper weight cut, there would be little time to recover between weigh-ins and the fight. Shinkawa would enter the ring as a walking corpse, fighting to return to peak condition under 5-minute 3-round rules. This would also be his first fight using 5-minute rounds, unlike the 3-minute rounds he was used to in amateur matches. The coach gave him one final opportunity to back out, admitting he hadn't yet contacted the chairman. This was the last moment to walk away. Shinkawa, resolute, said he would do it. After seeing the determination in his eyes, the coach gave in and told him not to even consider losing. The only goal was victory, and the strategy was simple: finish it in the first round with a knockout. Shinkawa expressed concern that Oji would have prepared a countermeasure, especially since his previous win had come from a counterstrike. The coach agreed, stating that Oji's team would likely try to drag out the match and avoid a knockout. To prepare, the coach told Shinkawa to start sparring for a warm-up. Once the warm-up ended, he was to put on a glove and begin visualizing Oji as his opponent. Imagine being in a terrible physical state from rapid weight cutting and conserve energy. The coach emphasized that Oji would be aware of this and would likely avoid direct confrontation. Shinkawa asked about the strategy. The coach replied firmly, continue pushing forward. When Oji refused to engage, bait him into throwing the first punch, then land a devastating counter. The coach raised his glove and told Shinkawa to imagine he was Oji. The moment he moved, Shinkawa was to strike with all his might. Shinkawa did exactly that. He delivered a powerful punch straight into the coach's glove, startling him with the sheer force. Without pause, he followed with another strike, even more powerful than the first. The coach was surprised to see that Shinkawa hadn't lost any punching strength despite the weight loss. Shinkawa struck again, this time with such impact that the coach's training glove was flung from his hand. The coach smirked, now starting to believe that Shinkawa just might be able to win. With renewed energy, he shouted for Shinkawa to come at him again. Shinkawa didn't hold back. His next punch blasted forward with enough power to send the coach stumbling, the glove flying across the gym. At the gym, one of the fighters approached the coach with concern. He couldn't stay quiet any longer. Shinkawa shouldn't be doing this, he insisted. The weight cut was killing him. He reminded the coach of that tragic case in 1FC, a fighter who died during a similar cut, dropping 10 kilograms in just 1 week. It was reckless. He begged the coach to stop Shinkawa before it was too late. The coach responded calmly, reminding him of Shinkawa's strict control over his diet and salt intake. Under these specific circumstances, it wasn't impossible. It all came down to whether Shinkawa could endure it. But the fighter pushed back. Even if Shinkawa did succeed in cutting weight, his opponent was Oji Taze, ranked 3rd in the lightweight division. He didn't stand a chance, not in this condition. Most fighters who go through something like this end up quitting the sport entirely, traumatized by the experience. And even if he kept going, it wasn't like fighters made real money. All it did was worry their families. The coach cut in, acknowledging that point. To most, this path was just self-satisfaction. It didn't put food on the table. Maybe it was better to quit while he still could. The fighter hesitated, then turned to Shinkawa directly. He told him no one would blame him if he withdrew. If he just asked the coach right now, it would be over. He pleaded with him to reconsider. But Shinkawa ended the debate. He said he was fine. The coach nodded in agreement and shifted focus. He turned to the concerned fighter and told him to get ready for sparring after his warm-up. It was going to be a brutal fight, no doubt, but they were all in this together now. Then the coach turned back to Shinkawa and outlined his diet for the week. 1 banana, then train. 1 avocado, then train again. That was it, minimal fuel for maximum exertion. On sleepless nights, he could nibble on raw broccoli or bell peppers. The coach warned him by the end he would barely be able to speak from calorie deficiency. Was he ready? Shinkawa nodded with unwavering resolve. The concerned fighter tried to speak again, but the coach cut him off. He reminded him that he'd been through this kind of camp before. Then he addressed the sparring match. He told the fighter to take it seriously. The man scoffed, refusing the headgear, clearly annoyed. In his mind, he thought the coach was trying to push Shinkawa until he gave up, but he didn't object further. They touched fists. Shinkawa immediately slipped into a fierce fighting stance, eyes burning with intensity. In his mind, the gym vanished, replaced by a roaring coliseum, ancient and blood-soaked. The fighter threw a heavy punch, but Shinkawa evaded with barely a motion. A second strike came. Shinkawa dodged again, leaning just out of range. Then he adjusted his footing and surged forward. With a clean, explosive punch, Shinkawa struck. The blow sent the fighter's mouthpiece flying as he crumpled to the floor. Silence swept the gym. One of the gym members recognized the downed man. He was ranked 5th in the FFC welterweight division. Shinkawa's expression darkened. A surge of violent instinct threatened to overtake him. He felt the urge to finish the downed fighter to kill. The coach rushed to check the fallen man's condition. Thankfully, he was all right. Turning to Shinkawa, the coach reminded him this was exactly why he'd told him to wear headgear. The fighter made excuses, saying he just let his guard down and asked for a rematch, but the coach wasn't having it. He asked if those same excuses would fly in a real match. He warned that while the guy might feel fine, his body might tell a different story. The intensity of Shinkawa's aura bore down on the fighter like a storm. He stood there, silent, glaring. The coach asked if he was all right. Shinkawa looked down at his fist, slowly relaxed it, then extended his hand to the fighter in sportsmanship. He thanked him for the match. The fighter admitted his defeat. He now understood Shinkawa's strength. He hadn't even had time to react. The coach, now more confident in Shinkawa's resolve, gave him the next instruction. Takeshi, the fighter he just defeated, would be teaching Shinkawa wrestling, his biggest weakness. While Takeshi rested, the other gym members would take turns sparring Shinkawa in a relay-style session. Each fighter would go one round, one after the other. The coach called out the first opponent. The man hesitated, cautiously securing his headgear. The coach looked back at Shinkawa and gave one final directive. Backing up equals losing. He told him to inch forward, apply pressure, conserve energy while slowly draining his opponent's stamina. That was the strategy. Later that night, in a cozy restaurant, waiters bustled between tables, serving plates of sizzling food. Customers chatted and laughed as they enjoyed their meals. Suddenly, a figure dashed past the window, a hooded person wearing all black. One of the girls seated by the glass caught a glimpse of the runner. She murmured under her breath, barely audible, "It is that person." Back in the gym, Shinkawa was deep in sparring, his eyes locked onto his opponent with unwavering focus. Around him, the atmosphere buzzed with intensity. Two fighters, Takeshi and another gym member, were off to the side, caught in a heated argument. Though their voices were hushed, their frustration was clear. Takeshi insisted he wasn't the only one who got messed up sparring with Shinkawa. The other fighter shot back, reminding him he was completely knocked out cold. Meanwhile, Takeshi turned his eyes toward the ring. He was watching the sparring match unfold, already looking forward to stepping in next. Behind them, the coach observed quietly, arms crossed. The weight cut was becoming a serious issue. With the limited time left, it was going to be rough. On the first day, Shinkawa's punches were so powerful that the coach's hands had swelled even through the mitts. But now, on the third day, there was a clear drop in his striking force. His body was breaking down along with the weight. The coach muttered under his breath, wondering whether Shinkawa would even be able to land a single meaningful hit by fight night. With only one day left to recover, it was becoming a dangerous gamble. Elsewhere in the desolate, sun-scorched land of memory, an army of ancient soldiers trained under a clouded sky. Shields were raised in unison, the sound of armor clanking in rhythm. Among them stood Shinkawa, gripping his own shield tightly. A commanding voice echoed through the ranks, "Ready your spears." He braced himself, heart racing. Then suddenly he awoke. Lying in bed, he looked nothing like the fighter from that battlefield. Shinkawa was now skinny, pale, and miserable. He moved with a sluggish stiffness, took a pill from his nightstand, peeled a banana, and forced it down. Then, without a word, he threw on his hoodie and left for another training session. At the sauna, other gym members were preparing to step in for a steam session. When Shinkawa pulled off his hoodie, silence fell. The bruises on his torso were dark and severe. One of the men assumed he must have pulled a muscle, possibly even torn it. Given its location, they speculated it could be the latissimus dorsi, a muscle directly linked to punching power. Shinkawa stepped onto the scale. The digital numbers blinked: 75 kilograms. The guys encouraged him, telling him he could easily sweat out the last half kilo. The realization hit them: he had lost 10 full kilograms in just 1 week. Impressed and slightly worried, they all entered the sauna together. Inside, the heat enveloped them. Shinkawa sat in silence, enduring it with gritted teeth. In his mind, the battlefield returned. Circling overhead, vultures screamed across the red skis. One of them locked eyes with him and Dove. Without hesitation, he raised a spear and impaled the bird midair. Back in the present, soaked in sweat, Shinkawa stepped onto the scale again, 72 kilograms. Just a few more grams, someone said. Everyone tensed up for the final stretch. They held out 5 more minutes. At the official weigh-in, Shinkawa stepped onto the stage. His face was gaunt, his frame depleted, but the digital screen lit up. 70 kilograms. He made weight. Cleared and passed. The team erupted in celebration, congratulating him on pulling off the impossible. Then came Ojiteze. The moment he walked in, the contrast was staggering. Oji looked massive, like a completely different weight class. Even at a glance, it was obvious he hadn't even tried to cut weight. As the two fighters passed each other, the size difference was almost comical. Shinkawa looked like a shadow of himself, while Oji smirked with a quiet arrogance. The weigh-in announcer hesitated, then read out the number. 77.4 kilograms. The crowd gasped. The president's face twisted in fury. He cursed under his breath. Oji was disqualified on the spot. Gasps rippled through the audience, murmurs filled the air. The match was now in jeopardy. The president stormed toward Oji, clearly fuming, demanding to know what the hell he was thinking. Oji's coach stepped in, explaining that due to severe muscle cramps and non-stop vomiting, the doctor had ordered Oji to stop all activity. The president wasn't buying it. He reminded them that Oji normally weighed 80 kg and was only 7 kg over, which meant, what? He barely even tried to cut weight, and this was supposed to be the main event. Oji, calm but clearly not happy, explained that the fight had only been confirmed a few days ago. He didn't have time to fully prepare. He apologized, but that just made the president even more irritated. An apology, that wasn't going to cut it. Then Oji dropped a legal bomb. Since he hadn't received his fight money, technically he wasn't obligated to fight. Oh, and by the way, his contract with the FFC just ended. Mic drop. The president shot back, questioning why none of this was mentioned earlier. He accused Oji of just trying to protect his image, maybe even hinting that Oji had already signed with someone else. That accusation hit hard. Oji thought it was unfair and honestly kind of dirty. But then the president shifted gears. He dangled a tempting deal, 3 million yen total, split between a base payment and a win bonus. That definitely caught Oji's attention. Of course, there was a twist. If Oji lost, he'd walk away with nothing. And if the fight went to decision, there'd be a deduction for failing the weight cut. Oh, and the president couldn't help but throw in a little taunt. Classic. At this point, Oji couldn't refuse. The conditions were harsh, but the money and maybe his pride forced his hand. He agreed. Midway through the chaos, Shinkawa asked what he was supposed to do now. But before he got a proper answer, Oji's coach stepped in, saying there was no point fighting someone who failed to make weight. He even questioned Oji's professionalism, calling his stunt straight up embarrassing. That lit a fuse. Oji lost it and snapped back at the coach. The tension. Thick, and if you're ready to feel that same electric intensity every time the action escalates, go ahead and hit that subscribe button to stay right in the heart of it all. The president cut through the noise. He told Oji they'd find a more suitable opponent for Shinkawas, someone in the right weight class. Shinkawas would still get the 100,000 yen as promised. Not bad. But then came Plan B. If Shinkawas was still down to fight in the main event, the president sweetened the pot. He'd toss in Oji's 1.5 million win bonus. That meant Shinkawas could walk away with 1.6 million yen if he won. The other fighters, pretty sure they all did a double take. Shinkawas was in, no hesitation. His coach, not thrilled. He warned there were only 24 hours until the fight and Shinkawas wasn't in top shape, but Shinkawas wasn't backing down. He said he'd recover in time, and he meant it. Oji, of course, had to get the last word. He taunted Shinkawas, saying he should use this chance to make a name for himself, though all that prize money would probably end up going to hospital bills. Not cool. Shinkawas fired back, calling Oji trash for not even being able to make weight. That one hit a nerve. Oji was about to go off again, but the president stepped in just in time and told them to save it for the cameras. Then came weigh-in time. Shinkawa stepped on the scale 70 kg, nailed it. Oji followed 77 4 kg, disqualified, not even close. The reporters were stunned. One of them asked the question on everyone's mind, how did he miss weight that badly? A 7 kg gap basically screamed, I didn't cut anything. A female reporter chimed in, guessing that the rumors about Oji getting a contract offer from ONE FC were probably true. She continued, pointing out how wild it was to accept a new contract mid-cut and just bail. She figured he probably didn't bother cutting to save energy since the fight money now meant nothing. Then the president took the mic. He announced that although Oji failed to make weight, Shinkawas had agreed to move forward with the fight. But he added none of it mattered if Oji had no motivation to compete. He glanced at Oji and laid out the deal. No pay if he lost, double pay if he won. High risk, high reward. The female reporter commented that the president was clearly desperate, throwing everything at the wall to keep the show alive. She even wondered if Shinkawas would make it out alive. Another reporter joked that with a 7 kg difference, this might be less of a fight and more of a beatdown. Both fighters stood on stage, locked eyes while the cameras clicked, tension maxed out. Oji smirked and tossed a taunt at Shinkawas. The president handed Shinkawas the mic, giving him a chance to respond. With a sharp glare and zero hesitation, Shinkawas said he'd finish it in the first round. Bold, the crowd loved it. Not to be outdone, Oji grabbed the mic and fired back with the same threats. Round 1, game over. As they walked off stage, the president turned to his assistant and quietly ordered her to investigate Oji. He wanted her to spin the situation in a way that would hurt Oji's image and send the footage to ONE FC, make them really think twice about that contract. She asked if having Shinkawas as the opponent was a good move. Wouldn't it look worse if the fight ended instantly? The president shrugged. Combat sports weren't about guaranteed outcomes, they were about the possibility that anything could happen. And was he hoping Shinkawas would win? Not exactly. As long as the kid put up a decent fight, that was enough. Late at night, a car rolled through the quiet streets, carrying Shinkawa and his team. Inside, the mood was tense as they discussed a change in strategy. The coach explained that Oji had been penalized for failing to make weight. If the match went to a decision, then Shinkawa's victory would be secured. The coach instructed Shinkawa to rely on feints and frontal attacks, just enough to score with jabs and low kicks. He warned against starting an aggressive offense and advised Shinkawa to throw punches only when he could time counters. If that wasn't possible, he was told to evade using footwork. Shinkawa pointed out that this approach was the opposite of their usual strategy. The coach acknowledged it, explaining that their previous plan had been more of a gamble. This, however, was a real strategy. Still, Shinkawa expressed doubt, noting that no one wanted to see a fight like that. But the coach reminded him that he was already at a disadvantage. Stalling for time wasn't an option. The focus now had to be on holding his ground. The coach continued, telling him that if he didn't want to prove the doubters right, those who expected him to lose, he had to commit fully. Shinkawa, determined, stated that he intended to finish the fight in the first round. He had made a promise and he planned to keep it. The coach then offered a final piece of advice. In the world of fighting, effort meant nothing. There was only winning or losing, no in between. With fierce resolve, Shinkawa declared that he would win. The fire in his eyes said it all. Everyone in the car smirked, a quiet but clear sign of pride. The coach said no more, offering just a nod of encouragement. Shinkawa continued eating, focused on recovering everything he had lost. 30 hours later, the arena lights blazed. It was time for the main event. The announcer's voice echoed through the crowd as he called out Shinkawa's name. Stepping into the octagon, Shinkawa was met with cheers. This time, there were fans in his corner. Among the crowd were the two reporters who had covered the weigh-in. One of them noted that Shinkawa had recovered quite a bit in just a day. The female reporter, watching intently, couldn't help but think that it would be painful to see someone so handsome take a beating. Then came the opponent, ranked third in the lightweight division, Oji Tesa. The crowd erupted as Oji entered the arena, hand raised high. His pride annoyed the organization's president, who sat nearby. A woman next to the president took a video, possibly to send to ONE FC. Oji entered the octagon, striking a pose for the crowd before turning to taunt Shinkawa, suggesting he'd be eating hospital food by the end of the night. The referee gave the signal. The fighters touched gloves, the bell rang, and both dropped into their stances. Oji was quick to act. He raised his leg and landed a powerful strike on Shinkawa's. As Oji stared at him, expecting a reaction, Shinkawa didn't move. This unsettled Oji. Was Shinkawa really planning to take the kicks head-on? If so, Oji was more than willing to oblige. He delivered another kick. From the sidelines, the coach shouted for Shinkawa to initiate sequence number 6. But still, Shinkawa didn't move. Oji threatened again, claiming Shinkawa would be crawling home, and continued hammering his leg with kicks. Blood began to drip from the impact points. In Shinkawa's mind, he wasn't just a fighter, he was an ancient warrior, shield raised, weathering a storm of arrows. He waited, patient, knowing that once the barrage ended, it would be his turn to strike. Another kick landed, and this time, Shinkawa lost his balance. Oji saw his chance and launched another attack. The gym members and coach watched with concern, but Shinkawa remained laser-focused, like a lion waiting for the perfect moment to pounce. Before falling, he grounded his leg in just the right position, regaining his balance and using it to dodge Oji's incoming strike. Oji attacked again, but Shinkawa slipped past it once more. Then came the counter. Shinkawa planted his leg firmly and threw a powerful punch straight into Oji's face. The crowd froze, even the reporters were stunned, but Oji hadn't gone down yet, he was still conscious. In desperation, Oji threw another punch. Shinkawa ducked, dodged, and wound up his final strike. With every ounce of energy he had left, he launched a crushing uppercut straight to Oji's chin. Oji's body went limp as he collapsed into Shinkawa. To seal the victory, Shinkawa landed one last uppercut, ensuring the job was finished. The president, the reporters, and everyone else watching stood in silence, their faces frozen in disbelief. The referee stepped in and stopped the match. Outside the octagon, the crowd was left dumbfounded. Shinkawa had just defeated the third-ranked fighter Oji. Caught in the heat of the moment, Shinkawa was overwhelmed by a strange sensation. In his mind, he heard a chant, something ancient, primal, a cry to finish off his opponent. In his hallucination, it felt like the entire building was urging him to end Oji. But the illusion shattered when his coach called out to him. His teammates rushed into the cage, embracing him with joy and pride. The coach praised him, saying everything had gone exactly according to plan. As Shinkawa glanced at the audience, he noticed how frozen everyone appeared. No one had expected this outcome. The match result had stunned them into silence. Meanwhile, the commentators began analyzing the fight. They remarked on how Shinkawa had lost his balance after repeated strikes to the leg, making it seem as if he was defenseless. In reality, he had deceived everyone. His calm composure had masked his true intent. The rookie had just knocked out the third-ranked fighter, and no one had seen it coming. The president looked over to where Oji was receiving treatment from his team. There was a quiet satisfaction in his eyes. Shinkawa had made good on his promise, delivering a first-round knockout. The result had exceeded all expectations. Eventually, Oji regained consciousness. The president, watching silently, smirked to himself. This outcome had gone even better than he'd imagined. The announcer approached Shinkawa and asked for his thoughts. Shinkawa responded with unexpected indifference, stating that the fight had been disappointing. The commentator followed up, asking about the 10 kilograms he had lost in just 1 week and what challenges he had faced, especially considering Oji hadn't even made weight. With unwavering confidence, Shinkawa replied that there was nothing challenging about beating Oji. Then he took the microphone and made a bold declaration. He wanted to fight the champion. If the champion wasn't too scared to face him, he should step up now. The entire crowd gasped, the atmosphere shifted. In the VIP section, the president made a dramatic pose, one reminiscent of Lelouch from Code Geass. He had thought Oji was the villain in this story, but now it seemed another had taken that role. Shinkawa left the octagon with the spotlight following him. The crowd's attention was still locked on him. On social media, the comment sections exploded. Everyone was talking about Shinkawa, the match, and the shocking outcome. People were blown away. Elsewhere, inside a locker room, a man watched the fight replay on his phone. Another entered the room, sensing that a new wind was about to blow through the world of fighting. However, he also pointed out that such a wind could die down in an instant. He then addressed the man watching the video, who turned out to be the reigning champion. He admitted that after seeing Shinkawa defeat the third-ranked fighter in his debut, some might get the wrong idea. Still, he gave credit where it was due. Shinkawa had impressive punching sense, strong expressions, and a level of composure that didn't match his rookie status. It felt as though he had survived countless real battles. If Oji had prepared more seriously, the champion noted, the fight could have been far more interesting. Oji hadn't been motivated from the beginning and never got to show his full potential. A shame, really. The other man informed the champion that the organizers wanted to schedule a match between him and Shinkawa while the hype was still hot. The champion didn't hesitate. He put on a gas mask, accepted the proposal, and approached a massive tire for training. As he began his workout, he simply stated that the fever would die out once Shinkawa lost his next fight. A week later, inside a university hospital, Shinkawa sat across from a doctor. She asked about his dreams. He explained that these dreams weren't ordinary. They were lucid, yes, but different. Normally, he wouldn't feel pain in dreams, yet in these, the pain was vivid. Bones breaking, swords cutting, arrows piercing, he felt it all. It wasn't reality, but it wasn't just a nightmare either. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't wake up. Not after a week, not after a month. There had been a moment, just one, when he believed he'd finally returned to the real world. He remembered the joy, thinking it was all over. But that too had been a dream. He had only fallen asleep again, exhausted from fighting within the dream. 5 long years passed in that dream world before he finally returned. Even now, he admitted there was fear that it might all happen again, that he might be pulled back. He couldn't tell if this life was real or just another illusion. He wasn't even sure if he was truly alive. But there was one thing he knew for certain. To find the answer, he had to keep fighting. At the Corner Man MMA training center, the coach stepped inside expecting a quiet morning, but what he found was a surprise. Shinkawa was already there, cleaning the gym. Shinkawa greeted him casually, but the coach was having none of it. He reminded Shinkawa that rest is also part of training, especially when preparing for the next match. Apparently, Shinkawa hadn't heard the news. Curious, he asked about the next fight. The coach gave a wry smile. The organizers had already contacted him about a title match with the champion. Then, in a not-so-subtle jab, the coach added that some bastard went and issued a challenge on his own, clearly referring to Shinkawa. The coach then shifted into a serious tone. He warned Shinkawa that Harayama, the reigning champion, had never lost a fight. Unlike Oji, Harayama wasn't a wild beast. He was a cool-headed robot, a master tactician who specialized in mental warfare. Harayama's technique was extensive. He could adapt to nearly any situation, proficient in jiu-jitsu, kickboxing, shoot wrestling, and boxing. And what made things even more troublesome were his physical stats. Though only 1 centimeter shorter than Shinkawa, considered small for the lightweight division, Harayama had an absurd reach of 190 centimeters. Even worse, he was a southpaw. A left-handed striker with freakish reach was a nightmare for any opponent. His muscle-to-bone ratio was high. His low center of gravity made him stable, durable, and hard to knock down, not that Shinkawa would be taking him to the ground anyway. To summarize, he was a southpaw, so his attacks would be hard to read. He was short, so he'd be harder to land clean punches on, and with that long reach, his strikes could come from unexpected angles. If Shinkawa couldn't close the distance and started eating shots from afar, then panicked and rushed in recklessly, that would be the end of the match. Shinkawa calmly asked if the coach was trying to scare him. The coach responded that he wasn't trying to scare him, just making sure he understood everything before accepting the fight. Without even blinking, Shinkawa accepted the match. They bumped fists, sealing the decision. Then, the coach informed him that an interview was scheduled for the afternoon and told him to just answer freely. Later that day, the familiar female reporter from the last match entered the gym. She commented on the good atmosphere and the coach greeted her, saying everyone had been full of energy since their rookie fighter's explosive debut. From across the gym, they saw Shinkawa training, doing pull-ups with a heavy weight tied to his waist. Takashi raised an eyebrow. He's still doing that. Shinkawa responded without looking back. If he imagined he would die if he let go, then he could keep going. The coach introduced the reporter to Shinkawa and suggested he consider streaming his training in the future. She introduced herself as Tsuji Soa from rank 7. They moved into a side room to conduct the interview. She began by expressing her curiosity about his previous match. Given that Harayama remained undefeated, many believed Shinkawa had no real chance. She asked for his thoughts on that. Shinkawa simply said he didn't think much of it. To him, this was no different from facing Oji. She followed up, asking if that meant he was confident he could defeat Harayama. With calm determination, Shinkawa answered that no matter how the match went, he had made a promise to win, and he intended to keep it. She then asked how he had changed since his amateur days. Shinkawa replied that back then he didn't have much luck, but now it seemed like luck had finally caught up with him. She smiled, commenting that luck was a kind of skill too. Next, she asked what got him into martial arts in the first place. Shinkawa's expression darkened slightly as he remembered. He had been bullied as a kid, beaten down by delinquents. The memory of being punched and unable to fight back lingered clearly in his mind. The reporter was surprised. Shinkawa had been bullied in high school. He confirmed it, though he added there were various other reasons why he eventually dropped out. Still, she concluded that martial arts had become his way of fighting back, a response to a past where he felt powerless. Meanwhile, outside the room, a few gym members peeked through the slightly open door. One of them whispered that Shinkawa was surprisingly good at interviews. But then they noticed something else. Someone in the gym had started a live stream. The streamer grinned at the camera and declared that he was about to show the world what happens when an extremely strong regular person fights an amateur martial artist, right here, live. The reporter concluded the interview, thanking Shinkawa for his time and assuring him they'd be cautious with the information they shared. She then asked if they could capture some footage of him training. Shinkawa gave a brief nod, granting permission. Takashi entered the room shortly after. He asked if Shinkawa remembered a guy named Okitsuyoshi from high school. Without waiting for a response, he answered his own question, mentioning that he would allow the man to observe for now since Shinkawa was being interviewed. He added that the guy seemed to be a YouTuber, but had no manners whatsoever. Takashi questioned whether the man was really Shinkawa's friend, then commented that the guy hadn't even known Kento had gone pro. Shinkawa clarified that Oki wasn't a friend, just a former classmate. Meanwhile, the reporter instructed the cameraman to keep recording. As Shinkawa and Takashi observed the YouTuber from across the room, Takashi offered to create an excuse and send him away. Shinkawa declined, saying he would handle it personally. Takashi reminded him that this was a critical time, but Shinkawa reassured him that everything was fine. Shinkawa approached the YouTuber calmly. The YouTuber greeted him with exaggerated friendliness, pretending they were long-lost friends. He remarked that he'd heard Shinkawa had been training and claimed he had found the gym through some amateur friends. Shinkawa asked directly what he was there for. The YouTuber smiled, still putting on a show for his stream, and said he was just visiting an old friend. He explained that his viewers were curious to see what would happen if an extremely tough civilian fought a former wimp-turned-amateur fighter. Shinkawa, unfazed, told him to ask one of his amateur friends instead. The YouTuber dismissed the idea, stating that his friend had always been strong and that a fight between the two wouldn't make for good content. Shinkawa, he said, was perfect for this kind of video. The YouTuber then pleaded for the match, revealing that he had already hinted to his audience about Shinkawa. He asked once more, framing it as a favor between friends. Shinkawa, his expression unchanging, responded coldly. What he remembered from back then wasn't friendship, only being used as a punching bag. The YouTuber laughed awkwardly, brushing it off as youthful aggression. He insisted they were just hot-blooded kids and suggested they settle it with a serious sparring match to make up like real men. Shinkawa replied that professional fighters weren't supposed to spar seriously with civilians. The YouTuber mocked him in return, pointing out that an amateur with a 10-fight losing streak had no right to call himself a pro. Smirking, he added that if Shinkawa was embarrassed, he'd blur his face in the footage. Shinkawa calmly told him there was already a scheduled 3-round sparring match coming up. He advised the YouTuber to stretch for 20 minutes and wait. The YouTuber grinned, seemingly pleased. He told his viewers to stay tuned, promising them a live stream where a civilian would completely destroy an amateur fighter. Everyone in the gym heard the comment. Annoyance rippled through the room. The YouTuber set up his camera, pretending to stretch while deliberately angling it to capture Shinkawa's sparring match in the background. Elsewhere, Shinkawa stood beside his coach. The coach mentioned that he had heard everything from Takashi and warned that the situation wasn't ideal. Harayama, the reigning champion, was likely watching and analyzing every bit of footage available. Still, the coach saw an opportunity. If they played it right, they could use this moment to make the champion lower his guard. The coach instructed Shinkawa to stick to his usual striking flow. When Takashi attempted a takedown, he was to defend and then loosen up, give the champion something to overanalyze. Both Shinkawa and Takashi changed into their training gear. As the cameras rolled, the two fighters touched gloves and began their sparring match. Shinkawa struck first, delivering a swift kick that Takashi blocked just in time. The force was intense, enough to draw a reaction from the YouTuber, who watched wide-eyed from across the room. Takashi fired back with a straight punch aimed at Shinkawa's face. Shinkawa blocked it cleanly with his gloves, then countered with a sharp jab of his own. Takashi leaned back and avoided the hit with precision. Shinkawa moved forward again, launching another attack. Takashi remained composed, dodging the incoming strike. He retaliated quickly, but Shinkawa blocked once more with tight defense. Both fighters threw punches at the same time. Shinkawa's fist connected with Takashi's jaw, while Takashi's punch sailed past its mark. As Takashi staggered slightly to regain balance, Shinkawa seized the moment. With perfect timing, he stepped in and unleashed a brutal uppercut that landed squarely on Takashi's chin. The YouTuber's jaw dropped, his livestream chat exploded.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
If you don't want to be caught slipping like that clueless streamer, hit subscribe and ring that bell, join the squad and stay in the loop. Shinkawa and Takashi clashed with relentless intensity, fists flying in a blur of motion. Each blow echoed through the gym as the two fighters exchanged strikes without pause, their bodies moving like machines trained for war. Meanwhile, the comment section online erupted with chatter about Shinkawa. Viewers were in awe of how he had taken down the third-ranked lightweight in just 27 seconds. Some recounted how he boldly declared war on the reigning champion, while others joked about how the YouTuber was about to get destroyed. Watching the sparring match unfold, the YouTuber finally grasped the reality of Shinkawa's strength. It was far beyond what he had anticipated. Around him, the gym members murmured about Shinkawa's potential, speculating that he might be the one to take the belt soon. Hearing this, the YouTuber quickly made an excuse, claiming the camera had suddenly stopped working and the battery was almost dead. As he tried to sneak out of the situation, a reporter approached and asked him why Shinkawa had said the two were not friends, just former classmates. Before he could respond, Shinkawa appeared right in front of him and asked if he was ready. The YouTuber immediately tried to backpedal, insisting there had been a misunderstanding and suggesting they just forget the whole thing. Shinkawa simply asked whether he didn't want to spar anymore. Then, letting out a sigh, Shinkawa told him to leave if he wasn't going to follow through. As the YouTuber began packing up his camera, clearly trying to exit, Takashi stepped in and grabbed him, questioning whether he really planned to leave without even apologizing. The YouTuber, visibly shaken, muttered that it was none of Takashi's business. Shinkawa intervened again, telling the others to let him go. He remarked that an apology wouldn't rewind time anyway. However, another member of Shinkawa's team cut in, pointing out that the YouTuber had barged in and caused a scene. He should at least try to make amends. Soon, more gym members surrounded him, their presence pressuring him to act. Cornered and humiliated, the YouTuber finally bowed his head and apologized to Shinkawa. The comment section, always unforgiving, exploded once again. Users mocked the moment, joking that this was the biggest boomerang effect they'd ever seen, while others compared it to an anger management session. But as he bowed, the YouTuber's expression shifted. Beneath the act of submission, a sinister glint appeared in his eyes, an ominous hint that he had something else in mind. The scene shifted to a quiet office tucked away inside a university hospital. Shinkawa sat across from a doctor, the atmosphere calm, but weighed down by something unspoken. She studied him for a moment, her expression a careful mix of curiosity and concern. Then, gently, she asked how he had felt when the YouTuber bowed and apologized. He told her as much. The apology hadn't meant anything, not really. That single act of remorse couldn't erase the past. It couldn't undo the damage. In that silence, he found himself walking through the doors of a martial arts gym, not because he was chasing a dream, but because there was nowhere else to go. He needed to feel something, anything, that would remind him he was still alive. The doctor listened, saying nothing at first. When she finally spoke, her voice was soft but steady. She said that in life, pain was unavoidable. Everyone gets hurt. It's part of living, part of growing. Some wounds are visible, others are buried deeper. But the ones that don't heal, the ones that linger far longer than they should, those become something else entirely, a deeper wound, a wound of the heart. That's what trauma is. She offered a quiet suggestion, one way to begin healing. It involved recognizing the present self, realizing that who he is now is not the same person he was back then. Growth doesn't erase the past, but it changes who carries it. Then she asked if he could meet his past self, what would he say? In his mind, Shinkawa saw it clearly, a version of himself lying on the floor, bruised, defeated, empty. That version of him had no strength left to stand, no fire, no direction. He looked down at that old self and thought, if I can overcome this pain, I'll become even stronger. The doctor raised an eyebrow and remarked that it sounded familiar. She asked if he knew where the words came from. Shinkawa shook his head. She told him it was from a German philosopher, a reminder that strength is often forged through suffering. He didn't care who said it. Back then, during those hellish nights, it was the only thing that kept him going. Later that evening, Shinkawa stepped out of the hospital. In his hand was a small white bag, the prescription the doctor had written for him. The city lights shimmered in puddles on the sidewalk as he walked. Everything felt oddly quiet. Eventually, he reached his apartment building. The stairwell was dim, lit only by a flickering bulb. As he began descending the steps, a strange feeling crept in, a gut instinct. Someone was waiting. At the bottom of the stairs, the YouTuber stood, no longer alone. Several delinquents flanked him, their eyes cold, posture aggressive. With a sneer, the YouTuber mocked the place, asking if Shinkawa was still living in this filthy dump. His voice dripped with resentment as he ranted about how Shinkawa had ruined his channel, how he was going to pay for it. In his hand, he gripped an electric taser. But Shinkawa didn't flinch, he didn't move, he didn't even blink. Then slowly, Shinkawa's lips curled into a smirk, calm and unreadable. The same expression that said more than words ever could. At the same time, the reigning champion was watching Shinkawa's sparring, which had been uploaded to the delinquent YouTuber's channel, and his coach commented that he had no idea how the footage had been recorded. However, judging from the comments, it clearly didn't seem staged. The scene shifted back to the alleyway. Shinkawa's took quick action. He moved first, delivering a sharp kick to the man in the blue shirt. As that played out, the champion and his coach continued their conversation. The champion analyzed that Shinkawa's debut match against Oji had ended so quickly, he hadn't realized just how much power Shinkawa packed into his punches. The scene shifted back again. Shinkawa swiftly ducked and dodged as the attackers swung at him with bats. The champion observed that Shinkawa's defense wasn't bad. Most of the blows failed to land, and his quick judgment allowed him to evade even under pressure. While Shinkawa continued to dodge the wild swings, the coach pointed out that some of Shinkawa's flaws were becoming visible, especially his wrestling defense. Right then, one of the delinquents charged at Shinkawa, aiming for a takedown by grabbing his legs, but Shinkawa stepped forward and drove his knee into the man's face, delivering a devastating counterattack. The champion remarked that Shinkawa's distance control was a bit off, except when it came to punches. The coach added that it was no surprise Shinkawa had taken so many leg kicks in his earlier alleyway fight against Oji. Now only the YouTuber remained standing. All the other delinquents were lying on the ground after being beaten down by Shinkawa. Shinkawa's told the YouTuber that he hadn't grown at all. In a panic, the YouTuber pulled out a knife. Shinkawa grabbed his hand and stepped in close. A scream echoed through the alleyway. Back in the gym, the coach asked the champion what he planned to do next. The champion replied that as long as he was cautious of Shinkawa's punches, the match should be simple. The coach warned that Shinkawa would likely sharpen his wrestling and sprawl defense as well. But the champion, full of confidence, claimed that no matter how much Shinkawa trained, it wouldn't be enough to stop his tackles. He doubted Shinkawa would even be able to react. Still, the coach advised him not to get overconfident. He reminded the champion that they couldn't afford to make mistakes, especially if they wanted to reach the UFC. The champion agreed. He acknowledged that he would soon turn 37 and only had 3 years left in the sport. After that, he planned to retire. He also had to consider his family. Mika had told him she didn't want to see her father getting hit in the ring. He had promised his wife that if he lost even once, he would walk away from fighting. Looking at a family photo, he admitted he had started this journey for them in the first place. The weight he carried was different from that of a young punk like Shinkawa. That was exactly why he couldn't afford to lose. The scene transitioned back to Shinkawa. He stood in silence, staring at his bloodied hand. After a moment of reflection, he began washing it clean. Time passed. The day of the fight arrived. Both fighters stood face to face. The champion held his MMA belt, raising it to taunt Shinkawa. He told him outright that the belt wasn't his to take and he should give up. During a press event, the announcer turned to Shinkawa. With the fight just a day away, he asked how Shinkawa felt about receiving an offer from the undefeated champion Harayama, who held a perfect record of 9 wins in 9 fights. Without any visible emotion, Shinkawa simply stated that he wanted to get in the ring as soon as possible. The announcer noted that in his last match, Shinkawa had made good on his promise of a first-round knockout. He asked what kind of fight fans could expect this time. Shinkawa, now filled with determination, declared that he would put his life on the line to win. The announcer then turned to the champion and asked for his thoughts on Shinkawa's bold statement. The champion expressed doubt, questioning whether someone so young truly understood what it meant to risk everything in the ring. He said he intended to teach Shinkawa the true meaning of life and death. When asked whether he too was staking his life in this fight, the champion answered that there had never been a match where he hadn't put everything on the line. As always, he would fight and win for his family. Turning to Shinkawa, the champion added that the higher his expectations, the greater the disappointment would be when he failed. But even if he lost, he hoped the young fighter wouldn't let it break him. After all, he still had his whole life ahead of him. Shinkawa unexpectedly remembered the champion on television, noticed how much the man genuinely cared about his daughter. It struck him, was the champion truly putting his life on the line for his family? The champion, meanwhile, was confused. Why was Shinkawa provoking him with irrelevant comments? But Shinkawa pressed on, saying that he understood the meaning behind it all. The two fighters locked eyes, their gazes intense and unwavering. Neither gave an inch as they faced off, eventually taking their fighting stances. The scene shifted to an office where a lady reporter was typing. Her article previewed the upcoming FFC Lightweight Championship. A rising star who shot up the rankings on debut would face the undefeated champion with a 9-win, 0-loss record. Never in MMA history had an amateur with 11 straight losses become champion after just 2 pro fights. If Shinkawa won, he'd also become the youngest champion in FFC history. The scene changed once more. Shinkawa walked into the arena, accompanied by his coach. The story was far from over. Would Shinkawa be able to deliver another overwhelming performance like last time? The coach offered Shinkawa one final piece of advice before the match began. He told him to take control of the fight's rhythm, to stay calm, and to trust the strategy they had meticulously prepared. With that, Shinkawa stepped into the octagon, his expression focused and his body tense with anticipation. As he turned, his eyes caught sight of the FFC president seated near the cage. This time, the crowd was larger, louder, and more animated than ever before. Their voices rose together, chanting the name of the undefeated champion Harayama. Inside the cage, Harayama stood composed and motionless, his calm presence sharply contrasting the frenzy of the audience. He looked every bit the reigning champion, relaxed, unreadable, and dangerous. Just outside the octagon, the president's assistant noticed a sharp-eyed man observing the match with careful attention. She leaned toward the president and quietly informed him that the man was from the UFC. The president responded, explaining that he had been sent by John Shalby himself to witness Harayama's performance firsthand. The assistant, intrigued, remarked on Harayama's unbeaten record. She assumed he had the potential to compete abroad and wondered why the UFC hadn't shown interest earlier. The president explained that dominance alone didn't tell the full story. In fighting, it mattered not just how a fighter won, but how they handled defeat. Even the UFC couldn't yet judge whether Harayama was the kind of fighter who would collapse after a single loss, or one who would grit his teeth, rise, and claw his way back. That uncertainty was what held them back. Back inside the cage, both fighters stood still as a cameraman slowly circled them, capturing every 10th second. The referee held the championship belt high in the air, a silent declaration of what was at stake. The audience held its breath. Positioned between the fighters, the referee glanced at each of them and confirmed their readiness. With a swift hand signal, the match officially began. Without hesitation, Harayama exploded forward like a predator closing in on its prey. To Shinkawa, the motion felt less like a charge and more like a wild beast breaking loose. Harayama's punch, extended with his long reach, came fast. Shinkawa raised his arm to block and instantly recognized a problem. Harayama's reach was immense, almost unnatural. It felt like facing a spearman while holding only a sword. In his mind, he visualized it clearly, Harayama wielding a spear with ease while he clutched a short blade. Shinkawa retaliated quickly, aiming a counterpunch, but Harayama intercepted it midair with a clean hook. The timing was perfect. Immediately, Harayama followed with a sharp strike aimed directly at Shinkawa's face. The blow landed flush, forcing Shinkawa to step back and reassess. He realized that even when he tried to jab, Harayama's lead hand was always there, constantly disrupting his rhythm and breaking his timing. Tried again, jabbing toward his opponent, but Harayama used his palm to push and redirect the punch. Each of Shinkawa's attempts met the same fate. Whenever he launched an attack, a swift counterattack came flying back. Frustration built as his punches were blocked or slipped, and his defense was constantly tested. Then came a sudden kick, unexpected and forceful. It slipped through his guard and landed against his ribs, the impact jarring. Shinkawa gritted his teeth and felt the pain surge through his side. From outside the cage, the coach called out, urging him to maintain his rhythm, to endure the pain, and to resist the urge to flinch. Shinkawa nodded slightly, regaining his focus. The president, still watching with a keen eye, made a quiet observation in his mind. A southpaw with a long reach posed a unique challenge for someone like Shinkawa, who relied heavily on clean punches and fast counters. The assistant asked why such an advantage existed, why being left-handed made such a difference. The president clarified that most fighters were orthodox, meaning they fought with their right hand forward. As a result, they rarely faced southpaws, but southpaw fighters, by contrast, had to face orthodox opponents regularly. This constant exposure gave them a subtle yet powerful edge in timing, distance, and angles. The fight continued with Harayama firmly in control. Another strike caught Shinkawa in the face. The sting brought with it a memory, one of countless dreamlike battles he had fought within his mind. In those dreams, there were no weight classes. He had faced warriors of all shapes and sizes, but not once had he ever fought a left-handed opponent. The realization hit with a quiet weight. This was unfamiliar territory. Harayama pressed the attack, delivering a relentless stream of strikes that kept Shinkawa on the defensive. In the midst of it, Shinkawa's thoughts turned again, this time to the ancient phalanx formation. In that tactic, soldiers would line up with shields on their left arms and spears in their right hands, forming an impenetrable wall. The left hand was essential. Every soldier needed to follow that design. Left-handed warriors had no place in that order. He connected the thought to the present moment. This truly was his first encounter with a southpaw. The difference was undeniable. Outside the cage, both the president and the UFC observer continued to study the match carefully. Harayama, still composed, began to taunt Shinkawa. He questioned the confidence in Shinkawa's fists, mocked his ambition for the championship belt, and declared that he didn't have what it took. Then, with brutal intent, Harayama charged again, launching another powerful punch. This time, Shinkawa leaned to the right and narrowly avoided the blow. As Harayama's punch passed by, Shinkawa mimicked his opponent's earlier movements with precision. Using his left hand, he threw a punch, one that mirrored Harayama's technique exactly. In that moment, the crowd gasped. It was not just a punch, it was a statement. Shinkawa had seen the shape of his opponent's style, and he had begun to adapt. Harayama flinched in pain, his face contorting from the unexpected strike. His head jerked slightly to the side, clearly stunned by Shinkawa's sudden switch in stance. The sharp southpaw punch had landed cleanly. Outside the octagon, Shinkawa's coach shouted with excitement, realizing immediately what had just happened. Shinkawa had begun utilizing a southpaw approach, mirroring the champion's techniques. The president, observing from the stands, narrowed his eyes as he noticed the subtle yet significant change. The UFC observer, seated beside him, continued watching silently, his gaze never leaving the fighters. Unlike the others, he showed no reaction, only silent calculation. Shinkawa now fought with his left hand forward, adapting to the southpaw style with growing control. He maintained his distance and tested Harayama with measured attacks. Harayama ducked under a wide hook and smoothly dodged a follow-up jab, leaning his torso backward with calculated precision. The punch missed by inches. Suddenly, Harayama lunged forward with a powerful punch, aiming directly for Shinkawa's head. But Shinkawa shifted to the side just in time. The fist grazed him but failed to land cleanly. A tense moment followed. The two stood in the center of the octagon, their gazes locked. A mutual silence filled the air. Each studied the other's movement, waiting for the smallest mistake to exploit. It was a stalemate, a brief pause before the next storm. In that stillness, memories resurfaced in Shinkawa's mind. His thoughts drifted back into the recurring dream that had haunted him throughout his training. In that world, countless soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder, most of them civilians with families. These were not warriors by nature. They had no desire for bloodshed, no hunger for glory. But to survive, they had formed ranks, lifted their shields, and held the line. They fought not to conquer, but to protect. Yet among them were those who had no choice. Slaves, unarmed, unnamed, and unseen. They were thrown to the front where arrows rained down and spears tore through the flesh. They couldn't rely on ranks or shields. Instead, they charged blindly, risking their lives to scatter the enemy's formation. In those dreams, Shinkawa had always been one of them, one of the expendables, surviving through instinct, grit, and pain. Back in the present, Harayama extended his long arm and launched a powerful jab. Shinkawa dodged once more, stepping out of range. As the blow passed harmlessly by, Shinkawa remembered the words Harayama had spoken during their face-off. The champion had claimed that Shinkawa didn't understand what it meant to risk everything. But he did. He knew it deeply intimately. Victory wasn't a choice, it was survival, and if he couldn't win now, there would be no second chance. Only defeat, only death. He pressed forward, willingly stepping into Harayama's range despite the blows. Harayama analyzed the aggression, concluding that Shinkawa had abandoned all form. It looked like desperation. From Harayama's perspective, Shinkawa was simply swinging with everything he had, attempting to overwhelm him with brute force and reckless courage, trying to turn this match into a chaotic brawl. Harayama's coach called out, urging him to push Shinkawa back. Harayama responded instantly, unleashing a sharp kick that cracked against Shinkawa's side. Despite the pain, Shinkawa continued forward. His body absorbed the strike, but his eyes never wavered. He charged again. Harayama retaliated with another punch, missed. A second punch also dodged. Realizing his strikes weren't landing, Harayama adjusted his tactics and delivered a brutal leg kick. The impact landed cleanly. Pain surged through Shinkawa's leg, his balance faltered slightly and a grimace crossed his face. The audience could see it, Shinkawa was hurting. Seizing the opportunity, Harayama lowered his level and drove forward with a takedown attempt. But Shinkawa, anticipating the move, sprawled with perfect timing. His hips dropped, denying the takedown, yet it was a ruse. Harayama had feinted the tackle. As he closed in, he switched tactics again, throwing a heavy punch at point-blank range. It connected. Shinkawa's body jolted from the hit. Without pause, Harayama resumed the takedown, wrapping his arms around Shinkawa and driving him to the canvas. Now Harayama was on top, pressing Shinkawa against the mat. From the outside, his coach yelled for a counter. Shinkawa responded, using his hips to shift, attempting to throw Harayama off. Harayama tightened his position and unleashed a flurry of punches. He was trying to end the match. Strike after strike rained down as he capitalized on his dominant position. Shinkawa's body took the punishment, but his mind remained focused. Harayama lifted his arm for a final, decisive blow, but before it could land, Shinkawa acted. With one foot braced against the cage, he pushed with all his strength, twisting his body in a fluid motion. Harayama was thrown off, flipped over by the sudden reversal. The crowd gasped. Even the president and UFC observer leaned forward, surprised by the maneuver. Shinkawa didn't hesitate. He quickly latched onto Harayama's arm and secured an arm lock. The hold was tight. Harayama's face tensed as the pain registered. He tried to twist free, but the position was solid. Shinkawa had control now. As Shinkawa applied pressure to the lock, something deeper stirred within him. His vision blurred once again. In his mind, he stood not in a modern cage, but within the walls of an ancient coliseum. The crowds were no longer chanting his name, they screamed for blood. They demanded a kill. His opponent lay beneath him, and his own hands gripped the imaginary neck of a fallen warrior. In that moment, his kindling urge surged. He could feel it, the beast inside him, whispering for him to finish it. He imagined himself twisting Harayama's neck, ending it right there in front of the roaring crowd. In reality, both the referee and Shinkawa's coach were shouting at him to stop. Their voices pierced through the noise of the crowd, but Shinkawa didn't register them, not right away. His mind was still lost in the echoing arena of his imagination, locked in a trance born from instinct and adrenaline. What finally pulled him back was a different voice, soft, yet cutting through the chaos like a blade. It was Harayama's wife, calling out from the stands, her voice filled with fear and concern. At once, Shinkawa's eyes widened. Awareness returned to him. He snapped out of the violent haze and released the armbar without hesitation. He sprang backward, landing on his feet in a stance that looked almost like Spider-Man crouched on a rooftop. The referee rushed to Harayama's side, quickly checking the condition of the former champion. Medical staff moved in, but Harayama raised a hand, signaling he was fine if shaken. Shinkawa stood still, watching in silence, his chest rising and falling with heavy breaths as the last traces of fury faded from his eyes. Meanwhile, the president's assistant noticed something odd. The UFC observer had already left his seat and was heading toward the exit. With curiosity piqued, she quickly followed, trying to catch up. Inside the octagon, Shinkawa's teammates flooded in, cheering and congratulating him with wide grins and pounding fists. It was a celebration raw, chaotic, and earned. One of them jokingly remarked how they'd only drilled grappling defense and taught him a single offensive technique. And yet somehow Shinkawa had pulled off a reverse armbar, using the cage in a way that shocked even the coaching staff. The comment came with laughter and awe. Did Ronda Rousey possess him or something? Rousey, the first female UFC champion, had famously finished 9 of her 13 fights using an armbar. Now, Shinkawa had pulled off a similar feat, his first ever offensive grappling move, executed in the heat of the moment under unimaginable pressure. The coach, still catching his breath, shook his head and muttered that Shinkawa had become a monster inside the ring. Shinkawa stood nearby, letting the words sink in. For a moment his mind drifted back to the dream, the battlefield, the helpless soldiers, the endless fight. Kill or be killed. That's what it had always been. That was the truth behind his strength. Across from them, Harayama slowly rose to his feet, sore but composed. He approached Shinkawa and nodded respectfully. He hadn't expected the rookie to refine his grappling so well, but he acknowledged the outcome. He called him champion, and it wasn't sarcasm, it was sincere. The commentary team continued their broadcast, their voices excited as they analyzed the fight. They announced that Harayama, the undefeated lightweight champion, had passed on the belt. A new king had risen. Shinkawa had just become the youngest champion in FFC history, and the entire match had lasted just 2 minutes and 49 seconds. The experts had all been proven wrong. He had won against every prediction with raw talent and sheer will. One of the commentators mentioned that there had been an offer from the UFC for Harayama. This was supposed to be the proving ground, but instead of showing his dominance, the champion had fallen to a rookie. The tides had turned. Backstage, the assistant returned to the president and shared what she had overheard. The UFC observer was already on the phone with John Shalby, their number 2 executive. She couldn't hear the full conversation, but she was certain they were talking about Shinkawa. The president clenched his jaw. In his mind, the pieces were falling into place. Shalby was after Shinkawa now. His grip tightened, and with a scowl he muttered that he absolutely wouldn't let him go. Shinkawa is mine, he thought bitterly. Then, the spotlight turned again to Harayama. Holding the microphone in the center of the octagon, his face still bruised, he shocked the arena by announcing his retirement from active competition. The crowd gasped. The president's face twisted in disbelief and frustration. But Harayama remained calm. He admitted his disappointment, but acknowledged that Shinkawa had won fair and square. There was no shame in this loss. He explained that he didn't have much time left to grow as a fighter, and this was a clear sign that the new generation had arrived. Looking toward his wife in the crowd, he said the decision was for his family. He handed the microphone back, bowed his head slightly, and walked away, graceful in defeat. Then the spotlight turned to Shinkawa. The announcer handed him the mic and asked how he felt after becoming champion. Shinkawa raised the belt above his head and said that he wanted to fight again as soon as possible. He believed the ring was where he truly belonged. With fierce conviction, he stated that depending on the situation, he'd fight twice in a single day if needed. He looked into the crowd, eyes burning with passion, and challenged every fighter watching. He told them not to be afraid. To keep challenging him, he would take on all comers. Then, without another word, Shinkawa handed the mic back and exited the octagon, the championship belt on his shoulder and his coach walking beside him. Quick correction. Earlier I said southpaw means left-handed and orthodox means right-handed, to be clear. Orthodox stance: a fighter has their left foot forward and their right hand is the nearest to their face. Southpaw stance: the southpaw stance is the opposite to an orthodox, as your right foot is forward and your left hand is back nearest to your face. Big thanks to at Zaverhill 6638 and at BLXCKKXGE and at Nathaniel Kashimal 3477 for the correction. Appreciate you all. Make sure to subscribe for more Manhwa recap content. As the coach and Shinkawa stepped into the backstage corridor, they were immediately greeted by the FFC president, who was practically bursting with excitement. He congratulated them warmly, proclaiming that Shinkawa had not only seized the championship but had now become the very face of the FFC organization. Then, turning to the coach, and at long last putting a name to the figure who had stood silently behind the scenes, he addressed him as Shiraishi. With a steady nod, Shiraishi accepted the praise, simply replying that it was all the result of Shinkawa's relentless hard work until the very end. The president shifted to business, noting that Shinkawa's champion status made it imperative to sign an exclusive contract with the FFC. He explained that without affiliation, Shinkawa would miss out on high-profile bouts, but under contract the organization could arrange as many fights as he desired, against top-tier opponents and secure significantly higher purses. Shiraishi requested time to consider the offer, stressing the need for careful deliberation. The president cautioned that the opportunity was fleeting and urged them to strike while the iron was hot. Shiraishi respectfully assured him they would confer and respond promptly. As the president departed, Shinkawa turned to his coach, questioning the decision to delay acceptance. He explained that money and conditions mattered little to him compared to the chance to keep fighting. Shiraishi revealed that John Shalby, the UFC's #2 executive, had already contacted them to express interest in Shinkawa after scouting the recent match. Outside the changing rooms, the president's assistant approached and asked how the meeting had gone. The president, visibly irritated, explained that the very fact they had put everything on hold without even hearing the conditions meant that UFC had already made their move. He guessed they wouldn't jump into contract negotiations immediately, but were likely planning to decide based on a test match. He stressed that Shinkawa was a fighter he had personally discovered and pushed all the way to becoming a champion, and he wasn't about to let him go so easily. When the assistant cautiously asked what he planned to do about it, the president replied with a cold resolve: he would stop it by any means necessary. The scene shifted to a university hospital. The doctor asked about the hallucinations and the intense urge to kill that had surfaced during the match. Shinkawa confirmed and described how the killing instinct took over him. He imagined breaking his opponent's arm and twisting his neck. He explained that instinctively he saw his opponent as an enemy who should be killed. The doctor asked how he managed to suppress those feelings. Shinkawa recalled hearing a voice, but when the doctor suggested it might be an auditory hallucination, Shinkawa denied it. He explained that it was the opponent's wife screaming, and that was when he snapped back to his senses. He admitted that in the moment his family from his dreams came to mind. The doctor asked if he had a family in his dreams, to which he confirmed. Though he had lost them in the war, even though it was just a dream, he still felt deep love for them and couldn't forget the sadness of losing them. The doctor decided to add one more medication, and he asked what kind of medicine it was. She explained that it was an atypical antipsychotic, a medication designed to suppress hallucinations and delusions. He inquired whether the medication would show up in doping tests, to which she confirmed it would not. She reassured him that it had no effects that would enhance athletic performance. When he asked about potential side effects, she explained that at first he might feel slightly heavy or his tongue might become numb. There was also the possibility of drowsiness. He concluded that his movements might become dull. However, she advised that the medication had recently been improved and she did not believe the side effects would be as severe. Afterward, Shinkawa left the doctor's office and retrieved his medication from the front desk. Meanwhile, the doctor in her office began analyzing Shinkawa's case. His ongoing struggles with fighting and the persistent hallucinations and delusions, which had lasted over a month, led her to consider the possibility of schizophrenia. She thought of the former UFC inaugural lightweight champion, Tony Ferguson, a fighter who had achieved 100 consecutive wins and risen to become the UFC's first interim lightweight champion. At the peak of his career, Ferguson was struck by schizophrenia. As his hallucinations and delusions worsened, he began to harm those around him. At the urging of his family, he sought psychiatric help, where he was prescribed risperidone, an antipsychotic medication for schizophrenia. However, the side effects of the drug made weight-cutting difficult, leading to losses in his fights. As a result, he lost his champion title. At this rate, Shinkawa might be facing the same outcome. Before the doctor could finish her thoughts, the scene shifted. Shinkawa, having left the university hospital, glanced at his medication before tossing it into the trash. His expression was grim as he left the building, running. In the gym, Shinkawa was wrapping his hands, getting ready for his training session. Once finished, he stepped into the ring to start his workout with his coach, Shiraishi. Meanwhile, one of Shinkawa's friends, holding his phone, sees on social media everyone was talking about Shinkawa. He was confused, wondering how Shinkawa had suddenly become so strong. Takashi, overhearing, replied that Shinkawa had put in a lot of hard work to get to this point. The guy responded saying that Shinkawa had been working hard before too but hadn't made any progress, and he couldn't understand what had changed. Takashi explained that perhaps Shinkawa had been dealing with mental struggles in the past. The guy then commented that Shinkawa now appeared almost emotionless. The training session between Shinkawa and his coach continued. Shinkawa charged forward, but the coach swiftly leaned back, narrowly avoiding the strike. The coach then countered with a leg kick. After a quick tackle, he pushed Shinkawa to the ground. Shinkawa resisted, remaining on his feet. In response, Shinkawa swept the coach's leg, tripping him and making him fall. The coach reacted quickly, locking Shinkawa in an arm lock. Unable to bear the pain, Shinkawa tapped out. The guys watching the match praised the coach, saying he was in his prime. The coach then advised Shinkawa, acknowledging his talent but explaining that he needed to learn how to lose a battle in order to win the war. Shinkawa was confused by the advice. One of the guys then gave a phone to the coach. The call was from the president of the FFC. The president expressed concern that he hadn't heard back from the coach and mentioned rumors about a UFC test match. The coach confirmed that a test match was scheduled, but the president warned that such a match didn't guarantee Shinkawa would make it into the UFC. Even if Shinkawa won, the UFC would decide when to call him up. The president also pointed out that Shinkawa's name recognition was still too low, with only 2 fights under his belt. Instead of a test match that wouldn't bring any earnings, the president proposed an alternative, a title match against Big Thunder where Shinkawa would fight as the FFC representative. The coach and Shinkawa exchanged glances, and the coach replied that a match with a well-known organization would certainly generate buzz. If Shinkawa could fight their champion, he would surely be happy to accept. The president said he would contact them once the schedule was set. The president closed the phone, and the assistant quietly stated that everything was going as planned. She then added that if Shinkawa were defeated by their champion, the UFC might withdraw their interest. The president responded that it would be ideal. However, he also pointed out that even if Shinkawa won, an injury during the fight would prevent him from showcasing his true potential in the test match. A sinister look crossed his face. Meanwhile, in the gym, Shinkawa continued his training. Later in the gym, Shinkawa and his coach sat down to talk. The coach informed Shinkawa that he had transferred 300,000 yen to him. While it wasn't as much as the Oji fight, it was still a significant amount for fighters. The coach explained that if a fighter got injured, they were essentially unemployed until they recovered, and if their mental state was affected, it would be even more difficult to continue fighting. He advised Shinkawa to make money while he could, and suggested that he could even teach private lessons as a part-time job. The coach added that the gym had been flooded with requests from people wanting private lessons from the champion, most of whom probably just wanted him to teach them gently. 2 days later, on the day of the private lesson, a young boy named Jun was waiting in the gym. Shinkawa watched him for a moment before asking one of the members about the kid. The member explained that Jun had been bullied at school and had joined the gym after reading an article. The member confirmed that the kid's name was Jun Iketani. Jun, bowing his head, expressed how glad he was to meet Shinkawa. Shinkawa looked at him with a serious, intimidating expression. Shinkawa bluntly asked Jun if he was being bullied at school. Jun confirmed it with a nod. Shinkawa continued, questioning why Jun did not fight back. Jun hesitated, trying to explain, but Shinkawa interrupted and called it admirable. Shinkawa stated that it was proof Jun had been raised well, emphasizing that it was normal not to enjoy hurting others. Shinkawa then addressed Jun's curiosity about his own feelings toward fighting. He explained that he once felt the same way but had since stopped running from fights. Shinkawa decided to teach Jun immediately, choosing boxing as the first martial art, not because it was the strongest, but because it involved the part of the body most resistant to causing harm. Training began with light jump rope exercises. Shinkawa handed Jun a jump rope and supervised him as he started skipping. Afterwards, Shinkawa taught Jun the basic forms, carefully correcting his posture and movement. Members of the gym observed the session, quietly remarking that Shinkawa, contrary to expectations, demonstrated a natural talent for teaching. Some speculated that Shinkawa saw a reflection of his younger self in Jun. After the session, Jun expressed gratitude, marking the conclusion of his first day. Later, the coach approached Shinkawa and confirmed that Jun was indeed being bullied. Shinkawa stated that was why he had decided to teach him boxing. The coach noted that with 2 to 3 months of consistent training, Jun would be able to defend himself in most situations. Shinkawa suggested that it might happen even sooner, believing Jun showed natural ability. The coach then shifted the conversation to Shinkawa's upcoming match. Scheduled for the 4th of next month, Shinkawa would face Uyu Tenshin, the lightweight champion from another organization. The coach explained that Uyu was regarded as one of the top fighters in the country and would be a formidable opponent, at a level Shinkawa had not yet faced. He warned Shinkawa to be cautious, and advised that if he took too much damage, he should consider forfeiting. Despite his reluctance to forfeit, Shinkawa listened as the coach emphasized the importance of preserving himself for the upcoming UFC test match, scheduled just 2 weeks after the Uyu fight. In that match, Shinkawa would face Rose and Conran, an unranked but highly promising fighter from Africa. The coach acknowledged the difficulty of preparing for two fighters with completely different styles in such a short period. Shinkawa responded firmly, stating that he would handle both matches. Both were critical opportunities for his career. The coach mentioned that the president had no intention of losing Shinkawa and had arranged a substantial fight purse to keep him motivated. When Shinkawa asked about the amount, the coach replied that it was 30, a respectable sum for a domestic event match. 30 what exactly? Look guys, I have no idea, he just said 30 and moved on like we were all supposed to understand. Hopefully, we'll find out later. The coach then reminded Shinkawa not to become complacent just because of the money. Time passed and Shinkawa continued Jun's training. Since Jun was left-handed, Shinkawa taught him to use his left hand for attacks, unless he was certain he could finish an opponent. He instructed Jun to always guard his chin and maintain a stable center of gravity. Shinkawa demonstrated steady upper body movement and strategic stepping, explaining that landing 2 or 3 precise hits with proper form would be more effective than seeking a single powerful strike. He emphasized that this was the way to defeat larger and stronger opponents. The coach observed the training sessions quietly, noting the steady progress. The day of departure for the match against Uyu arrived. The coach went to Shinkawa's apartment to pick him up. When the door opened, the coach was shocked by the mess inside and asked if Shinkawa had been robbed or attacked. Shinkawa responded that he was simply not good at cleaning. The coach commented that if Shinkawa had caused the mess himself, they had bigger problems than the match. Shinkawa shrugged off the comment, saying he would clean after returning from the match. As they prepared to leave, the coach stopped and asked again if Shinkawa was truly okay. Shinkawa, with a cold and distant stare, assured him that this situation was nothing new and that he was fine. Reluctantly accepting the answer, the coach followed Shinkawa outside, where Takashi picked them up in a car. During the drive, the coach told Shinkawa that he would not ask any more questions until after the match. He urged Shinkawa to speak to him once he had sorted out his thoughts, reminding him that his problems were the team's problems too. Shinkawa acknowledged the words with a brief confirmation, though the coach's worried gaze lingered as they traveled toward the upcoming fight. On the plane, Shinkawa and the coach prepared for their arrival. Shinkawa watched a video of Uyu's past matches, while the coach observed that the momentum of MMA was quite remarkable these days. Uyu was rated even higher than fighters who had already advanced to the UFC, and it was said that Uyu himself was close to joining the UFC as well. Shinkawa shared his observation that he could not find any particular weaknesses in Uyu's fights. The coach confirmed this analysis. The flight attendant instructed them to turn off their phones and the airplane took off. As the plane ascended, Shinkawa's recurring dream reappeared. In his mind, he sat alone, waiting at the entrance of the Colosseum, immense anxiety oozing out of him. The real cause of his anxiety became clear as the plane climbed higher. Shinkawa was terrified of flying. Shortly after takeoff, he passed out. After some time, Shinkawa regained consciousness. The coach explained that he had fainted as soon as the plane took off, and there was brief concern that they might have had to turn back. The coach had explained about Shinkawa's upcoming match, so the airline staff prepared a business-class seat for him. The coach advised him to visit a hospital once they arrived. Shinkawa theorized that it was just due to his recent weight cut. The coach, skeptical, suggested that Shinkawa might be lying out of fear that he would not be allowed to fight. Shinkawa affirmed that he was feeling good condition-wise. The coach reminded him of their gym's motto. Shinkawa recited it back, "Everyone becomes a corner man for their teammates." The coach confirmed that they were one team and warned him not to forget it. He handed Shinkawa a pair of sunglasses he had brought, instructing him to wear them when they arrived at the lobby. Shinkawa, confused, asked why, but the coach told him to wait and see. At the airport, both Shinkawa and the coach wore their sunglasses. As they exited, they were immediately met with a barrage of camera flashes from reporters, justifying the coach's precaution. Amidst the crowd, they noticed a girl holding a sign for them. The coach approached her, thanked her for coming all the way, and introduced her as the CEO who was providing their accommodation. She had been a big fan of martial arts for a long time and had helped the coach back in the day. The girl welcomed them warmly after their long journey. They boarded a van and drove together. During the ride, she commented that it had been a long time since Shiraishi had been there. Shiraishi confirmed, feeling rather embarrassed, recalling how he had made a fuss after losing to Fixed Decision and vowed never to set foot there again. She reassured him that a fighter's life had its ups and downs and advised Shinkawa to ignore harsh comments as they were all mind games. Shinkawa joined the conversation, stating that he was not someone who worried about such things. Later, they arrived at a building where both Shinkawa and the coach stood by. Shinkawa stepped onto the scale, weighing himself in front of the reporters. They seemed a little too impressed by his muscles, and honestly it was kinda suspicious considering most of them were men. One reporter even blurted out that Shinkawa's muscles were so well defined. "Alright, we get it, buddy, no need to go full fan." Another reporter chimed in, saying his handsome face was almost overshadowed by them. "Really, his face is getting overshadowed. Sure, let's all just focus on his muscles." Totally not weird, all these guys, and that's the takeaway. Yeah, something's definitely off here. Just then Uyu made his entrance, looking like he was about to walk a runway. He shrugged off his robe and stepped onto the scale like it was his personal stage. After both fighters passed the weigh-in without breaking a sweat, Uyu extended a hand for a handshake. Shinkawa, ever the professional, accepted, and they shared a firm handshake. At Big Thunder Arena, some time later, Shinkawa and his coach waited in the gym changing room. The coach asked about Shinkawa's condition, to which Shinkawa replied he was feeling perfect. The coach continued by warning him that if he got injured during this match, his UFC test match scheduled in 2 weeks would be cancelled. He strictly instructed Shinkawa to prioritize avoiding injury above all else, emphasizing that winning was secondary. An exciting match was good, but it was not the most important thing right now. Shinkawa confirmed his understanding. Reporter Tsuji approached and asked Shinkawa if he had a moment for an interview. She asked how he was feeling and if he could say a few words to his fans. Shinkawa replied that he was feeling good and promised to make it an exciting match for her. In the arena, the match began. Shinkawa entered wearing a robe that looked like it came straight from a Wish.com superhero costume collection. It wasn't quite cape-worthy, but it sure had something. The crowd chanted enthusiastically for him. Then Uyu made his entrance and the fans erupted into a frenzy, chanting his name with wild enthusiasm. He soaked it all in, flashing a confident grin as he waved to the crowd, clearly enjoying the attention. Shinkawa, standing quietly off to the side, watched silently, his expression unreadable. The two fighters locked eyes, their gaze intense and unwavering, as if daring each other to make the first move. The tension between them was palpable, the silent showdown speaking louder than any words could. Uyu's smirk barely flickered, while Shinkawa stood motionless, his eyes burning with quiet determination. Then, the announcer's voice cut through the silence, breaking the fierce stare-off. He began with the blue corner, introducing Shinkawa Kento as the youngest and fastest fighter to claim the FFC Lightweight Championship title. In the red corner, the announcer introduced Uyu Tenshin as the strongest and greatest fighter in history. He was the Big Thunder Lightweight Champion, having successfully defended his title a record 8 times, undefeated, and undisputed king of the ring. Yeah, the bias in the announcer's tone was definitely noticeable. The man was practically worshipping Uyu. The referee brought both fighters to the center. Uyu began his mind games, telling Shinkawa that he probably had never faced a proper opponent before and hoped he would not disappoint him, exuding a menacing presence before returning to his corner. Shinkawa replied that he too was expecting a lot from the fight. Reporter Tsuji commented that Uyu's aura was completely different from yesterday's weigh-in, where he had appeared calm. Today, he resembled a beast. The referee signaled the start of round 1. Both fighters swiftly charged toward each other. Uyu threw the first punch, but Shinkawa guarded himself, raising his arms and not moving. Uyu quickly transitioned into a leg kick, but Shinkawa lifted his leg at the right moment, dodging it perfectly. Uyu immediately noticed that Shinkawa was completely different from the match footage he had seen before. Adjusting his tactics, Uyu launched another punch, but Shinkawa slightly shifted and dodged it with ease. Uyu was thrown into confusion upon realizing Shinkawa was fighting from a southpaw stance. Coach Shiraishi noticed that Shinkawa was using switch boxing, alternating between orthodox and southpaw stances during the match. Shiraishi thought that unless Shinkawa had highly practiced switch boxing, doing so would normally be suicide. Shinkawa continued fighting in the southpaw style, dominating Uyu with a relentless barrage of punches. Uyu was getting overwhelmed and cooked under Shinkawa's assault. Finally, Uyu retaliated with a punch, but Shinkawa ducked and dodged it effortlessly. Both the coach and reporter Tsuji were baffled, wondering when Shinkawa had learned perfect switch boxing. The coach then realized that Shinkawa must have picked up the southpaw stance while helping teach Jun, another southpaw fighter. Even so, he questioned whether it was even possible to learn it to such perfection so quickly. Meanwhile, in the ring, Shinkawa continued to destroy Uyu. Uyu contemplated how a simple switch hit could fool him so easily. Frustrated, he charged at Shinkawa with full force. However, Shinkawa stopped him cold with a powerful punch. Uyu refused to back down and immediately retaliated with a leg kick, but Shinkawa once again raised his leg at the perfect moment, dodging it with ease. The crowd watched in stunned silence as Uyu, the undefeated champion, was being tossed around. The fierce battle continued. Shinkawa pressed the offensive, pushing Uyu to his limits. In desperation, Uyu used his leg to pivot and launched a spinning back fist aimed at Shinkawa. Yet Shinkawa tackled Uyu, halting the attack and shoving him backward. Uyu, amazed by Shinkawa's strength, adapted quickly. He grappled for Shinkawa's hips, attempting to break the tackle. Uyu succeeded in separating himself from Shinkawa. Uyu threw a punch without hesitation, but Shinkawa was already prepared. With devastating force, Shinkawa landed a blow squarely on Uyu's face, brutally damaging him. And honestly, that looked like it hurts. Realizing the danger he was in, Uyu acknowledged that unless he stopped this relentless attack, he would be finished. Uyu tried to push Shinkawa away, but Shinkawa relentlessly pressed forward, striking Uyu again with another devastating punch to the face. Bruised and battered, Uyu somehow found the will to keep going. But with each blow, his face looked like it was having a very rough day. Shinkawa calmly parried each attack, deflecting Uyu's blows with precise movements, then counterattacking mercilessly, always aiming for Uyu's face. Because really, why not hit the same spot again, right? Under Shinkawa's endless pressure, Uyu found himself trapped. Shinkawa's fists never gave him a moment to breathe. Desperately, Uyu used his leg to push Shinkawa away once more, but Shinkawa grabbed hold of his leg mid-motion. From the sidelines, Coach Shiraishi and reporter Tsuji shouted in excitement, fully immersed in the chaos unfolding before them. Without hesitation, Shinkawa punched Uyu's face yet again. Seriously, at this point, Uyu might want to invest in some facial protection. He then released Uyu's leg and instantly shifted his stance, ready to attack once more. Uyu, however, retaliated by injuring Shinkawa's right eye. Blood streamed down from the wound, impairing Shinkawa's vision. Despite the injury, Shinkawa stood firm with an unyielding presence. Blood dripping from his eye, he charged at Uyu, throwing a barrage of punches without pause. Uyu, overwhelmed and terrified, wondered if Shinkawa was trying to kill him. Each punch came harder and faster, leaving no room for escape. Honestly, it was starting to feel like Uyu was just too familiar with the inside of a punching bag. When the flurry of blows finally paused, Uyu tried to reposition himself, but Shinkawa struck him once more in the face. Oh look, another punch to the face, what a surprise! Uyu's consciousness slipped away. Shinkawa remained standing beside the defeated Uyu, his expression dark and menacing. The referee quickly intervened, stopping the fight and declaring it over. Shinkawa glanced at his own hand, now soaked in blood. Slowly, he looked around the arena, his body trembling with pain and exhaustion. In that moment, as the weight of the battle sank into him, Shinkawa recognized the blood and pain for what they were, proof that he was alive. Lifting his gaze upward, Shinkawa allowed himself a faint, weary smile. The moment the fight ended, Shinkawa's coach and team rushed into the cage. Without hesitation, the coach scolded Shinkawa harshly, upset that he had sustained an injury. Shinkawa explained bluntly that this was precisely why he had finished the match quickly. After checking his condition carefully, the coach's anger subsided, and he praised Shinkawa for a job well done. In the opposite corner, Uyu sat quietly while being treated. His thoughts churned bitterly. He realized he had been genuinely afraid of Shinkawa during the fight. Even though he had worn a brave face to avoid being overwhelmed by the man's fighting spirit, deep down he knew he had been completely outmatched. Elsewhere, Jun watched the replay of the match with excitement. He celebrated with a loud cheer, catching the attention of a girl sitting next to him. The girl, clearly disturbed by the brutality of what she had just seen, commented that it was barbaric. Upon learning that Jun was actually learning this very sport, she looked at him with even greater disbelief. Jun, however, remained proud, declaring that the fighter she had just watched was his coach. Back at the arena, Uyu approached Shinkawa after the fight. He extended his hand, acknowledging Shinkawa's strength and offering his congratulations. Shinkawa accepted, and Uyu raised Shinkawa's hand high into the air to signal the rightful victor. The crowd erupted into cheers so loud it seemed to shake the entire arena. The announcer handed the microphone to Uyu to share his thoughts about the match. Uyu stated that he had poured everything he had into his training, but Shinkawa's overwhelming strength made it feel as though he had been fighting someone from another world entirely. Although the result had not been in his favor, he promised that he would come back stronger. He bowed his head deeply to the crowd, earning a wave of supportive applause. The scene shifted to the changing room. Shinkawa sat while being treated, his coach still fuming. The coach grumbled that the organizers were cheapskates for not even handing the microphone to the winner. According to the reporter, the event organizers were frustrated because they had spent so much money promoting the event, only for Shinkawa to win and upset their plans. The reporter noted that it was fortunate Shinkawa had secured a TKO victory in the first round. Judging by the atmosphere, if the fight had gone to decision, the judges might have leaned heavily in favor of the promoted fighter. She further praised Shinkawa's ability to study his opponent's habits and movements in detail and apply that analysis perfectly during the match. Shinkawa, ever modest, simply commented that he had done what his coach instructed him to do. In the days that followed, the internet exploded with speculation, admiration, and wild theories. Is it true he easily defeated Uyu? When Shinkawa won, it was so thrilling. Was Uyu even that strong to begin with? No way, Uyu is the strongest, Shinkawa's just on another level. MMA fans have been unusually quiet since the match, lol. I think Shinkawa could handle ranked UFC fighters. Even I, with zero knowledge of combat sports, know about Shinkawa now. I became a fan of Shinkawa after this match. His face, body, and fighting style are all perfect. Total dream. Watching Shinkawa reminds me of Shiraishi Kan in his prime. Who would win between prime Shiraishi Kan and current Shinkawa? While the online world buzzed, Shinkawa was already back in the gym, training hard despite his injuries. A short promotional video was being filmed by the reporter, capturing his relentless dedication. His coach, concerned for his recovery, advised him to manage his injuries and take care with his stitches. During training, Uyu arrived at the gym. He greeted Shinkawa and his coach respectfully and presented a replica of the Big Thunder Championship belt as a congratulatory gift to Shinkawa. The coach accepted the belt with appreciation. Uyu then conveyed an invitation from Big Thunder's organization, offering Shinkawa a place among their ranks. The coach, surprised, pointed out that if Shinkawa joined, it would mean Uyu would have to give up his champion title. Uyu, humble despite everything, admitted that although he believed no fighter in Big Thunder currently surpassed his skill, if Shinkawa joined, he would naturally step down. The coach remarked that Big Thunder's organization must be truly ruthless to send such a heavy message through their current champion. He clarified that he had chosen to deliver the message personally. After fighting Shinkawa firsthand, he understood the difference clearly. In his weight class, there were no opponents strong enough for either of them anymore. Uyu confessed that during the match, Shinkawa's punches were so fierce that he felt actual relief when the fight ended. He continued by stating that Mr. Shiraishi, Shinkawa's coach, was a former UFC-ranked fighter. The pride that radiated from Coach Shiraishi after hearing this was impossible to miss. Shinkawa, watching his coach bask in glory, could only feel a sense of bewilderment at seeing him in such a light. Uyu went on to explain that although he could not express it during the match, he held deep respect for Shiraishi. After their fight, Uyu realized the true importance of facing stronger opponents to improve. He lamented that many fighters in Asia stagnated because they stayed in smaller leagues without challenging themselves globally. When Shinkawa asked if that was why he had come in person, Uyu confirmed it. He expressed that he wished to be more than just a champion of an organization. He wanted to become a true champion, aiming for the pinnacle of combat sports in UFC. If Shinkawa joined Big Thunder, they could become rivals and comrades, pushing each other to new heights. Shinkawa responded firmly, stating that he could not stop moving forward. The meaning behind his words was clear. He would not be tied down. Uyu, understanding and respectful, accepted this. At the very least, he insisted Shinkawa accept the gift. They shook hands with a mutual understanding and respect between them, wishing each other success on their respective paths. At that moment, a woman appeared, commenting loudly about how beautiful the scene was. Both fighters turned, their faces marked with the same expression, confusion over who this new, overly familiar stranger could possibly be. The woman approached Shinkawa, commenting that she had come to meet him but was pleasantly surprised to find another guest present. She introduced herself as Tomiko Hojo, a producer for the JBS variety show Go For It Sports Day. As she handed her business card to both Shinkawa and his associate Uyu, she apologized for appearing unannounced, explaining she had been unable to find any contact information. While the two fighters looked at the card, Tsuji introduced herself to the producer, stating she is from rank 7, offering her own card. Tomiko apologized, admitting she had run out of hers. The coach then asked if the show was well known. Uyu confirmed its fame, nodding that it features top athletes from various sports who come to talk and demonstrate their skills. Seizing the moment, Tomiko told Shinkawa they were hoping to feature him, the current hot topic on their show. The coach quickly intervened, stating that Shinkawa's schedule was quite full. Unfazed, Tomiko pressed on, asking when he would be available. Learning he would be in town for another 10 days, she excitedly declared they had a week until filming. She assured them it wasn't a last-minute casting call and clarified the terms. The filming would last 2 hours for an appearance fee of 40,000 yen. Flustered by the offer, the coach turned to Tsuji for advice. "Is 40,000 yen for 2 hours a good deal?" he whispered. She confirmed it was an excellent offer. Tomiko immediately presented them with a contract. As the coach examined the surprisingly detailed document, Uyu noticed a troubling clause. Neither party shall be held legally responsible for any injuries or unforeseen circumstances that may occur during filming. When questioned, Tomiko brushed it off as a mere formality, explaining that network higher-ups were simply overly cautious. The coach insisted he needed to consult with Shinkawa first. As she left the room, Tomiko, looking slightly annoyed, reluctantly agreed, but reminded them to decide by the end of the day, as she would need to offer the spot to someone else. The coach declared that something smelled fishy. "I have to agree, this whole deal feels troublesome, especially that clause. And Tomiko, there's just something about her, she looks slick, almost evil. I don't trust her one bit." The situation reminded Tsuji of the infamous Yukio Hatanaka incident from 3 years prior. She explained how the flyweight champion had appeared on a variety show, only to be forced by the station to spar with an ordinary man 20 kg heavier, resulting in career-threatening injuries. The coach grimly remarked, "The physical injury must have been tough, but the mental damage must have been considerable too." Uyu regretted not pressing Tomiko for more details, but the coach comforted him, saying it was their job to be cautious. He turned to Shinkawa, urging him to focus on training for his next fight and avoid the risk of injury on a TV show. Interrupting his coach mid-sentence, Shinkawa, who had been silently punching a sandbag, announced, "He will do it." He argued that despite his recent fame, only hardcore MMA fans truly knew his name. To reach the next level, he needed more mainstream exposure. The coach was caught off guard by what Shinkawa said, realizing that the UFC valued a fighter's star power, their ability to attract new fans, just as much as their actual fighting skill. He hadn't expected Shinkawa to be thinking that far ahead. Shinkawa continued to unleash a furious combination on the bag. Uyu chimed in, recalling how a foreign champion who beat him was mocked on a variety show and forced to spar under absurd rules. Tsuji added that the contract practically warned of injury. Still, Shinkawa stayed firm, insisting it would be fine. Meanwhile, news headlines buzzed with Shinkawa's recent success. Kento Shinkawa wins decisively against Big Thunder's Tenshin Uo in a away match, and Shinkawa is set to appear on the variety show Go For It, Sports Day. The news reached the FFC executive meeting and the president was very angry. He shouted, "He's going on TV without telling us, this is disrespectful." The assistant tried to calm him, saying that the Shinkawa effect had made much more money than expected and the sponsors were very happy. The president remained unappeased. He argued that Shinkawa was not even under their management and warned that the sponsors would scatter like spiderlings as soon as Shinkawa signed with another organization. Then the assistant delivered more bad news. Their rival Big Thunder had also made an offer to Shinkawa. The president grew worried, exclaiming that first the UFC and now Big Thunder were trying to steal Shinkawa. He warned that if they did not act quickly, everything would fall apart. With grim determination, the president issued his orders. He instructed them to find Shinkawa's weakness before he signed with the UFC. He believed even the strongest fighters had weaknesses and matchup problems. If necessary, they should bring in someone from a higher weight class or a different fighting style. He empowered them to use any means necessary to find a fighter who could defeat Shinkawa. By making the UFC doubt Shinkawa's ability, they could create an opportunity for the FFC to secure the once-in-a-century talent. Clenching his fist, the president commanded that no matter what, Shinkawa must not be allowed to slip away. The scene shifted to the TV studio. Shinkawa sat in the makeup chair preparing for the show. The coach remarked that once Shinkawa was cleaned up, he was quite handsome. Tsuji added that with his looks, Shinkawa could easily be an actor. Tomiko entered with a man and explained the show's format. The MC would lead the conversation and Shinkawa would simply answer questions, possibly with a short demonstration or sparring session. The coach confirmed he had seen past episodes but stressed that Shinkawa had an eye injury and needed to avoid any hits to his face. Tomiko cheerfully agreed, reassuring everyone that they only wanted to introduce the handsome fighter to the world. While they were talking, noticed Tsuji working on her laptop. It had 2 cameras on the back yet too. Most laptops don't even have one back there, but this thing looked more like an iPhone than a laptop. I'm pretty sure she was recording, or maybe the author just has weird ideas about tech. The man with Tomiko said the sparring would be just for fun against a comedian with a good build. The coach reluctantly agreed that it should be fine. The show began with two hosts shouting enthusiastically, "Go for it, Sports Day!" The male host introduced the special guest with great excitement. "Today's guest is this man, the hot topic handsome fighter, Kento Shinkawa." Backstage, the coach felt a wave of apprehension. He warned Shinkawa that if anything felt off, he should withdraw immediately. Shinkawa silently nodded, but his distant reply only increased the coach's unease. As Shinkawa walked toward the stage, his inner thoughts revealed his struggle. The hallucinations and panic were still ongoing. He caught his reflection in a passing mirror, feeling a wave of dissociation. What was real and what was false? He knew he had to find out for himself as he stepped forward, his expression calm and focused. In the studio, the female host asked Shinkawa the final question of the segment. It was an unusual one. Who would win in a fight between a professional fighter and a much larger average person? She laughed, saying it was such an interesting question that they wanted to test it live, right here, with the strongest fighter they knew, Shinkawa. She then explained she had already gotten his permission in advance for a sparring session and asked him to confirm. Shinkawa nodded calmly, saying it would be fine as long as it was a light demonstration. The male host jumped in, telling Shinkawa that there were two comedians backstage eager to face him. Just in case the match ended quickly, they had brought in a second participant so the show wouldn't be over too soon. Upon hearing this, the coach's expression hardened with irritation. The host then gave the signal and the two comedians entered. The comedians stepped forward with heavy, confident footsteps. They didn't say a word, but their body language made it clear they were there to fight. Both were broad-shouldered and tall, towering over Shinkawa. But Shinkawa didn't flinch. Despite the odds, he stood still, calm and steady, ready for whatever came next. The host continued, revealing that the show had prepared boxing ring and the sparring would follow boxing rules. Both the coach and Tsuji looked surprised, but Shinkawa didn't hesitate. He accepted the conditions without question. Tsuji turned to the coach. "It's still a combat sport. That should be fine, right?" she asked. The coach shook his head. "MMA and boxing are completely different. Just because you're good at running doesn't mean you can play soccer right. Even if there's some overlap, they're different games entirely." He explained that in MMA, if an opponent rushed in, a fighter could create distance with kicks or use clinch techniques to regain control. In boxing, however, once distance is closed, options become limited, especially for someone trained in MMA. "It's like having no weapons at all," he said. Tsuji nodded, beginning to understand. She added that even if the comedians were average people, wasn't it dangerous to pit them against a lightweight like Shinkawa? They didn't seem like complete amateurs either. They moved like athletes. Then the coach's eyes narrowed. He noticed the gloves the comedians were wearing, 8-ounce gloves with no headgear. His expression darkened. "Damn it," he muttered. "They set us up." Now, if you're wondering why the coach suddenly looked so tense, let me explain. Those gloves the comedians were wearing, 8 ounces. That might not mean much if you're not into combat sports, but trust me, it's a big deal. See, lighter gloves like these don't cushion punches much. They're designed for serious, competitive fights, not friendly sparring. Less padding means more force goes straight into the opponent, and with no headgear, that's just asking for trouble. The coach knew exactly what this meant. This wasn't just for laughs anymore. They weren't trying to introduce the handsome MMA fighter to the audience. No, this was a setup, a trap dressed up as entertainment. Two heavy, athletic guys, boxing rules, small gloves, no protection, everything was designed to push Shinkawa into a corner. And the worst part, most people wouldn't even notice, but the coach did. He saw it clear as day, and now so do you. At that moment, Shinkawa placed his mouthguard in. One of the comedians, grinning widely, scoffed, "We don't care if you're some top MMA fighter or whatever. In the ring, we're regulars on the national boxing team. This is our turf." The comedian raised a hand, signaling for Shinkawa to enter the ring. Without hesitation, Shinkawa stepped forward, accepting the challenge. Those around him were stunned at how quickly he agreed. The female host suddenly shivered. "You okay?" the male host asked. She spoke quietly, her eyes still locked on Shinkawa. His expression unsettled her. It wasn't angry or intense, just calm in a way that felt unnatural. The match began. Both fighters took their stance. Shinkawa opened with a probing jab. The first comedian, confident, raised his guard. Shinkawa struck from the side, but the comedian fired back with a punch. Shinkawa smoothly dodged, keeping his distance. The comedian then launched into a flurry of strikes, trying to overwhelm him, but Shinkawa moved with precision, dodging every blow with swift, fluid motion. Meanwhile, Tomiko watched from the sidelines. In her mind, a thought formed. This is why she loves idiots. Guys who have only ever done sports are so easy to manipulate. Her eyes stayed locked on Shinkawa. Back in the ring, Shinkawa's mind wandered briefly back to another life, a time that felt ancient. He remembered fighting for survival in a brutal, bare-knuckle world. His style now mirrored those old instincts. In that distant memory, bodies piled around him, he had learned early that boxing was the first skill he needed to survive unarmed. In the present, Shinkawa struck the comedian clean in the face. The comedian stumbled from the blow, dazed. Furious, he swung back with power, but Shinkawa dodged and countered with a punch straight to his chest. The hit made the comedian stagger, swinging wildly in desperation, but Shinkawa leaned back just in time and created distance. Tsuji leaned toward the coach. Shinkawa's footwork and distance control are completely throwing them off, but normal jabs won't be enough against bodies like that. Shouldn't we stop this? The coach shook his head. He knows what he's doing. Shinkawa's jabs aren't normal, they feel like bear claws ripping through flesh, straight to the bone. Right then, Shinkawa delivered a brutal hook to the comedian's side. The coach continued, if Shinkawa gets serious, they won't last. Tomiko, watching from the side, clenched her jaw. Her smile was gone. The fight was not going the way she expected. In the ring, the comedian gritted his teeth. So what if he's showing off? He's still just a lightweight, he thought. He charged forward, believing Shinkawa's punching power couldn't last. As a former heavyweight boxer, he thought Shinkawa was nothing. He threw a powerful punch, but Shinkawa ducked cleanly under it. The comedian tried to corner him with a barrage of strikes, but again, Shinkawa slipped through every one. Frustrated, the comedian began to hesitate. Shinkawa studied the incoming punches, locked in. Then, in a split second, he moved. A clean strike to the comedian's face, sharp, fast, and brutal. But the comedian hadn't fallen yet. He was still standing, shaken, yes, but strong. Inside, he was on high alert. Those counters were dangerous. If he wanted to keep fighting, he needed to change tactics. He decided to switch to the peekaboo style, a boxing stance where both arms are held up in front of the face, paired with constant head movement. The coach noticed immediately. There's no way a regular entertainer could use peekaboo like that, he muttered. This guy's no amateur. The comedian moved forward, bobbing and weaving with surprising skill. Shinkawa blinked, slightly thrown off, but he didn't break focus. He locked in on his target like a beast stalking prey, already imagining the man in front of him as one of those towering gladiators from his visions, hulking, brutal, and ready to kill. The comedian, stepping forward, launched a punch. Shinkawa slipped it effortlessly and landed a sharp counter right to the face. Before the man could recover, Shinkawa followed up another direct hit to the face. Cracks formed beneath the skin. The comedian, startled, covered his face in panic. But Shinkawa wasn't finished. A third punch hit the comedian's chin dead on. The blow was so clean and powerful, it dropped him instantly. Medical staff rushed into the ring without wasting a second. One of them called for an ambulance. The man was carried out on a stretcher. That's how badly Shinkawa had broken him. At ringside, the second comedian glanced toward Tomiko, clearly uncertain. She responded with a sweet, mocking expression that stung more than any words. Her tone left no room for hesitation, practically daring him to back out if he was too afraid to continue. The provocation hit its mark. Anger flared in the comedian's eyes as he clenched his fists and redirected his focus toward the ring, fueled now by wounded pride. Tomiko, still playing the role of a concerned professional, reminded him of the terms they had agreed to. Any injury would be his responsibility, and another loss could cost him his standing in the industry. She delivered it all with practiced grace, but every word was a quiet threat wrapped in a smile. Nearby, the coach observed the exchange with growing suspicion. There was something off about these so-called entertainers, something that didn't match the script. Tomiko flinched for a moment, then forced a smile. They're definitely entertainers. They don't hold professional licenses. This is just a hobby. They're amateurs, right? Tsuji wasn't buying it. That logic doesn't fly. Tomiko's smile didn't fade, but her tone sharpened. No one forced anyone. The contract's clear, and besides, she turned to Shinkawa. He doesn't look like he plans to quit, does he? The coach glanced at Shinkawa, standing in the ring with steady eyes. Idiot, he muttered. Tsuji spoke up beside him. Still, I don't think he's going to lose. The coach sighed and nodded. Yeah, me neither. In the ring, the second comedian stepped forward, his face fierce with rage. I'll kill him. Shinkawa didn't flinch. His gaze met the comedian's with quiet fire. He wasn't going to lose today. The bell rang. The second comedian attacked with a straight punch. Shinkawa ducked and stepped forward to counter, but the man swung wide, forcing Shinkawa to step back and lean away. The coach watched intently, noting the shift in pace. The opponent had grown more cautious, relying on his size and the constraints of boxing rules to gradually wear Shinkawa down. It was a slow, deliberate strategy, one designed to drain stamina, not finish the fight quickly. Tsuji asked, what should Shinkawa do? If he slips up even once, it could end badly. He needs to wait for an opening. Shinkawa remained composed, arms lifted in a tight guard mirroring his previous opponent's stance. The coach narrowed his eyes, recognizing the form peekaboo. It was a risky choice, especially against a heavyweight. Before he could process it further, Shinkawa lunged forward. The coach felt a jolt of dread. Closing the distance like that could end badly. The comedian, seeing the charge, scoffed at the tactic and rushed in to meet it. But Shinkawa slipped the first strike with ease and drove a solid blow into the man's side, forcing a sharp reaction. Without hesitation, he followed up with a clean shot to the face. The coach stood frozen, watching the unexpected precision unfold. Shinkawa had mastered more than he'd let on. Shinkawa pushed forward with relentless precision, one strike after another, each blow distorting the comedian's face under the pressure. The assault was unyielding. Another heavy punch landed flush, sending the man reeling backward. He reached out in desperation to shove Shinkawa away, but Shinkawa used his leg to create space, then stepped in with a sharp, decisive uppercut to the chin. From the sidelines, Tomiko flinched, visibly unsettled by the sudden shift in dominance. But the fight wasn't over, not yet, not even close. Shinkawa unleashed a savage barrage, fists moving like a machine with no pause between strikes. The comedian's face contorted under the relentless pressure, folding like soft dough beneath each crushing hit. The rhythm was brutal and merciless until the man finally collapsed, unconscious before he hit the mat. A second stretcher was called in. In the center of the ring, Shinkawa stood tall, drenched in sweat, chest rising steady, his presence radiating like a storm barely contained. Producer Hojo Tomiko was left stunned by how far things had strayed from the script. But to understand her shock, we need to rewind. Go for it. Sports Day was a universally popular variety show, but to her, something had always felt lacking. That missing piece revealed itself the day she accidentally tuned into an MMA match, specifically, one where the legendary Uo tension was dismantled inside the octagon. She watched, horrified yet entranced, as Uo took blow after blow. His skin split and blood streamed down. The audience sat in frozen disbelief, grimacing as Uo collapsed. It was the kind of scene that stuck in the soul. And standing above it all was the silent man responsible, Shinkawa, gazing down with an unreadable calm. From that moment, a plan slithered into Tomiko's mind. With public sentiment rallying against Shinkawa, the anti-Shinkawa wave was peaking. She saw opportunity. If they could pull Shinkawa onto their stage and break him down in front of a live audience, they wouldn't just win attention, they'd etch emotion into national memory. That was the scheme, but now it lay in ruins. As the second comedian was carted away on a stretcher, the male host, who, by the way, looked suspiciously different from last chapter, turned to Tomiko for guidance. Things were off script. Tomiko leaned in and whispered a new order: get Shinkawa to talk, push him until he slipped up. The host hurried over and asked Shinkawa why he had hit so hard that his opponent needed hospitalization. Shinkawa answered plainly. The man was a heavyweight, he responded accordingly. The host pushed again, reminding everyone they were just comedians. But Shinkawa, stone-faced, replied that if it was a joke, it didn't look like one without raising his voice. Shinkawa turned toward Tomiko and delivered a cutting remark. If their goal was to make a fool out of him, they should have brought more comedians. Then, with steady steps and calm resolve, he began to walk away. Each step echoed with quiet defiance, leaving no doubt that he wasn't about to entertain their games any longer. Tomiko hurried to block his path, insisting the filming wasn't over yet. But before she could say more, the coach stepped in, his tone firm and final. The scheduled filming time had expired. If the shoot ran late, that was no one's fault but their own. They were done, and without further hesitation, they left. Tomiko stood frozen, her face flushed and eyes blazing with barely contained fury. As they left the studio away, the coach muttered in disbelief. Shinkawa had fought using peekaboo style, but the coach never taught him that. When asked, Shinkawa genuinely claimed he didn't even know what peekaboo was. The coach demonstrated and Shinkawa just shrugged. He copied the first guy. That was it. The coach was stunned. Even Mike Tyson had to drill the peekaboo under Cus D'Amato for years, and Shinkawa, he just picked it up mid-fight and used it to take down a heavyweight. Shinkawa brushed it off, joking that Tyson didn't fight comedians, but the coach wasn't laughing. Those guys being comedians, that's just their gimmick. He stood in silence, eyes wide, then muttered that he needed time to process this. And just to note, for some reason, the artist drew the coach's mouth way too big in that panel. Honestly, it looked like his dentist charges rent just to work inside it. Still, the coach collected himself. A coach wasn't a critic. Their job wasn't just to analyze opponents, it was to understand their own fighter and guide them accordingly. And if this was Shinkawa's potential, maybe he didn't know him well enough after all. The aftermath hit the media hard. Some of the articles stated, "Comedian suffers brain damage after facing MMA champion Shinkawa on live TV." Uo and Shinkawa seen at airport together, like water off a duck's back. Before parting ways, Uo wished Shinkawa well, seeing him off at the airport. Tsuji also received her goodbyes, thanked for reporting the truth. Promises were exchanged to meet again after America. Then the scene shifted. We now find ourselves in the US, judging by the flag and a building labeled United Bank. On a street corner, a tall black man brought calm-handed bread to the homeless. One man asked about his rumored match against a Japanese fighter. The man smiled, humble. But peace didn't last. A thug showed up, already bloodied someone, and demanded drugs instead of food. The fighter stepped forward, voice steady. In his homeland, he said, people died in war without even a drop of water. The thug, enraged, lunged with a knife. But the fighter didn't flinch. He caught the blade with his bare hand. His voice dropped like steel. Only those prepared to die have the right to kill. Then he asked, was the thug ready? The thug was not ready. He let go of the knife and stepped back, but the fighter wasn't finished. He landed a right hook so powerful, the thug flew backward like he'd been hit by a truck. Honestly, that punch broke reality. The thug flew so far, birds probably paused midair to ask him for directions. And the fighter, towering above it all with that massive frame, didn't just end the fight. He stood there like a man who expects you to subscribe and like the video. If you're into martial arts manhwa, check out the one where the kid gains powers from animal masks he wears. Each mask unlocks a new beast's ability. The scene transitions to Tsuji as she prepares to introduce the next segment. She announces it's time for the show Rank 7, a program focused on the most talked about topics in the fighting world. Today's spotlight is on a rising legend, Kento Shinkawa. Before diving into the main story, Tsuji welcomes a special guest, former FFC flyweight champion Kimi Hatanaka. Now retired from MMA, Kimi works as a jiu-jitsu and circuit training coach. Tsuji begins by asking if Kimi has been following Shinkawa's recent matches. Kimi confirms she's seen them all. The conversation shifts to a recent incident that occurred during the Go For It Sports Day show. Tsuji asks if Kimi is aware of it. Kimi responds that an acquaintance had mentioned it to her, and interestingly, she once experienced something similar herself. Tsuji explains that instead of showing the edited broadcast version, they'll review raw footage captured directly at the event. She asks Kimi to watch closely as they analyze what took place that day. As the footage rolls, Tsuji points out the clear size difference between Shinkawa and his opponent. Kimi observes there's likely a 20-kilogram gap between them. But what surprises her more is how composed Shinkawa appears. She remarks that although the opponent is labeled a comedian, his movements suggest otherwise. His balance remains steady even during full swings, and the volume of punches he throws per minute doesn't match that of an amateur. To her, his skill level is undoubtedly professional. His opponent is larger and with longer reach, has significantly more punching power. Normally, someone in Shinkawa's position wouldn't stand a chance, but his ability to switch rapidly between infighting and outboxing is impressive. Still, there's a problem. No matter how much he moves or adapts, his attacks don't seem to be doing real damage. Then something catches Kimi off guard. She notices that Shinkawa's punches are consistently landing, not just on the face but on the abdomen as well, an area padded with fat. It's strange. Tsuji adds that Coach Shiraishi once mentioned something similar but questioned whether it was even possible. Kimi tells her to pay close attention to the form of Shinkawa's punches. He's using a technique known as the screw punch, engaging his rotator cuff to create torque. Tsuji points out that such a punch puts immense strain on the shoulder. Kimi nods. He must know the risk, but he's still doing it. He's willing to sacrifice his shoulder for the win. Concern creeps into Tsuji's thoughts. Is Shinkawa's shoulder really going to hold up? The scene shifts to Shinkawa sitting inside a bus, quietly rubbing his shoulder. Beside him, his coach sleeps soundly. Shinkawa's discomfort is visible, a silent consequence of his intense effort. Eventually, the coach wakes up, groggy from jet lag. He comments on how brutal the schedule has been, a match in America only 2 weeks after the championship fight. He's exhausted just from travel, and Shinkawa, on top of everything, is cutting weight. Still, Shinkawa brushes it off. He's naturally a short sleeper and used to this pace. He then shows the coach a video of a fighter, Rose and Konorin. Though still unranked, Rose is on a 3-win streak and packs serious power. The footage shows him obliterating an opponent with a devastating hook. The coach notes that the UFC roster is deep. It's not like domestic leagues where it's easier to rise. Shinkawa acknowledges Rose's strength. The coach agrees there are no weak fighters in UFC. Shinkawa adds that it's not just strength. Rose doesn't go down easily. The coach heard somewhere about Rose's tough childhood. He says it's probably pride, what drives a man who chose fighting as a means to survive. The words strike a chord in Shinkawa. The coach reminds him, don't let your guard down, but don't be too tense either. Shinkawa has knocked out 2 heavyweights in boxing. His fists are the real deal. If he lands a clean shot, he can take down anyone. Shinkawa looks down at his fist, clenching it tightly. Meanwhile, in a steam-filled bathhouse, Rose sits as his coach wraps his hands in bandages. The coach shakes his head. He can't believe Rose grabbed a knife with bare hands despite having a match coming up. Rose speaks calmly. Since the age of 10, he worked with a pickaxe every day. His hands were constantly blistered and bleeding, but he had no choice. He would wrap them and keep going. The coach, looking at the towering man before him, says he's come a long way. As hot water is poured into the bath, the coach adds bath salts from a suitcase. He explains that soaking in salted water promotes sweating through osmosis. He dips his own hand in, pulling it out red from the heat. Now it's Shinkawa's turn. He enters the bath with a tense expression. The coach asks if he's okay. Shinkawa replies that he'll manage. If he stays in too long, he might get dizzy, so after 10 minutes, they'll switch to an electric blanket. Sweat pours down his face. Meanwhile, Rose sits inside a sauna, drenched in sweat. His coach asks if he can handle the heat. Rose answers without hesitation, it was always this hot back home. The scene transitions to a memory of a young, dark-skinned boy leaning on a pickaxe, mirroring an image of Shinkawa dressed like a slave and leaning on a spear. Returning to the present, Shinkawa lies on a bed wrapped in sheets, mentally repeating the phrase that what does not kill him makes him stronger, nodding the outcome from a German philosopher. His coach teases him, questioning if he has finally attained enlightenment through hardship, which prompts Shinkawa to smile subtly. Observing this, the coach chuckles, wondering how Shinkawa can laugh at such a moment and whether he is still in his right mind, to which Shinkawa agrees while maintaining a faint smile. The coach then warns him that his lips are so dry he might bleed if he laughs any harder. At last, the pivotal moment arrives as the fighters stand face to face amidst the clicking of cameras, the air thick with tension while Shinkawa and Rose lock eyes with fierce determination, standing tall and ready for the storm to come. At that intense moment, Rose signaled with his hand that he intended to kill Shinkawa, declaring that he would use Shinkawa as a stepping stone. Shinkawa remained silent, simply watching him without response. Nearby, someone holding a whiskey glass called out the name John and asked if that was the guy they had been expecting. John confirmed that it was Shinkawa, the man who had defeated the FFC champion in just 2 matches and had beaten an MMA champion 2 weeks earlier. John Shalby himself was the UFC's number 2. The man beside John, Dana Heyman, a UFC representative, remarked that Shinkawa did not look like much. As Shinkawa and Rose posed for the cameras, Dana noted that despite the match not being the main event, Shinkawa's recent fight just 2 weeks ago made this test match seem less serious, which Dana disapproved of. John responded that, on the contrary, Shinkawa seemed desperate. Dana acknowledged Rose as a beast, someone destined to reach the top, and insisted that he would not lose to an opponent like Shinkawa. John countered that all of this would be confirmed tomorrow during the test match. In the building where Shinkawa and his coach were staying, the coach mentioned that he had hoped to find a good Japanese restaurant nearby, but all were closed. Shinkawa, eating soup, said porridge was perfectly fine with him. The coach intently watched Shinkawa eat, then noticed something and asked him to raise his right hand. Shinkawa trembled as he complied. The coach asked since when it had been hurting. Shinkawa admitted that his right arm hurt slightly when throwing a punch. The coach, distressed, yelled, questioning why Shinkawa had kept such an important injury secret until now. He insisted that if it was from training, it had not just happened recently. Shinkawa replied that he had feared the coach would tell him not to fight. The coach scolded him, questioning how he could plan a fight under such conditions. Taking responsibility, the coach admitted he should have noticed without being told and sighed, lamenting how reckless it was to schedule a match with only a 2-week break. He confessed to being too greedy when Shinkawa claimed he could manage it and warned that even tough humans have limits, implying that Shinkawa might regret this decision for the rest of his life. Shinkawa then called the coach and explained why he had not given up despite losing 10 times in a row. He said it was because the coach had always been there to support him, and that the belief someone had in him was something he had never experienced before. Hearing this, the coach was surprised and asked why Shinkawa had gone this far, questioning whether the match was more important than his entire career as a fighter. Shinkawa confirmed it was, stating that fighting was what he lived for. The coach expressed surprise again, and Shinkawa continued, saying he did not care about his current condition or his right shoulder. He was not defined by it. The coach expressed dissatisfaction with this answer, but Shinkawa grabbed the coach's hand and placed it near his heart, asking if he understood now. The coach replied that he understood better than anyone how significant this opportunity was, which was why he was so upset with himself. Frustrated and holding his head, the coach admitted there was nothing he could do. Calmly, Shinkawa replied that was not true and assured him he was not alone, adding that their support was more than enough. The coach relented, patting Shinkawa's head and suggesting that if this was how he felt, perhaps he should try listening to him for once. The next day elsewhere, Rose trained with his coach, declaring his intention to tear the Asian fighter to shreds. His coach hyped him up, urging him to fight as if his life depended on it and to beat his opponent to a pulp. Rose continued his training with determination as his coach commented that Rose was fighting for this day and should give it his all. Rose confidently claimed to be the strongest in the world and persisted with his training. At the arena, with half the seats filled, Shinkawa wrapped his hands in the dressing room. The coach asked if the wrapping was too tight but advised that he would not tell Shinkawa to hold back. If the coach were going to say that, they would not have come this far. While wrapping Shinkawa's hands, the coach warned that if Shinkawa lost due to injury, he would not have won anyway. He emphasized that it did not matter whether the opponent was Rose, Wine, or anyone else. Losing to an unranked fighter would mean Shinkawa might as well pack up and go home. The coach urged Shinkawa to fight with the resolve to kill his opponent even if it meant sacrificing his body, assuring him the referee would stop the fight if it became too dangerous. With determination, Shinkawa and his coach exchanged a resolute stare. In the octagon, both fighters, Rose and Shinkawa, prepared to face off, the only thing holding them back being the referee who had yet to announce the start of the fight. Once the referee signaled the beginning, both fighters immediately threw punches. Shinkawa's punch connected while he successfully dodged Rose's strike. Before the first strike is thrown, we rewind just a bit. The arena roars, the announcer's voice booms across the stadium, setting the tone for what's to come. The announcer introduced the fighters to the roaring crowd, declaring that the wait was finally over for fans across the nation. In the blue corner stood an MMA fighter, measuring 5 feet 10 inches tall and weighing in at 155 pounds, Shinkawa Kento, who remained unreactive. In the red corner was a kickboxer with a professional record of 3 wins and no losses, standing at 5 feet 11 inches and also weighing 155 pounds, Rose Inconoran, who raised his hand and roared like a beast. At a homeless shelter in San Francisco, people cheered loudly in support of their Rose. One of them encouraged others to place their bets before the match started, but a woman interrupted, scolding them and reminding them that someone had just been caught betting and was now trying again. The man replied that no one would bet on anyone but Rose anyway, so it wouldn't even count. Back at the arena, John remarked that Dana could probably tell the betting odds just from the crowd's cheers. He guessed the odds were around 7-3, but Dana disagreed, estimating them at 9-1. Dana added that even if the match wasn't the main event, it still needed some excitement, and as long as it wasn't boring, they should be grateful. The referee then addressed the fighters, asking if they were ready and instructing them to fight fair and square. After they touched gloves, he signaled for the match to begin. Both throw punches instantly. Shinkawa's punch connects while dodging Rose's punch. The coach, the audience were all shocked that the one that received the punch was Rose while Shinkawa dodged. Rose was startled when he realized that Shinkawa is using southpaw. The coach thought it made sense. If Shinkawa's right arm was compromised, using a southpaw stance was the right choice. Shinkawa launched a straight punch, but it missed, allowing Rose to counter and drive forward, pushing Shinkawa back. Rose believed Shinkawa was trying to win with southpaw and continued his assault, but Shinkawa remained unfazed. Both fighters paused momentarily, staring each other down. Rose's coach instructed him not to trade blows and to circle out, while Coach Shiraishi noted that Rose was quick to adapt, moving like someone with experience fighting southpaws. Rose believed that Shinkawa had switched to southpaw out of fear and that his coach's strategies wouldn't work on a true southpaw like him. From the moment Shinkawa approached with such a passive trick, Rose felt he had already won. Shinkawa threw another straight punch, but Rose narrowly dodged it. Without hesitation, Shinkawa followed up with a punch using his right arm, which Rose easily evaded. Shinkawa felt pain shoot through his arm, and Rose quickly noticed the lack of power in Shinkawa's strikes. He began to suspect that Shinkawa was only faking a southpaw stance to hide an injury in his right arm and resolved to stop holding back. Rose launched a devastating punch that landed hard. Coach Shiraishi yelled for Shinkawa not to let Rose circle out, but Rose continued his relentless attack. Shinkawa attempted to strike back, but Rose overwhelmed him again. Even as Shinkawa tried to counter, his punch missed, and Rose's coach shouted that this was his chance. Rose capitalized, landing another powerful blow directly to Shinkawa's face, the impact contorting it with force. Shiraishi shouted for Shinkawa to stay calm and create distance. In response, Shinkawa fired back with another punch, which Rose took head-on, thinking he didn't need to hold back against a weakling like Shinkawa. Shinkawa attacked again, but Rose countered with a direct strike to the face, the power of it sending Shinkawa stumbling backward. Rose, uncaring about Shinkawa's injured arm, reminded himself that this was a battlefield, kill or be killed. In his mind, the fight transformed into a battlefield where Shinkawa's right arm had been pierced by an arrow. Disoriented and losing consciousness, he began to fall. Seeing this, Rose believed Shinkawa had finally realized that his tricks would no longer work. Clenching his fist, Rose prepared to deliver the final, finishing blow. But as Shinkawa collapsed, he raised his right arm, startling Rose. The sight made Rose hesitate. He couldn't believe Shinkawa was actually using that arm. In the next instant, Shinkawa launched a punch with his right hand, landing an explosive blow directly to Rose's face. Rose took the punch and brushed it off, commenting internally that the impact was nothing to worry about. However, Shinkawa was not finished. He had already ducked low and rushed forward, tackling Rose and grabbing hold of his leg. Rose quickly realized what was happening. Shinkawa couldn't keep up in a striking exchange, so he was switching to grappling. Determined not to be outdone, Rose planned to crush Shinkawa's carotid artery and launched an attack while being grappled. Coach Shiraishi screamed for Shinkawa to watch out for the guillotine, but Shinkawa, using every ounce of his strength, lifted Rose off the ground. Panic flashed across Rose's face as he grasped what was about to happen. Shiraishi recognized that the tackle had been a good decision. Shinkawa then slammed Rose down with a bone-rattling impact, stunning everyone in the arena. Even at the homeless shelter, people were distressed to see Rose mounted. Rose tried to scramble back into position, but Shinkawa didn't allow him the chance. Pressing him down and wrapping his arms tightly around Rose's waist, Shinkawa lifted his opponent's massive frame once again. Shiraishi could hardly believe what he was witnessing. Arching his body backward to maximize the force, Shinkawa executed a perfect suplex. He even jumped back to amplify the power. Dana and John stood frozen, stunned that someone had just suplexed Rose of all people. Rose slammed into the mat flat on his back with a thunderous crash. Shinkawa stood back up immediately, grabbed Rose again, locked his arms, and lifted him once more. Dana looked on in awe as Shinkawa continued what could only be described as Suplex City. He executed the move again, delivering another brutal slam that left the crowd in disbelief. How could someone overpower Rose like this? Rose, battered but not yet defeated, picked himself up, thinking to himself that he would never return to the life he had escaped, that he was meant to win. But Shinkawa gave him no room to breathe. With steely determination, he performed a third suplex, slamming Rose down and completing the relentless assault. Dana, watching from ringside, could barely contain his excitement. Without hesitation, Shinkawa transitioned into an arm lock, twisting Rose's limb with calculated pressure. Rose began to feel immense pain as his coach shouted for him to tap out before his arm broke. Shinkawa maintained control, locking the joint and forcing it to bend unnaturally, tightening his hold and preventing any escape. At last, Rose tapped out. The referee quickly moved in to signal the end of the match. The entire arena fell into stunned silence, frozen by the unexpected outcome. Shinkawa stood tall over the defeated Rose, while Rose, flat on his back, reflected on how he had always entered each match prepared to kill, believing that if he didn't, he would be the one to die. But now he wondered, what exactly was Shinkawa fighting for? The audience sat in deep thought, reflecting on what they had just witnessed. For an undercard fight, it had been nothing short of extraordinary. Many believed they were lucky to have seen it live, and those who only tuned in for the main event would miss out on something unforgettable. Dana rose from his seat, walked up to the announcer, and took the microphone. He declared to the crowd that what they had just witnessed was absolutely brilliant. Everyone had seen it. This was why tickets sold like crazy. He admitted that during the face-off, he had thought Shinkawa was boring and had no idea this side of him existed. Shinkawa said nothing, standing in silence. Dana teased him, asking if he had turned into a shy little girl after the match, urging him to say something. Shinkawa stood tall as Dana pointed at him and declared that he was the true star of the night, that there was no need to even watch the main event because Shinkawa had already stolen the show. Shinkawa then asked if that meant he could fight in the UFC. Dana confirmed enthusiastically, promising to put him in so many fights he would grow sick of it. He told Shinkawa to drink as much as he wanted and enjoy himself that night. The crowd roared with excitement and approval, cheering wildly as Shinkawa stood tall under the deafening celebration of the arena. That night at a nightclub, the music pounded and lights flashed in every direction as bodies moved in rhythm, dancing close together in a room thick with heat, motion, and energy. Amidst the lively scene, Dana, John, Shinkawa, and Shiraishi sat together at a table, enjoying the night, though Shinkawa seemed distinctly out of place, silent and tense in contrast to the relaxed atmosphere. Dana turned to Shiraishi with a grin and called him Octopus, joking that it had been a while. Shiraishi groaned, telling him to stop calling him that or he'd go bald from the stress. Dana explained that Octopus had been the ring name he gave Shiraishi back when he was fighting in the UFC, praising Shiraishi's exceptional jiu-jitsu. Whether it was wrestling, judo, or anything else, Shiraishi had been unstoppable. When he pinned opponents down, Dana recalled, he looked just like an octopus. Dana then added that Shinkawa would need a ring name too. He continued, nodding how Shinkawa might normally be shy, but once he stepped into the ring he became a beast. With that duality, Dana suggested the name Janus, a reference to the two-faced Roman god. Shinkawa, sweating and silent, didn't respond. He stared out at the crowd dancing on the floor, but in his eyes the dancing people transformed into warriors locked in battle. Noticing Shinkawa's distant gaze, Shiraishi watched him with concern. Dana turned to Shiraishi, offering congratulations and remarking that he had wondered who could have trained such an incredible fighter. Of course, it was a legend like him. Dana said he'd send the draft of Shinkawa's contract first thing in the morning and asked for their hotel information. At a university hospital, the receptionist recognized Shinkawa, commenting to a colleague that they'd heard he was going to the UFC and had even defeated an MMA champion recently. The doctor, noticing the receptionist watching a video of Shinkawa's fight, asked why he hadn't come in lately. The receptionist said she wasn't sure. On the surface he seemed fine, but the doctor wondered silently if Shinkawa had truly recovered. She shrugged it off, muttering that he looked okay. In Sacramento, Shiraishi and Shinkawa waited for their taxi, but Shinkawa stood silently in the shadows, a dark and ominous aura about him. Shiraishi tried to keep things light, mentioning that in America they only broadcast the main fights, but in Japan, thanks to the UFC's media contract, even undercard bouts featuring Japanese fighters were shown live. That meant Shinkawa would be earning a good sum, especially with the $50,000 bonus he received for performance of the night. It reminded Shiraishi of his own days in the UFC. But as he spoke, Shiraishi noticed something was wrong. Shinkawa was drenched in sweat. Concerned, he asked if Shinkawa was feeling all right, nodding that he'd been acting strangely all evening. Reaching out to touch him, Shiraishi was suddenly grabbed by the wrist. Shinkawa glared at him with a cold, vacant stare. The coach flinched, startled, just as Shinkawa suddenly threw a punch. Shiraishi ducked and dodged the blow. Realizing something was deeply wrong, Shiraishi demanded to know what was happening. The scene flashed in his memory, Shinkawa's wrecked room on that distant day. He remembered calling out to him and getting no response. Shinkawa launched into a frenzied barrage of punches. But Shiraishi was no ordinary coach. With fluid, practiced movements, he dodged and weaved, evading each strike. When the moment came, he ducked low, rushed forward, and grabbed Shinkawa's leg, rolling and slamming him to the ground before locking him in a leg hold. Shiraishi yelled at Shinkawa to calm down, his voice filled with frustration and urgency. Demanding a tap-out to prove he was back in his right mind, Shiraishi held the pressure, but Shinkawa lashed out, kicking him and breaking free. Standing again, Shinkawa escaped the leg lock. Shiraishi, catching his breath, remarked that he knew Shinkawa had a habit of sleeping with his eyes open, but this was going too far. Shinkawa rushed him again, this time grappling him around the waist and shoving him backward. At that moment, a car passed by, narrowly missing the coach. Reacting instinctively, Shiraishi planted his foot firmly, wrapped his arms around Shinkawa's head, locked his legs around his opponent's body, and applied a chokehold. Slowly, Shinkawa's resistance faded until he stopped moving. Shiraishi sighed in relief, recognizing that the episode had finally passed. Just then, the taxi arrived. The driver stepped out, and together, he and Shiraishi lifted Shinkawa and placed him inside the car. The driver, clearly uneasy, asked if what had just happened was some kind of crime. Shiraishi reassured him it wasn't, and with that, they drove off into the night. After some time inside the car, Shinkawa spoke up, saying he had experienced a nightmare and that yesterday's incident had been caused by sleepwalking. He described it as a terrible dream. The coach replied that it was dangerous to dismiss the situation as just a dream, urging Shinkawa to get a proper medical examination. Shinkawa admitted that he had been going to the hospital, though the treatment hadn't seemed effective. Perhaps he had simply pushed himself too hard the day before. Still, he reassured the coach that he understood the concern and promised to go again after returning to Japan. The coach then remarked that Shinkawa's grappling needed serious work, especially his no-gi skills, and suggested that they focus on practicing jiu-jitsu without a traditional gi. Shinkawa agreed with the coach. At a high-end restaurant, Shinkawa, his coach, and Dana dined together. The coach brought up the contract clause. Shinkawa's fight money would be multiplied by 10 if he knocked out all 3 opponents. He called it a bold proposal. Dana reminded them that the organization was multinational and most new fighters couldn't speak English. Shinkawa asked if English was that important. Dana said showmanship made money and fluency was a major advantage. Pointed out that Shinkawa, fluent in English, was more talented than Octopus during his fighting days. Irritated, the coach told Dana to stop calling him that. Dana accepted and acknowledged the proposal Octopus had made. The coach, shifting tone, said fighters should respect the ring names fans give them. Dana stood and said he would send the contract immediately. After he left, the coach noted Dana valued Shinkawa more than expected and wondered if they should have also negotiated a pay-per-view deal. Shinkawa replied he thought Dana was a modest man. The coach said hesitation in negotiations meant defeat. Since they were paying, they'd expect results, maybe even match Shinkawa with someone extreme to avoid the payout. Shinkawa said he welcomed the challenge. On the day of their return to Japan at the airport, Shinkawa and the coach stood with their luggage. Shinkawa checked his phone and saw that the money had been deposited into his account. He reflected on how the money he had once desperately needed was now increasing on its own. What had changed between then and now? He thanked the coach, saying it was all thanks to him. After chatting for a bit, the coach mentioned he had a match coming up, so he was heading to the gym. He advised Shinkawa to go to the hospital immediately and get checked, and to let him know when he was done. Shinkawa agreed and told him to consider getting some counseling too, as they parted ways. At the hospital, Shinkawa underwent a routine checkup and shoulder examination. The doctor asked when the injury had occurred, and Shinkawa said it had been 3 days ago. The doctor asked if he had iced it, but Shinkawa explained that the situation didn't allow for that. The doctor noted that ideally icing should be done immediately to reduce inflammation. Shinkawa responded that he would do so when he got back, but the doctor told him it wouldn't be necessary. There was almost no swelling. Shinkawa agreed, adding that the pain had already started to subside the day after the fight. The doctor, intrigued, explained a phenomenon known as migratory fish-type muscles. In his experience with many athletes, he had found little fundamental difference between their muscles and those of ordinary people. Using a small anatomical model, the doctor demonstrated that during Shinkawa's fight, there had been signs of damage in his shoulder, back, and thighs. Shinkawa confirmed he had felt intense pain immediately after the match. The doctor explained further, when muscles undergo stress from awkward movements, they can become tangled like threads. This compresses blood vessels, preventing the removal of impurities and leading to inflammation and stiffness, eventually making even slight movement painful. Shinkawa asked if his condition was serious, wondering if he shouldn't push himself anymore. But the doctor shook his head. On the contrary, Shinkawa's muscles were in pristine condition, comparable to that of a child. The doctor explained that this muscle type was highly resistant to damage and recovered quickly, hence the nickname migratory fish type. Shinkawa admitted he had initially taken that term negatively, and the doctor chuckled, saying that was probably why he'd looked so tense. Later, at the university hospital, Shinkawa shared the news about his unusual muscle type with his personal doctor. She looked at him, confused, and asked why he was telling her this. Shinkawa then asked if she was aware of cases where non-functioning nerves had regenerated or where miraculous recoveries had occurred. She replied that she had heard of such rare cases, but that it was outside her expertise. Shinkawa mused aloud, suggesting that such people likely had a strong homeostasis, the body's natural tendency to return to its original state. The doctor then asked if he was implying that he was reverting to the body he had in his dreams back when he was a slave fighter in another world. Without warning, Shinkawa began to take off his shirt. The doctor, confused, asked what he was doing, but Shinkawa pointed to his back. She looked but couldn't see anything unusual. Shinkawa explained that when he returned to this world, his movements still carried over from that other place. His body couldn't handle the strain and bruises formed continually until his fight with Oji. After the FFC title match and the rapid weight cut that followed, the phenomena gradually lessened. By the time he returned from overseas, the bruises had completely disappeared. Though he still experienced some pain, his recovery had become noticeably faster. The doctor observed his rushed speech and concluded he didn't want to give her space to respond. She pointed out that he was referring to the other world rather than calling it a dream, and asked if he had now decided to believe this reality was the real one. Shinkawa replied that this was what he had chosen to believe. She noted with concern that his delusions were beginning to override his grasp on reality. Then she asked if he had taken the medication she had prescribed last time. He admitted he had thrown it away. Rising to his feet, Shinkawa declared that it no longer mattered to him whether it was a dream or reality. What mattered was that those experiences had shaped who he was. The doctor countered that rather than reverting to a former body, his increased recovery was likely the result of rigorous training. Shinkawa, addressing her formally as doctor, said that the reason he had continued coming for checkups all this time was because he feared he might be pulled back into that other world. But now, he no longer needed to worry about that. The doctor, rising from her chair, sternly warned him that she could submit a medical report to the UFC recommending the cancellation of his fights. Shinkawa calmly replied that it wouldn't be necessary. After all, every fighter had physical and psychological abnormalities to some degree. He asked if she really believed the UFC would take her words seriously. Frustrated, the doctor began recording a note for the medical record, stating that the patient had refused treatment. She noted that while he had initially claimed to have vivid dreams, he now believed he had actually visited another world. He had discarded his prescribed medication and had likely been off it for some time, placing him in an extremely dangerous state. She expressed her exasperation, unsure how to proceed. After entering his home, Shinkawa noticed a light from his window, partially obscured by a curtain. He tore the curtain away, a violent rip that shrieked against the quiet room. And as he stood there, he began to calm down. He convinced himself that the people who were trying to kill him were not there and told himself to accept reality. With his hand over his heart, he assured himself that nothing like that would ever happen in that location. Sometime later, he sat on the floor with his back against the wall, reflecting on his return. The scene then shifted to the president of the FFC, who angrily slammed his phone onto a table. He asked his assistant about the challenger for their side, and she replied that she had already prepared one. However, she was unsure if Shinkawa, who was rumored to have signed with the UFC, would be interested. The president responded that his skill was in making the impossible possible and instructed her to watch as he made the match happen. He then asked her to connect him with Dana, a representative for the UFC. The two men met over a video call. Dana greeted the FFC president, who thanked him for his time. The president stated that he had heard rumors about Shinkawa signing with the UFC, which Dana confirmed, commenting that a remarkable individual had appeared, and it was a surprise he had been unaffiliated for so long. The president said that was why he had invested so much in nurturing Shinkawa at the FFC. He explained that if Shinkawa moved to Dana's side, the FFC would lose their investment and their champion seat would be empty. Dana smirked, saying that it was a difficult situation, but the fighter himself had sought a bigger stage. The FFC president said he was willing to overlook some losses and even congratulate Shinkawa on his new contract, and in return they would appreciate some concessions. Dana was confused by this request. The president continued, explaining that they wanted Shinkawa to fight one last time as the FFC champion to help offset their losses, and that it would also be a good opportunity for Dana to test Shinkawa's skills. The assistant privately wondered if he really thought such a proposal would be accepted. At that moment, Dana interrupted the president. He explained that he had only agreed to the meeting out of respect for fighting organizations worldwide, but this was a different matter. With a menacing expression, he stated that they should offer something of equal value when negotiating and questioned why they were approaching him with nothing to offer. The FFC president was startled and denied that there was any need to think so deeply about it. Dana, furious, responded that he couldn't stand his assets being treated so lightly. He said Shinkawa had found a place that matched his level and that the FFC president should know his place. Back at Shinkawa's home, he was seen meditating and doing isometric exercises, clasping his hands together and concentrating. The scene changed again to a hospital. A doctor asked Shinkawa if he had been continuing with the isometric exercises they had discussed. Shinkawa confirmed he had, nodding his surprise at how much he was sweating despite the low intensity. The doctor explained that the movement stretched and aligned muscle fibers while minimizing joint use. He told Shinkawa that was all for today and that he could begin light exercise. When Shinkawa asked if he could go to the gym, the doctor replied that he could and that it was what he had expected of a migratory fish. Shinkawa thanked him and left. The doctor was confused by his hurry. At the Cornerman MMA gym, Shinkawa was greeted by a commotion of his friends who flocked around him, expressing their excitement that a junior who had lost 10 amateur matches had made it to the UFC less than a year after his professional debut and had won his first round. They asked him if it had been difficult being so famous, and Shinkawa bluntly replied that it was not like that, and that he did not go out except to the hospital. His friends then told him that 3 female members had joined specifically because of him, along with a few middle and high school boys who did not matter. They told him that the fighters section had finally blossomed. Shinkawa questioned what they meant by that, and his friends explained that Tsumugi Yuta, an ADCC champion in Jiu-Jitsu, the most prestigious no-gi submission grappling tournaments in the world, had joined the gym. Shinkawa thought that was a high level of accomplishment. His friend agreed, adding that he had learned the hard way not to underestimate her, and that her grip was something else. Shinkawa was confused as to why a Jiu-Jitsu fighter of her caliber would come to their gym and wondered if she wanted to compete in MMA. They confirmed that she did and that she had chosen their gym because Shinkawa was there. They told him that she would arrive after school, so he should make sure to greet her. When Shinkawa asked if she was a student, they confirmed that she was a college girl and jokingly referred to him as a lucky bastard. The coach then interrupted, scolding them for having so much free time to talk about college girls. He instructed Takeshi and Ryo to get ready for sparring and told Shinkawa and Shuji to come with him because he needed to talk to them. The coach took them to the waiting room and told them that the FFC had apparently tried to set up a match for Shinkawa and had contacted Dana. Shinkawa asked if there was a problem with that. Ryo answered that of course there was a problem since Shinkawa was already with the UFC. The coach added that Dana had rejected the proposal, saying it would lower the UFC's status. Shinkawa told the coach that he was fine as long as he could fight, and that if matches were being cancelled to maintain the organization's status, he would terminate his contract. The coach knew that would be his reaction, and so he had told the UFC about it, and they had agreed to arrange a higher level match instead. Shinkawa expressed that he had no problem with that arrangement. Shuji, however, asked why the FFC president was so worked up about it. The coach told him that since they had not signed any contracts, the FFC had no rights. The coach then explained that he had suggested Shuji as a replacement instead of Shinkawa for the championship match. Shuji was confused, pointing out that he was in the featherweight class and that Kento was in the lightweight class. The coach explained that if Shuji won this time, he would dominate 2 weight classes. His opponent would be Yukin Umeda, a fighter on the verge of being ranked in the UFC. Shuji then decided he would bulk up. Shinkawa asked if Umeda, who was supposed to have retired, had come back. The coach answered that if Umeda won in the FFC, there was talk of him taking a UFC test next. The coach said the match would probably overlap with Takeshi's, and since Takeshi would have him as a second, the coach wanted Shinkawa to be in Shuji's corner, It would be Shinkawa's first time as a second. Shuji was experienced, and since he would have to gain weight for this match, it should not be too difficult. The coach also noted that since they were both in the lightweight class, they would be perfect training partners for everything from pad training to sparring. Shinkawa asked about sparring, and the coach reminded him that he had just received a call from his doctor saying he could start moving around and that sparring should be fine, so he should give it a try. Immediately, Shinkawa stood up and asked Shuji to start right away. But Shuji refused, reminding him that he was supposed to be a second and had not even analyzed Umeda's style yet. Shinkawa told him that he had already watched Umeda's fight footage dozens of times, and that it would be fine, urging him to hurry. Shuji, the featherweight champion, questioned how he was supposed to take such a challenge. The coach added that perhaps that was exactly why Shinkawa was looking forward to it. Shuji then accepted the challenge. The coach told Shuji to go easy on Shinkawa because he was not in top form, but Shuji replied not to hold him back since Shinkawa was the one who had invited him for a full sparring match. After some time, Shuji was panting heavily and sweating, clearly exhausted. Shinkawa, however, was calm and composed, though he was sweating a little. The sparring continued, and Shinkawa landed a blow to Shuji's face, taking him by surprise. Shinkawa followed with a devastating uppercut. Shuji collapsed to his knees, thinking that Shinkawa was far too strong. As the fight ended, a person commented on the intense energy of the sparring. The kid Shinkawa trains, Jun, admired the fighters section. The person who had commented on the sparring was revealed to be Tsumugi, who then wondered if Shinkawa was just as strong in jiu-jitsu. Upon being asked by Jun why she was specifically interested in Shinkawa's jiu-jitsu, Tsumugi explained that she was very skilled at jiu-jitsu and considered herself unbeatable. Shinkawa then left the ring and began untying his hand wraps. Tsumugi approached him, introduced herself as a new member of the fighter squad, and asked if he was Shinkawa. She added that she was also 20 years old. Shinkawa did not reply. She wondered if he was the quiet type. She then asked him if he would be interested in sparring in jiu-jitsu. At that moment, Jun interrupted to remind Shinkawa that his own lesson was next. Shinkawa realized he hadn't checked on Jun recently and apologized, but Jun insisted he didn't need to. Shinkawa then asked what he had been doing while he was away, and Jun replied that Shuji had been looking after him. Shinkawa inquired about his progress, and Jun explained that they had worked on 1-2s into an uppercut and also low kicks. Shinkawa commented that if he could do that much, he could take down most opponents. Jun was surprised, remarking that he was shorter and chubbier than everyone else. Shinkawa advised him that if he thought of himself that way, he was bound to lose and he needed to change his mindset first. When Jun asked how to do that, Shinkawa advised him to think of it as a game, not a fight. They would start with defense, since his original purpose for coming there was to protect himself, not to attack others. Tsumugi observed that Shinkawa's guidance was very natural and wondered if he had any teaching experience. Jun and Shinkawa entered the ring. Jun put on his fighting gear while Shinkawa explained that most fights follow a basic boxing pattern, starting and ending with punches. He said the key was distance, and when an opponent was out of reach, Jun needed to quickly close the distance to a point where they couldn't exert their full power. Jun was confused, asking if he wouldn't get hit if the opponent started throwing wild punches. Shinkawa explained that as long as his face didn't get hit, he would be fine. When someone aimed a straight punch at the face, Jun just needed to use his guard to deflect it. Shinkawa showed him in practice how to deflect straight punches and pointed out that this was called parrying. Then he moved on to curved punches and told Jun to throw a hook. Jun tried it, and Shinkawa blocked it with his arm. He explained that stopping curved punches like that was called blocking. If Jun could remember just these two things, parrying straights and blocking hooks, he'd cut down the number of people who could hit him by half. The most important part was to keep stepping, since that would mess with the opponent's accuracy. Jun wasn't sure if this would really be enough, but Shinkawa told him to give it a try. They began a practice sparring session. Jun would get a point for blocking an attack and a point for landing a punch. Shinkawa moved swiftly around Jun, quickly changing his position. Shinkawa attacked with a straight punch, and Jun didn't react at all, having been caught off guard. Shinkawa instructed him to keep moving like he had just done, lightly extending his fist toward his opponent's face. He told him not to tense up or get greedy and to just focus on his footwork. He said the punches were just for show, so it didn't matter if they landed or not. He explained that when Jun's opponent stopped moving, he would have the advantage. Jun began to practice the footwork. Shinkawa told him that if he sensed his opponent was about to throw a combination, he should charge in instead. Shinkawa then dashed forward, shoving Jun away before launching a 1-2 combo of straight punches to his face. Shinkawa continued the instruction, telling Jun that even if his opponents kept coming, he should create distance and aim for the face again, which he demonstrated by launching another attack at Jun's face. Shinkawa asked Jun how it felt to experience that. Jun replied that it was super annoying and tiring. Shinkawa said that was exactly right, and that for someone who hadn't seriously trained in martial arts, it should feel quite tough. He then announced it was Jun's turn to counterattack. He said the next phase was practical application and that Jun should try to keep up with his movements, maintain distance with footwork, and drain his stamina. He reminded Jun that he didn't need to rely on brute force to fight. They continued their practice, and Jun noticed that even with headgear on, Shinkawa's punches were more intense than the others. Jun wondered if this was the kind of punch a professional fighter took. Jun counterattacked, but Shinkawa dodged. As Jun was about to recover from his wide swing, Shinkawa prepared his left hand to swing but was surprised when he missed. Before Shinkawa could turn, Jun moved and punched him from the side, striking his shoulder. Shinkawa complimented Jun on the move, then retaliated with a punch straight to the stomach, instructing him that aiming for the body would be more effective in that situation, though he also acknowledged that Jun's previous move wasn't bad, especially since Shinkawa had been the one who told Jun to aim for the face in the first place. Shinkawa noted that at this rate, Jun would easily beat the bullies and told him he should have more confidence in himself. Jun was clearly happy to hear Shinkawa's compliment. Shinkawa then turned to Tsumyugi and asked her if she wanted to spar. She entered the ring, stretched her upper and lower body, and then signaled for Shinkawa to begin. Fighting and wrestling in modern combat sports were quite similar to pankration, an ancient Greek fighting technique, but jiu-jitsu was different, a martial art completely unlike pankration. Shinkawa and Tsumyugi both wore traditional karate attire, the crisp gi emphasizing their discipline and focus, each radiating determination and readiness. Shinkawa and Tsumyugi touched fists and began sparring. Right away, Shinkawa reached forward, and Tsumyugi intentionally fell onto her back, pulling his arm and snapping her legs upward to trap him in a lock. He reacted fast, pushing against her leg with his hand to stop the clamp. She shifted, driving her other leg into his chest, forcing him off balance and opening him up. In one swift motion, she wrapped her legs around his waist and pulled tight. Shinkawa didn't panic. He grabbed her arm, pinned it down, and lifted his hips, trying to break free and reverse the position. She twisted, slipping her hand from his grip, then hooked his leg, dragging him down until he had to kneel. Seeing an opening, she adjusted her legs for an arm lock, but before she could extend it, Shinkawa wedged his free hand between her thighs and pushed outward, breaking the hold. She instantly shifted her hips, abandoned the arm, and locked her legs around his leg instead. The pressure increased, he struggled, then finally tapped, conceding the fight. Tsumyugi was surprised that Shinkawa was only a blue belt. She asked how long he had been practicing, and he said 1 year. She didn't believe it. It usually took at least 2 years to earn a new belt, and with his level, he should have been ranked higher. Then she asked him to practice rolling instead of sparring. Shinkawa didn't understand at first. She explained that rolling was light training focused on technique with gentle tumbling movements. She clarified that sparring wasn't fair, the physical difference between them was too great, and since she was a woman it couldn't be helped. Shinkawa didn't feel like it mattered, saying it didn't feel like he was training with a woman. She got annoyed and asked what he meant. He bluntly said the match had been intense, back and forth, and fun. She thought he said it with such an expressionless face. Shinkawa realized he could learn a lot from her. Despite their physical differences, Tsumyugi could turn any situation to her advantage. He agreed that focusing on rolling practice would benefit them both and looked forward to working with her. Tsumyugi blushed, suddenly embarrassed, but said they could help each other and teach her how to punch too. He agreed. Jun watched amazed as Tsumyugi fought on equal terms with Shinkawa. She wasn't exaggerating when she said jiu-jitsu was her specialty. The scene shifted to the FFC octagon, in the fighters' waiting room. Shuji and Shinkawa were preparing for the match. Shuji thought about how he had never beaten Shinkawa in sparring and wondered if Yumeda Yukon was stronger than Shinkawa. After finishing wrapping his hands, Shuji checked Shinkawa's work and noticed he had done a great job. The coach's taping technique was the best. Shuji asked if Yumeda was weaker than Shinkawa. Observing Shuji's trembling legs, Shinkawa guessed his nervousness and reassured him that no matter who the opponent was, Shuji would win. Shuji was surprised. Shinkawa explained that he would be fighting alongside him, which reassured Shuji. He even thought about calling Shinkawa senpai from now on, but Shinkawa refused. The match began. Shuji was in the octagon waiting for his opponent with Shinkawa as his cornerman. Shinkawa stayed focused, radiating energy. In his past, he had been surrounded by warriors. Everyone feared him, yet they followed him to the Colosseum. He grabbed sand from the ground and declared that they would not lose a single person. The warriors yelled in determination. Opponent gladiators entered the Colosseum, and Shinkawa and his comrades charged, roaring with determination. Back in the present, Shuji was filled with the same determination, ready to face his opponent. Shinkawa thought to himself that he would win in this world too. Yumeda showed no concern, thinking that Shuji was nothing. Yumeda's cornerman told him to crush his opponent. The two fighters stared each other down, and Yumeda smirked with a strange expression. Shinkawa checked if his voice could reach Shuji, and Shuji confirmed that he could hear both Shinkawa and the opponent's cornerman loud and clear, signifying that he heard the opponent's remark. The venue was small, and there were not many spectators. Shuji rushed forward and threw the first strike, a straight punch. Yumeda leaned back, dodging the attack. As he backed up, he noticed the cage was right behind him and wondered if the space had always been so cramped. Shinkawa instructed Shuji that his opponent was scared and running and advised him to press forward. Yumeda thought it was some kind of joke, as he could hear everything they were saying. He believed there was no way he, who was on the verge of being ranked in the UFC, would lose to a small fighter like this. Yumeda quickly changed his location, shifting to the side and then kicked Shuji's leg with a leg strike. The sound of the kick was so loud that even the audience heard it. The spectators noted that Yumeda's low kicks were no joke and wondered if Shuji's leg had broken. However, Shuji recovered quickly, counterattacking with a punch to the stomach while lowering his head. The punch didn't connect as Yumeda dodged it with a slight movement. Without missing the opportunity, Yumeda launched another low kick to the leg. This time, Shuji felt the pain. As Shuji was in pain, Yumeda leaped forward with a punch aimed at his face. The punch connected directly with Shuji's face. Yumeda stepped back, giving Shuji a moment to breathe before moving swiftly again. This time, Shuji rushed toward Yumeda and threw a punch. Yumeda moved his foot and Yumeda's cornerman instructed him not to trade blows, saying it was better to fight and outbox since Shuji's reach was too short to hit him anyway. Shinkawa in turn instructed Shuji to charge in 2 or 3 more times. Yumeda shoved Shuji back, striking him directly in the stomach and pushing him away. Shinkawa yelled not to mind it and to move in one more time. Shuji followed the instruction and rushed in again. Yumeda was confused that Shuji was coming at him again, nodding it was a choice that could only be made if Shuji completely trusted his cornerman. As Shuji rushed in, Yumeda moved his leg, preparing for a kick. Shinkawa yelled kick catch. Hearing Shinkawa, Yumeda hesitated. At that moment, Shuji threw a punch and Yumeda put up his guard, however it was a feint. Shuji punched with his other hand, delivering a destructive punch straight to Yumeda's face. The punch was so powerful that Yumeda was thrown against the cage wall. Shuji didn't relent. He rushed in and continued a barrage of punches, forcing Yumeda to be on the defensive. Still, Yumeda managed to grab Shuji's hand, then jumped as if he was going to put Shuji in an arm lock. Shuji instantly pulled his hand away, but that wasn't all. Mid-air, Yumeda kicked Shuji in the chin with a painful kick. Shuji was overwhelmed by the kick and dazed, but Yumeda quickly recovered, grabbing Shuji's leg. Shinkawa yelled a word twice. At that moment, Shuji rolled to the ground, grabbing his opponent's leg at the same time and releasing himself. Yet Yumeda managed to escape his leg and backed out quickly. As he was about to attack Shuji, who he thought was on the ground, he lost his balance. He realized he couldn't control his leg. At that moment, Shuji rushed in. The cornerman yelled for Yumeda to defend himself, but it was no use. Shuji struck Yumeda directly on the face, following it with a kick that distorted Yumeda's face. Yumeda was knocked out and the referee checked on him, confirming he was out of it. Shuji roared in triumph. He then jumped over the octagon cage and landed in front of Shinkawa. Shuji grabbed Shinkawa's face, telling him he felt at ease compared to Yumeda's low kicks, which were nothing in comparison. Shinkawa complimented him on a good job. Shuji then hugged Shinkawa, telling him to be his cornerman from now on. As Yumeda sat defeated in the octagon, Shuji approached him and offered a hand. Yumeda accepted and stood up, commenting on Shuji's good condition. Shuji replied that it was thanks to his cornerman, and Yumeda expressed a desire to greet Shinkawa. Yumeda approached Shinkawa and extended a handshake, admitting that he had wanted to fight him at first but was glad he didn't, as he probably would have lost even worse. He commented that Shinkawa wasn't just talented as a fighter but as a cornerman too. The president of the FFC was angry about the outcome, and exclaimed that he hated the idea of letting go of someone who could attract this much attention just for being a cornerman. The audience commented that having Shinkawa as a cornerman was great too, and speculated about the intensity of Shuji's jiu-jitsu. They guessed it was entirely possible for Shuji to get a shot at the UFC if he also won in the lightweight division. The assistant noted that the audience seemed to have a high opinion of Shuji as well, with being from the same gym as Shinkawa being a major factor. The president added that the same went for Takashi, as all the fighters from that gym were top-notch in both skill and personality. The assistant inquired if they should settle for a lower-tier option for now, and the president reluctantly agreed they had no choice. In the locker room, both Takashi and Shuji were smiling, happy with their victories. Shuji asked Takashi what happened to his face because it looked terrible. Takashi said the same thing to him. The coach expressed that they were both grinning like fools and then turned to Shinkawa and complimented his job as a cornerman. The coach announced that they had received a fight offer for the main card of a numbered event. Shinkawa nonchalantly accepted the proposal. Shuji and Takashi were wide-eyed and told Shinkawa he should have more of a reaction and asked if he understood what it meant to be on the main card of a UFC numbered event. They asked the coach why Shinkawa was so calm, but Shinkawa said he understood. The coach told them that Shinkawa's calmness was nothing new. At that moment, the president of the FFC entered and complimented them on their match. The coach asked what brought him there, and the president replied that he was there to commend their efforts. He then greeted Shuji, telling him how great his fight was and that winning 2 FFC titles wasn't just a dream anymore. Shuji thanked the president, who then said if Takashi became a champion too, their gym would have 3 champions. The president also mentioned that Shinkawa's work as a cornerman was impressive. He wished for Shinkawa to maintain ties with the FFC even after going to the UFC. The president then offered an unofficial sponsorship, wanting to become Shinkawa's sponsor. The assistant added that they would consider an amount of 1 million yen. In return, they would like Shinkawa to appear on their official channel during FFC events and offer some words of encouragement to the fighters. Shinkawa said he couldn't decide that on his own, and the assistant asked if he had signed a management contract. The coach interrupted her, telling them he would handle that and that what they were proposing sounded more like a sponsorship, which he wanted to clarify first. She replied that was correct, and to avoid any issues, they should proceed with it as a sponsorship from the start. The president claimed it wasn't really necessary to be so particular about it. The coach revealed that they had been turning down numerous sponsorship requests. The assistant was surprised. The coach continued, explaining that if they only chose sponsors that wouldn't interfere with training, the options would narrow even further. Given their conditions, he expected at least 3 to 4 million yen. The president disclosed that given the popularity of MMA in Japan, even 3 million was unrealistic. The coach clarified that the recent away match had generated more buzz than they had expected, and they were surprised too. The assistant whispered to the president that it didn't look like they were bluffing and that they should consider the terms for now. The president agreed. He told them that they would discuss the details and get back in touch, and asked them to choose them if there was a conflict with other offers, as they were the top MMA organization in the country. The coach replied that they would consider it positively. At a small restaurant, everyone from the gym drank and feasted, celebrating Shuji and Takashi's victory. They toasted to the cornerman's bright future. The coach told Shinkawa that a company called Hard Puncher fit his criteria. Shinkawa guessed it was about using their equipment or promoting it to other fighters. The coach explained that it was best to use the sponsor's product when he could, and that promoting it was up to him. The condition was to post a 30-second video on social media of him training with Hard Puncher bag gloves and a 1-minute sparring video. Shinkawa accepted the arrangement. The coach added that there were also companies for nutritional supplements, health foods, and diet meal plans, but none of them met their standards. Still, the coach thought it was better to accept them all. Shinkawa told the coach his goal wasn't to make money. The coach replied that even so, being in the best condition for the UFC match would be advantageous, and staying there for a while would be quite expensive, but the benefits would match the cost. After thinking about it, Shinkawa agreed and accepted all of them as long as they didn't interfere with his training. The coach advised that they needed to set up his social media accounts. At that moment, Tsumugi asked to see Shinkawa's phone. He gave it to her and she set up his accounts, then gave his phone back to him. She told him everything was done and that she had set up mutual follows with his account. The other guys then gave Shinkawa their phones so he could follow them back too. Shinkawa's account had literally nothing posted yet. Then out of the blue, Tsumugi asked Shinkawa if he had a girlfriend. He told her he did not. She, blushing, asked him why not. The coach felt awkward hearing their exchange. Shinkawa then told them he was tired and excused himself. They said goodbye to each other, thinking that Shinkawa probably didn't want to mess up his routine. As Shinkawa was leaving, Tsumugi watched him intently and, blushing, thought that at this rate, he would never get a girlfriend. A gladiator was towering over Shinkawa in a nightmare. The gladiator lifted him, slammed him to the ground, and stomped on him. At that moment, Shinkawa woke up, relieved that it was just a dream. He grabbed his phone and started looking through social media comments. Some of the comments were supportive, calling him a national treasure and encouraging him to go for the world championship. Other comments were from a less serious crowd, asking if they could bring weapons to raid the gym or wanting to fight him. After his morning run and shower, Shinkawa went to the cornerman gym. He greeted his coach, who handed him a pair of boxing gloves from their new sponsor, Hard Puncher. The coach told him to put them on and hit the sandbag while he filmed 2 rounds. He also asked Shinkawa if he had eaten breakfast, and Shinkawa nodded. The coach said that was not a problem, referring to the diet meal sponsorship they had discussed the day before. He added that Shinkawa needed to start cutting weight soon, so the timing was perfect. Shinkawa then asked if there were more sponsorships. The coach informed him there were also supplements and instructed him to comment on them while facing the camera. They began filming the sponsorship videos. The coach also informed Shinkawa about an upcoming training camp in America, explaining that his biggest regret from his own days in the UFC was not being able to leave Japan to sharpen and improve his skills because he didn't have the money. He said Shinkawa could go to the gym where the coach used to train. The only problem was the funding, as even a minimal-scale camp would cost 300,000 yen for 2 months, which was more than half of what Shinkawa had earned so far. The coach said the gym would cover what the sponsorships did not, but Shinkawa refused, calling it a personal matter. The coach did not give up and told Shinkawa to think of it as stocks, as he was investing in him out of his own self-interest. He advised Shinkawa to just focus on winning because that was what everyone supporting him wanted. After that, they went straight to training. They practiced punches and kicks, and the gym members started talking among themselves about Shinkawa's social media. He had just started it yesterday, but it already had 3,000 followers, even though he had only posted training videos. The coach was the one who was managing the account and uploading everything. One of the members thought it was a shame because interacting with fans could be fun, and they agreed that was how social media was supposed to work. They said if they were Shinkawa, they would live stream every day since in this job, how well you capture fans' hearts directly affects your future livelihood. Coach showed them the comments on Shinkawa's social media, which included comments like, the comments generally praise his transparency and lack of self-promotion, observing his focus on martial arts over social interaction, and suggest he may be stoic or primarily motivated by activity funds. The members were confused and wondered if this was the right way to do it. They thought that even if they tried to copy him, it wouldn't mean anything if they did it carelessly, as they could get seriously injured. Besides, the level of attention was completely different. In San Francisco, Shinkawa and the coach arrived at the place where they would be staying during the camp. Shinkawa thought it was too fancy. He had assumed the budget would be tighter. The coach explained that it was the vacation home of someone who wanted to support Shinkawa. When he asked who it was, the coach said they had requested to remain anonymous and that he just needed to focus on winning. The gym would start tomorrow, so today was for resting. At the American Fighting Academy, everyone was practicing when Shinkawa and the coach entered. A voice greeted them. It was Rose and Connoran. The two fighters faced each other and Rose extended a handshake, expressing that it was good to see him again and asking if he was preparing for his next fight. Shinkawa realized he had no idea that Rose was affiliated with the academy. Rose advised him not to let his guard down, saying this was a battlefield, exactly what Shinkawa had hoped for. He mentioned that Aaron Diaz was really tough, but that he would be rooting for him. Shinkawa then noticed the coach talking to someone. The coach introduced Cus Mendes, the founder and head coach of the gym. Cus Mendes had watched Shinkawa's fight and could not believe someone had actually beaten that gorilla, pointing at Rose. Mendes hoped Shinkawa would adapt to the gym and start with the warm-up. The coach explained that the American Fighting Academy was known for causing a lot of injuries during practice, which meant their training was very close to actual combat. Shinkawa joined the others, running laps until they were exhausted. Mendes added 10 more laps, then had them do duck walks, followed by a tackle drill. Their backs hurt and their thighs felt like they were about to burst. Mendes yelled at them, saying that if they slowed down, they would fully experience what it felt like to be a burden to their teammates. They were told not to stop moving, it wasn't going to kill them. During practice, Shinkawa grabbed and took down his partner, who was much bigger than him. The guy thought Shinkawa was completely inhuman. The coach explained that when people engage muscles they don't normally use, most give up quickly, but Shinkawa didn't. The coach was puzzled by how much basic training he had done. Mendes commented that Shinkawa's level wasn't inferior even to those from Dagestan who trained at high altitude almost every day. Mendes guessed that the coach must be giving him good guidance, though the coach didn't fully realize it himself. Mendes wanted to see Shinkawa's grappling skills and instructed Timur to spar with him. Timur asked if Shinkawa was in the same weight class. Mendes explained that was why grappling only was fine. Timur wasn't keen on it, but Shinkawa expressed eagerness. Timur, annoyed, asked if he even knew who he was. Shinkawa said he knew he was the champion. Timur and his guys grew angry and threatening, asking if he understood what he was saying. Rose intervened, telling Shinkawa he should apologize because it could get dangerous. Shinkawa didn't back down. Instead, he provoked them, asking how long they were going to just stand there looking dazed. This made the guys even more irritated. Timur accepted the challenge, declaring he would make Shinkawa understand his place. The coach commented that this was exactly what Mendes was aiming for. Mendes told them not to ask boring questions. This was what it was all about. Timur Aliyev, a champion skilled in Dagestani grappling, was Shinkawa's opponent, a chance to test if his strength was enough. Shinkawa prepared himself. The current commentator for the UFC, Danny Cormier, known as DC and a former light heavyweight unified champion, remarked on the fight between the rising star who had defeated Rose and the champion. He said they were lucky to witness it, predicting it might end in seconds. The fight started. Shinkawa tried to grab Timur's hand, but Timur pulled it away quickly. He ducked and grabbed Shinkawa's leg. Shinkawa's eyes struggled to keep up. He ducked and tried to free his leg from Timur's grasp. He succeeded but lost balance. Timur quickly positioned himself behind Shinkawa, but Shinkawa shifted and recovered without giving Timur a chance. The two were now face to face. Timur grabbed Shinkawa's arm and pulled his head down with the other hand, but Shinkawa didn't get overpowered. He pulled down Timur instead. Timur thought Shinkawa's core was as solid as a rock. He wasn't fazed at all and wasn't even breathing hard. Timur shoved Shinkawa, making him fall, and placed his leg between Shinkawa's legs, slamming him to the ground. Shinkawa remembered a nightmare where he had been thrown by a warrior and used it as reference to push Timur away and free himself. Everyone was surprised that Shinkawa had been taken down by Timur and was already back up. Timur saw his chance, grabbed Shinkawa's leg, but Shinkawa shifted swiftly, pinning Timur beneath him. Timur exclaimed at Shinkawa's nerve, but Shinkawa maintained control. Timur pushed up, giving Shinkawa the opening to grab his back instantly. With Timur's back exposed, Shinkawa took it, creating an opportunity to apply a rear naked choke that could end the fight. Everyone was shocked. Danny clapped, saying he had never seen anything like it. No one expected Timur's back to be taken. Shinkawa's strength amazed everyone. Both fighters rose to their feet, the air still heavy with the clash that had just ended. Timur smirked and remarked that Shinkawa was quite the slippery one. Since they were in the same weight class, he added, their paths were bound to cross again. Shinkawa lowered his gaze to his hand, a strange thought flickering. It was the first time he truly remembered that person. Then Shinkawa with a dark tone, declaring that next time it would be a fight for their lives. Timur, calling Shinkawa a rookie, asked him with a sharp grin and asked if he understood what that really meant. After some time, Shinkawa decided he did not want to pay $700 for sparring. The coach then raised the question of where they could find someone willing to spar for free. The coach explained that AFA's fighters were off limits, and Shinkawa understood that he could not risk injuring them. Instead, he volunteered to be a sparring partner for other fighters. Mendes found Shinkawa interesting, thinking he had guts and wild ideas. He liked that Shinkawa was not looking for an official match but simply wanted to spar with whoever chose him. Shinkawa preferred training with class fighters for a more realistic experience. Mendes assured him that he would find someone. The fighters overheard that Shinkawa was willing to spar with anyone who called for him. They thought he was crazy, wondering what would happen if he got injured before his own match. That could make it difficult for both Eren and Shinkawa to rank up. Timur believed that such toughness was exactly what was needed to face Eren Diaz. Eren, described as straight-up gangster and a wolf, was unpredictable, capable of winning or losing against anyone at any time. Soon after, a fighter named Vincent Vittel was introduced. Vincent had previously won the lightweight championship with his striking power and had now bulked up to welterweight. Shinkawa also introduced himself. Vincent, unfamiliar with the FFC, questioned whether Shinkawa was sure about sparring given their weight difference. Shinkawa explained that he was on his pre-weight cut while Vincent was cutting weight, so their builds should not be too different. He added that if Vincent had any requests, he should say them now because Shinkawa was hired to do whatever was asked. Vincent simply told him to give it his all, assuring that he would not be holding back either. Both fighters entered the ring wearing their gear, then they touched gloves and began sparring. Vincent opened with a low kick to Shinkawa's leg. The coach immediately noticed that Vincent's attacks carried more weight, which was expected from someone fighting at a higher class even if he was cutting weight. Vincent dashed in aggressively, enjoying the moment, feeling truly alive as he pressed forward. Shinkawa's vision flashed back to a gladiator charging with an axe. He imagined himself throwing up a shield, intercepting with immense energy. Vincent was confused when Shinkawa suddenly lowered his guard. As Vincent launched his attack, Shinkawa shifted his body to the side, dodging the punch and countered with a strike to Vincent's face. Shinkawa followed with another devastating attack from the other arm which connected cleanly. Vincent collapsed, knocked out. The referee immediately checked him while the coach looked on in awe. Jaw dropped, Shinkawa calmly stated that he was still far from Eren Diaz's level and that they should find another opponent. After the sparring session, they left the fighting club. Shinkawa asked how much they had earned and the answer was $500. However, the coach doubted they would receive another sparring offer since the fight had not reflected well on Vincent. Shinkawa replied that he had only followed Vincent's request to give it his all. The coach quietly wondered if that had really been the right call. The next day at the AFA, other members congratulated Shinkawa. His knockout of Vincent Vittel had already caused a stir, reaching even nearby gyms. The coach realized that the story had already turned into a rumor. He guessed it would be the end of sparring offers, but Mendes surprised him, reporting the opposite. They had been flooded with requests from nearby gyms, and the pay had even gone up to $700. Shinkawa welcomed the news, while Mendes suggested that since they could not accept all offers, they would make a list similar to Eren's. At another gym, Shinkawa's reputation began to grow into legend. Fighters talked about how he had knocked out the tough Vincent Vittel with a single blow. Gus, who had fought despite injured ribs and avoided body shots, had been unable to continue after 3 rounds of leg kicks. Kevin Newhart excused himself by blamming his left knee after tapping out to an armbar in just 15 seconds. At that moment, Eren silenced them all with anger, declaring that he did not care who Shinkawa had beaten or where. He vowed that when the moment came, he would ensure Shinkawa never stood again. Eren's friend worried that he was becoming impatient, though it was not unexpected. He seemed like a wild beast closing in on prey. The friend advised him not to let his guard down regardless of distance, warning that Shinkawa was a hard puncher who had overpowered Rose with sheer strength and finished all his fights in the first round. That meant his stamina was still unknown. Eren asked if the plan was to wear Shinkawa's stamina down. The friend responded that charging head-on against such a strong all-rounder required tremendous courage. Eren, enraged, claimed to be exactly that kind of gutsy fighter. His friend agreed and told him he should prove it by showing Shinkawa what a real fight looked like, urging him to drown his impatience in fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Shinkawa's coach checked his phone and noticed through a sleep routine app that Shinkawa had not slept at all. Concerned, the coach asked if it was because of a bad dream and advised him to skip training at this level. Shinkawa replied that it had always been this way. They decided to run a medical check at the conditioning center. In the testing room, the examiner explained that unless the machine was broken, Shinkawa had one of the highest cardio endurance levels in the entire UFC. The average resting heart rate ranged from 60 to 70 beats per minute, but Shinkawa's was 35. This allowed him to remain calm and breathe steadily throughout fights, ranking him among the top tier of all fighters tested at the center. Further results showed that Shinkawa had the elasticity of a lightweight combined with the muscle strength of a middleweight. The examiner advised ignoring the sleep rhythm app as Shinkawa was in peak condition. When Shinkawa looked at the coach relented and suggested they take promotional photos for now. In the studio, Shinkawa wore his fighting shorts and posed. The cameraman felt the intensity radiating from him as if he were in an actual fight. Everyone present stood in awe. Shinkawa, however, was sweating profusely, his breathing and pulse erratic, making it seem as though he might collapse at any moment. A towering gladiator warrior looms in the blood-soaked arena, his massive frame casting a shadow over the battlefield. Across from him, Shinkawa stands ready, his stance firm and eyes locked onto his opponent. In an instant, both warriors dash towards each other, the ground trembling beneath their steps. Fists collide with a thunderous impact, each landing powerful blows on the other. Shinkawa launches a swift and precise attack, his fist cutting through the air with deadly accuracy. His punch lands square on the gladiator's face, sending a shockwave through the arena. Looks like Shinkawa's found his favorite target. The poor guy's face must have a bullseye painted on it. Suddenly, Shinkawa jolts awake, his body drenched in sweat as he gasps for air. He looks around, disoriented, his heart pounding in his chest as the remnants of the dream fade away. Glancing at the clock, the glowing numbers read 4:30, the early morning silence broken only by his ragged breathing. Shinkawa takes off, running through the quiet neighborhood, his feet pounding against the pavement. His coach watches from a distance, a concerned expression etched on his face as he observes Shinkawa's intense training regimen. The coach's worry deepens, his gaze fixed on Shinkawa's determined form. Staring at Shinkawa's bed, the coach mutters about the recurring nightmares that seem to haunt him. Shinkawa's thoughts race, a determined glint in his eyes as he reflects on his progress, bit by bit inching closer to his goal. His muscles ripple with newfound definition, each fiber a testament to his relentless training. He examines his sweating hands, the physical evidence of his hard work and dedication. His mind drifts back to the body he once had, the memories fueling his determination to push even harder. The scene shifts to MGM Arena, where the energy crackles with anticipation and the promise of high-stakes drama. Shinkawa steps into the arena, eyes wide with amazement as he takes in the grandeur around him. His coach, Shiraishi, casually mentions the stark contrast between undercard and main-card fighters, setting the tone for what's expected. Shiraishi emphasizes that top-tier fighters aren't just athletes but performers too. Hinting at Shinkawa's lack of flair, Shinkawa, ever the eager student, asks if he should focus on that aspect during today's press conference. Shiraishi confirms, adding a touch of humor about his own English skills or lack thereof before questioning Shinkawa's proficiency in English. Shinkawa admits there's no manual for this kind of thing, and he's unsure what to say. Shiraishi reassures him that just speaking in English should get the crowd excited and not to worry about the details. Shinkawa lets out a nervous chuckle, the weight of the upcoming press conference settling on his shoulders. Shiraishi paints a vivid scenario, asking how Shinkawa would feel if a foreign fighter came to Japan and spoke fluent Japanese. Shinkawa agrees it would feel strange, but concedes it would give him chills. Shiraishi slaps Shinkawa's back, emphasizing that the content doesn't matter as much as the delivery. The goal is to give the audience chills, not necessarily to make perfect sense. The scene cuts to a lively reporter, Soetsuji from Rank 7, introducing the live coverage of Shinkawa's press conference. The excitement is palpable as she sets the stage for the main event. Tsuji announces that today's coverage will bring viewers live to Shinkawa's press conference. A sudden interruption by Shuji Kameda adds a touch of humor and anticipation. Tsuji quickly apologizes for not introducing Kameda yet, who responds with a hearty laugh, lightening the mood. Tsuji introduces today's guest, Shuji Kameda, the FFC's featherweight champion and interim lightweight champion, who hails from the same gym as Shinkawa. Kameda greets the audience with his usual cheerful personality, adding a touch of charm to the event. Tsuji encourages Kameda to be himself and show everyone his cheerful personality. Kameda agrees, complimenting Tsuji's angelic personality. Tsuji asks Kameda to explain about the press conference, setting the stage for a deeper dive into the event's significance. Kameda explains that today's event is the public press conference 2 days before the match. With the main highlight being the performance between the fighters, Tsuji clarifies that this performance involves the fighters exchanging words while looking at each other's faces, reminiscent of the famous Maguire. Kameda confirms this, adding that many fans even pay to come and watch these intense exchanges. Tsuji is taken aback, surprised to learn that fans actually pay to attend these press conferences, adding a layer of intrigue to the event. Shuji Kameda enthusiastically explains that the grand venue is justified because of the fans' support, making the event feel even more significant. Tsuji smiles and encourages Shuji to just be himself, trying to ease the tension and make the atmosphere more comfortable. Shuji admits that in such situations it's actually harder to talk casually and finds it easier to use polite language, making Tsuji curious about his usual way of speaking. Shuji agrees with Tsuji's suggestion, calling her Soa-san and showing a more respectful side. Tsuji notices that the event is about to start, shifting the focus to the upcoming press conference. Shuji reflects on how well things were going, feeling a sense of accomplishment. The crowd starts chanting Shinkawa's name, urging him to go get him and crush Aaron Diaz, building up the excitement. Shinkawa steps up and speaks in English, introducing himself as Kento Shinkawa from Japan. The crowd is amazed, their jaws dropping at hearing Shinkawa speak English, showing their surprise and admiration. Shinkawa looks forward to the match in 2 days, setting the stage for the upcoming event. The announcer introduces Aaron Diaz as the next speaker. Shifting the attention to the next fighter, Diaz enters to a chorus of his name from the crowd, making his presence known. The atmosphere was tense, and a warning echoed through the air, advising against imitation. The, 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 it, his, it, the, Diaz picks up the mic, ready to address the crowd and his opponent. He challenges the newcomer, questioning his worthiness to be in the ring. With a threatening tone, Diaz promises to send his opponent back to Japan in tears, covered in blood. The mic drops and the crowd erupts. The announcer steps in, trying to calm the situation, but can't help but acknowledge the intensity of the performance. Reporters in the crowd seize the moment, asking Shinkawa for his thoughts on Diaz's words. Shinkawa picks up the mic, ready to respond. With a calm demeanor, he compares Diaz's bark to that of a dog, much to the crowd's amusement. The crowd falls silent, stunned by the unexpected remark. Murmurs spread through the crowd, questioning if Shinkawa had just referred to Diaz as a dog. Diaz was visibly shaken by the insult, his fury building up. Reporters in the crowd repeat the question, asking if Diaz was being compared to a dog. Shinkawa, unfazed, mentions a famous Japanese saying. He quotes the loser dog's distant howl, further provoking Diaz. The crowd loved the insult, their cheers filling the arena. Diaz, unable to contain his anger, slams the table and warns Shinkawa not to mess with him. Shinkawa, noticing Diaz's anger, calmly remarks that there is one more thing to consider. He compares Diaz to a weak dog that barks loudly, suggesting that Diaz's outburst is a sign of his weakness. The announcer steps in, holding Diaz back and urging him to calm down, trying to diffuse the tension. Diaz, still fuming, lashes out at Shinkawa, calling him a Japanese brat who wags his tail to powerful countries. He quickly tries to backtrack, warning that his words could be considered hate speech. Shinkawa acknowledges that there might be some truth to Diaz's words, seemingly unfazed by the insult. He then confidently declares that in 2 days Diaz will be the one wagging his tail, hinting at his own strength and Diaz's eventual submission. Diaz, furious at Shinkawa's words, vows to make the place Shinkawa's grave. His anger reaching new heights, Shuji Kameda comments that Diaz's performance, noting that it is quite impressive. He then tries to recall what Kento had said, but realizes that the part after distant howl wasn't translated, leaving him confused. Suki the reporter laughs nervously, admitting that she is not sure of the exact words either, adding to the confusion. She then comments that the situation is getting dangerous, hinting at the escalating tension between Shinkawa and Diaz. Shinkawa's dog jokes and Yamato spirit references have the internet buzzing, with comments flooding in faster than a pack of overcaffeinated squirrels. Some praise the humor, others question his methods, but one thing is clear: Shinkawa has everyone talking. Shiraishi, his coach, can't help but wonder if Shinkawa has been holding back all this time. Shinkawa himself seems a bit surprised, as if he just realized he might have gone a bit overboard with his antics. Shiraishi quickly clarifies that he's not scolding him but actually praising his unique approach. The energy is electric, and Shinkawa is ready to bring that same intensity to tomorrow's face-off. Shiraishi encourages him to keep that energy for the big match but warns him not to actually hit Diaz. Shinkawa nods in understanding, fully aware of the stakes. The day of the face-off arrives, and the tension is palpable. Everyone is on the edge of their seats, wondering what will happen next. The two opponents stand face to face, the air crackling with anticipation. Diaz wastes no time, declaring that tomorrow will be Shinkawa's death day. Shinkawa isn't intimidated, firing back that words alone won't secure Diaz's victory. The verbal sparring is just a prelude to the physical battle to come. Diaz claims he's just predicting Shinkawa's future, but Shinkawa brushes it off, saying his fortune for tomorrow is the strongest. The mind games continue, but Shinkawa remains unfazed. The reporter Tsuji notes that the fighters seem calmer than yesterday, a relief after the previous day's heated exchange. Shuji Kameda, another fighter, chimes in, confident that both professionals won't do anything to ruin the match. Tsuji asks Shinkawa if he believes in fortune-telling, but Shuji Kameda quickly dismisses it as just a bluff. The focus is on the upcoming battle, not superstitions. The referee signals the start of the match, and the moment the battle begins, Shinkawa's heart becomes calm. He's in his element, ready to face whatever comes his way. With a deep breath, Shinkawa's focus sharpens, the world around him fading into a blur. His mind is clear, his body ready. He stares at Diaz with an eerie calm, his gaze unwavering. The crowd holds its breath, sensing the intensity of the moment. Diaz glares back, his eyes burning with determination. The two fighters are locked in a silent battle of wills, each refusing to back down. Diaz's fury is evident, his fists clenched tight. The stage is set for an explosive showdown, and the crowd can't wait to see what happens next. The commentator's voice booms over the crowd, hyping up the stakes of the match. Aaron Diaz is fighting for a comeback, while Shinkawa is aiming for the top, and neither can afford to lose this fight. The tension is palpable as both fighters lunge at each other right at the start, the crowd erupting in excitement. They move at top speed, the air around them almost crackling with intensity. Rushing at each other like two freight trains, the collision seems inevitable. A strike is launched right at Shinkawa's face, the crowd gasping at the sudden attack. But Shinkawa ducks down, dodging the attack with a fluid motion that leaves the crowd in awe. In a flash, Shinkawa counters with his signature face-destroying punch, and the crowd erupts. Looks like Shinkawa's got a personal vendetta against Face. Maybe he thinks they're all just poorly placed speed bumps. Diaz breaks down, the commentator shouting over the noise of the crowd, praising Shinkawa's brilliant counter. But Diaz isn't out yet. He gets back up, determination burning in his eyes. Shinkawa closes in instantly, not giving Diaz a moment to recover. Diaz launches his attack, aiming to turn the tide of the battle. Shinkawa dodges, his reach long like a whip, and smirks, ready for his turn to strike. Diaz grins, challenging Shinkawa to hit him, the tension between them electric. Then Diaz's eyes widen, realizing the gravity of the situation he's in. Shinkawa kicks Diaz in the torso, the impact echoing through the arena. Diaz is in pain, grunting loudly, but he's not ready to give up yet. With a burst of energy, Diaz charges through, aiming to land a decisive blow. Shinkawa calmly steps back, dodging Diaz's strikes with ease, the crowd on the edge of their seats. Diaz rushes in, but Shinkawa seizes the moment, countering with precision as the crowd erupts in anticipation. Light on his feet, he dances around Diaz, footwork so smooth it's like watching a lethal ballet. Stepping to the side, he leaves Diaz swinging at thin air, frustration building in his opponent's eyes. Like a coiled spring, Shinkawa suddenly unleashes, his fist flying toward Diaz's unsuspecting face. Impact. Another face meets Shinkawa's knuckles, and honestly at this point, Diaz's face should just file a restraining order. Down goes Diaz, hitting the ground so hard it's like he's trying to dig his own grave with his face. The commentator loses Itwo knockdowns in 20 seconds, and the crowd's wondering if they should start a countdown to Diaz's retirement. Shinkawa casually strolls over to Diaz, who's still trying to remember which way is up, and the crowd holds their breath. Grabbing Diaz's leg like he's about to propose, Shinkawa sets up for another devastating strike. And there it goes, Diaz's face takes another beating, and at this rate, Shinkawa might just turn his face into modern art. Suddenly, the scene shifts, leaving the chaos of the match behind for a quiet high school classroom in Japan. Inside, Jun sits at his desk, the picture of a normal student if you ignore the fact that he's glued to the screen, watching Shinkawa's match unfold. Eyes wide, he watches as Shinkawa dominates the fight, completely absorbed in the spectacle. The bully's voice cuts through the air, questioning why anyone would bother watching martial arts. He sneers, assuming Jun might be foolish enough to challenge him over something so trivial. Jun stumbles over his words, trying to explain that he just wanted to watch the match, not start a fight. The bully snatches Jun's phone, mocking him for not looking him in the eye while answering. Jun glances at the bully, confused and taken aback by his aggressive behavior. The bully shoves Jun's head, yelling that he didn't tell him to stare. Another bully chimes in, adding to the confusion by telling Jun to look without seeming to look. Jun's annoyance grows, but the bully finds his frustration hilarious. The bully taunts Jun, daring him to come at him if he has a problem. Jun insists it's a match with someone he knows and demands his phone back, but the bully dismisses him, saying he'll ignore him for now. The bully looks at the phone screen, intrigued by the mention of someone Jun knows. The other bully's eyes widen as he realizes it's Shinkawa's match today, and he expresses his desire to watch it too. The bully's tone shifts, questioning if Jun really knows Shinkawa and mocking him for thinking it would make them back down. He pokes Jun's head, laughing at the idea that Jun thought mentioning Shinkawa would scare them off. The bully boasts that even martial arts fighters are just regular people if you give them a knife, and since fighters can't lay hands on civilians, he thinks he's stronger than Shinkawa. Jun swiftly smacks away the bully's hand, refusing to be intimidated. The bully, surprised, taunts him with a sneer, asking if he's angry. Ignoring the provocation, Jun snatches his phone back, declaring he just wants to watch the match and pleading for the bully to stop. But the bully's hand suddenly looms over Jun's head, casting a shadow of impending trouble. With a sudden shove, the bully forces Jun's head against the table, his voice dripping with venom as he warns Jun not to look down on him. The bully continues his rant, claiming that outside of Shinkawa's influence, Jun is nothing but a nobody in this school. Jun quickly grabs the bully's hand, his grip firm and unyielding. Twisting the bully's hand, Jun forces him to his knees, eliciting a cry of pain from the bully. The bully raises his other hand to punch, but before he can strike, a sudden smack to his chin sends him reeling. Staggering back, the bully clutches his face, pain shooting through his jaw. Looks like Shinkawa isn't the only one with a thing for face-punching. Jun's picked up the habit too. Shaking off the pain, the bully enters a fighting stance, ready to retaliate. Jun steps back, his voice steady as he declares he doesn't want to get serious and suggests they stop. But the bully isn't having it. With a furious charge, he lunges at Jun, screaming for him to shut up. Jun remembers Shinkawa's words, preparing to intercept the bully's attack. He thinks of it as a game, not a fight, and readies himself. Jun stands ready, his body coiled like a spring, eyes locked on the bully as he prepares for the confrontation. The bully's face twists in anger, his fists clench so tight his knuckles turn white. He growls, cursing Jun under his breath. Jun smirks, thinking this is all just a game, a test of his skills. He mutters to himself that this is what Shinkawa meant by training. With a roar, the bully charges at Jun, his feet pounding the ground like a rampaging beast. The bully throws a wild punch, his arms swinging with all the subtlety of a wrecking ball. Jun sidesteps with ease, his body moving like a leaf on the wind. He scoffs, noting how the bully is just charging in blindly, just like Shinkawa warned. Jun's fist flies out, connecting with the bully's face. The bully stumbles back, his nose crunching under the impact. Looks like Shinkawa's face-punching obsession is rubbing off on his apprentice. Jun dashes in, his body a blur of motion, closing the distance between him and the bully in an instant. With a swift motion, Jun pushes the bully, sending him stumbling back. The bully lets out a yelp of surprise, his eyes wide with shock. Jun charges in hard, his body moving like a freight train, ready to deliver another blow. Jun's fist connects with the bully's face again, the impact echoing like a drum. The bully groans in pain, his face contorting in agony. Jun really has a knack for turning faces into his personal punching bags. The bully clutches his face, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He glares at Jun, his voice barely a whisper as he utters a single word, "You." Jun expertly blocks an attack, his arm moving like a shield, deflecting the bully's punch with ease. He grins, thinking he just scored a point for blocking. Jun continues his assault, his fist connecting with the bully's face once more. He smirks, thinking he just scored another point for landing a hit. The bully's face is really taking a beating today. The other bullies watch in awe, their mouths hanging open like broken doors. They mutter among themselves, wondering if that's really Jun and if Shinkawa trained him. Looks like Jun's reputation is getting a serious upgrade. Suddenly, a crowd of students rushes in, their voices overlapping in confusion. They demand to know what is going on, their eyes wide with a mix of fear and excitement. One of them shouts, questioning if this is a fight, while another yells for everyone to get out of the way. The bully, panting and desperate, thinks to himself that if he could just grab Jun, he might have a chance to turn the tables. Jun stood there, his eyes locked onto his opponent, his body coiled like a spring ready to unleash. His focus was unwavering, a storm of determination swirling around him. The bully, seeing an opening, charged in with a punch, yelling about Jun being a weakling. With lightning reflexes, Jun swiftly dodged the attack and countered with a quick move, his body a blur of motion. The bully, frustrated and panting, realized he couldn't reach Jun no matter how hard he tried. Jun's focus intensified, his eyes narrowing as he prepared for his next move. In a flash, Jun landed a powerful punch to the bully's stomach, causing him to double over in pain. The bully spat out in agony, his face contorted in pain as he struggled to stay on his feet. But it was no use, the bully crumbled to the ground, his strength leaving him as quickly as his confidence. Seeing an opportunity, the bully shouted that now was his chance and quickly fixed his stance. He launched another attack, his fist flying towards Jun with all the force he could muster. But Jun was ready, his eyes tracking every movement, his body poised to strike. In a swift motion, Jun grabbed the bully's kicking leg, halting his attack midair. With a swift and precise motion, Jun kicked the bully's standing leg, sending him off balance. The bully fell to the ground with a cry of pain, his body hitting the floor with a thud. Defeated and exhausted, the bully muttered that he gave up, his voice barely a whisper. Jun, his chest heaving with exertion, thought about how all this time he had been losing to someone like this bully. A surge of anger coursed through Jun, his eyes blazing with a newfound determination. With a swift motion, Jun pinned the bully to the ground, his voice echoing with a mix of anger and disbelief at the bully's weakness. The bully whimpers out an apology, his voice trembling as he realizes he is completely outmatched. Jun's fist remained clenched, ready to strike, but something held him back. Shinkawa's words echoed in his mind, reminding him that indiscriminate violence only harms himself. When the wounds heal, all that remains is the fact that he was the aggressor. That trauma isn't so easily overcome. The bully repeated his apology, promising never to do it again. Revenge only works when he remains unscathed while the other person gets hurt. Shinkawa's voice resonated in his thoughts. Jun then smacked the bully on the face, leaving him stunned. In other words, he was just planting trauma in the other person. Looks like Shinkawa's face-punching obsession is rubbing off on him. Guess faces are just too tempting to resist. Jun demanded the bully apologize properly one more time. The bully stammered out another apology, his voice barely audible. Jun's glare then shifted to the other heroes, who couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. They weren't heroes or anything, just petty thugs. Jun's words cut through the air, leaving the so-called heroes in stunned silence. Jun asked if he was wrong, but the bully admitted he was right. The tension in the air seemed to dissipate slightly. With a final glance at the bully, Jun walked away, leaving the scene behind him. He returned to his set and started watching his video, telling the bully to get out of there if he understood. The bully's friends wasted no time in running away, leaving him alone on the ground. The bully lay on the ground, ashamed and defeated. He muttered a curse under his breath, realizing the gravity of his actions. The other students, witnessing the scene, started taking videos, their faces a mix of shock and amusement. When Jun returned to the stream, there was no signal. A background voice murmured about seeing something scary, adding to the eerie atmosphere. A collective groan echoed through the room as the screen remained blank, leaving everyone in suspense. The suspense shatters as the scene cuts back to the intense fight between Shinkawa and Diaz. 4 minutes and 7 seconds have ticked away since the match began, and the tension is palpable. Diaz is visibly worn out, his breathing heavy and labored as he struggles to keep up with the pace of the fight. In stark contrast, Shinkawa stands composed and seemingly unfazed, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to Diaz's exhaustion. The commentator's voice escalates, echoing the disbelief of the audience. Unbelievable. What started as an even match has turned into a one-sided domination, with Shinkawa overwhelmingly in the lead. That high kick he took early on must have hurt, but it seems to have done little to slow him down. The crowd's chants fill the air, a mix of concern and awe. What's wrong, Aaron Diaz? Is your era coming to an end? Shinkawa remains so calm, it's almost unsettling. But Diaz isn't ready to throw in the towel just yet. If I have a chance, it's with dirty boxing or a lucky hit, he thinks, determination burning in his eyes. With a sudden burst of energy, Diaz charges at Shinkawa, aiming to corner him against the fence, drain his stamina, and then finish him. But Shinkawa calmly sidesteps and delivers a swift kick, sending Diaz stumbling back. Diaz refuses to give up, launching another attack. If I can land even one hit, he thinks, desperation creeping in. But Shinkawa counters with precision, landing a punch square on Diaz's face. It's like he has a personal vendetta against chins everywhere. At this point, Diaz's face might start taking it personally. Diaz, now desperate, charges and hugs Shinkawa tightly, trying to gain some control. No, I can still do this, he thinks, refusing to accept defeat. I will just keep draining his stamina, Diaz resolves, holding on tightly. But as the struggle continues, Diaz realizes something unsettling. This guy, his breathing isn't even irregular. Shinkawa seems as fresh as ever. Shinkawa, ever the sportsman, gives Diaz a nod of respect. I'll give you credit, you're definitely tough, he acknowledges, his voice steady and calm. With a sudden burst of strength, Shinkawa pushes Diaz away, slamming him against the fence of the octagon. Shinkawa wastes no time, immediately throwing a punch. Clearly, he's not one for dramatic pauses. His fist connects with Diaz's chin, proving once again that Shinkawa treats every face like it's a personal insult. Maybe he just really hates chins. Diaz crumples to the ground, his chin likely reconsidering its life choices after that encounter. But Diaz isn't out yet. He grabs Shinkawa's leg, attempting a joint lock. Sneaky, but will it be enough? Shinkawa shifts his leg, breaking Diaz's grip with ease. It seems Diaz's plan was as flimsy as a house of cards in a wind tunnel. Swiftly moving behind Diaz, Shinkawa wraps his arm around Diaz's neck, turning the tables faster than a DJ at a rave. Shinkawa starts choking Diaz, who lets out a strained grunt. It's like a sad trombone sound effect, but less musical and more desperate. Diaz loses consciousness, his last breathy sound echoing in the octagon. The crowd leans in, collectively holding their breath. The referee rushes in, breaking them apart and shouting for the match to stop. Too late for Diaz, those already dreaming of better days. Shinkawa stands calm and towering, emanating an aura of pure dominance. He's like a human lighthouse, guiding ships away from the rocky shores of defeat. The crowd erupts in cheers, their excitement palpable. It's like a concert where the headliner just dropped the sickest beat. In the studio, Tsuji and Shuji celebrate by hugging each other, their joy overflowing. Tsuji exclaims that Shinkawa did it, her voice ringing with triumph. But then Tsuji suddenly blushes, her face turning as red as a tomato. Awkwardness ensues, like a sudden plot twist in a rom-com. Quickly they break the hug, both stammering apologies. It's like they just realized they were dancing to a different tune. The commentator chimes in, declaring the match a fierce battle. He praises Aaron's impressiveness but notes that Shinkawa's strength is just on another level. Suddenly, the commentator announces a new invader in the octagon. The crowd gasps, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. All eyes turn to the octagon, anticipation hanging in the air like a suspenseful cliffhanger. Shinkawa offers Diaz a hand, helping him stand up. The commentator muses on just how far Shinkawa will go, his future in the sport looking brighter than a supernova. The commentator couldn't believe the intensity of the training Shinkawa had undergone, comparing him to a wild beast. Even though he was no longer active, the fight stirred something within him, reminding him of the fighting spirit he had almost forgotten. The crowd chanted Shinkawa's name, their voices echoing through the arena like a thunderous roar. The energy was electric, and it was clear that Shinkawa had made a lasting impression. With 4 minutes and 50 seconds of the first round on the clock, the referee declared the winner. Shinkawa Kento stood victorious, his debut match ending in a spectacular fashion. At the end of the match, Shinkawa and Diaz shared a hug, a moment of mutual respect and camaraderie. The crowd roared with approval, their cheers filling the arena. Diaz acknowledged Shinkawa's effort, asking if he had given it his all. Shinkawa's silent response spoke volumes, a nod of affirmation that needed no words. Shinkawa admitted that if he had let his guard down, the result might have been different. Diaz agreed, acknowledging the intensity of their match. Diaz conceded, saying he had enough of fighting Shinkawa, at least for now, and offered his congratulations. The respect between the two fighters was palpable. Shinkawa simply thanked Diaz, his gratitude sincere and heartfelt. The moment was a testament to their mutual respect and the spirit of competition. The announcer proclaimed it the best debut match he had ever seen and asked Shinkawa to share his thoughts. Shinkawa humbly replied that there was still a long way to go, his eyes set on the future. The announcer then asked about his goal, hinting at the title. The crowd leaned in, eager to hear Shinkawa's response. Shinkawa turned to the announcer, his expression determined and focused. The crowd waited with bated breath for his response. Taking the mic, Shinkawa prepared to address the crowd. The announcer stepped back, giving Shinkawa the spotlight. Shinkawa walked towards the crowd, his presence commanding and confident. The audience buzzed with anticipation. Shinkawa challenged Timur, inviting him to come at him anytime. The crowd erupted in cheers, the excitement reaching a fever pitch. Timur, who was in the audience, listened intently to Shinkawa's challenge. The tension between the two was palpable, hinting at future battles. As Timur was handed a mic, the crowd waited eagerly for his response. The stage was set for a thrilling continuation of the rivalry. Timur snatches the mic, his voice booming with frustration as he challenges the crowd, demanding they beat the fighters below him before talking about the title. Shinkawa simply nods, understanding the challenge laid before him. Timur's eyes glare from behind his eyewear, intensity radiating as the crowd's chants echo through the arena. The crowd erupts, their chants of Shinkawa's name filling the air, a clear sign of their support and anticipation. In the changing room, Shiraishi praises Shinkawa's bold move, calling out the champion as a strategic masterstroke. Shiraishi continues, suggesting that Dana might consider Shinkawa for ranked opponents in the remaining 2 matches, a testament to his growing reputation. Shinkawa reveals his aim to fight stronger opponents as soon as possible, a goal that Shiraishi applauds as the right mindset. Suddenly, the door opens and Dana's voice rings out, congratulating Shinkawa and hinting at a possible performance of the night bonus. Dana walks in, congratulating Shinkawa and hinting at a possible performance of the night bonus, a testament to his impressive skills. Shinkawa thanks Dana, his gratitude evident as he acknowledges the recognition. Dana, with a casual air, hands over a check, insisting on being called just Dana, much to Shiraishi's astonishment. The check is handed to the coach, a bonus with no tax, a generous gesture that leaves Shiraishi's mouth wide open in shock. Shiraishi stands there speechless, the unexpected bonus leaving him at a loss for words. Dana explains it's a bonus, a reward for Shinkawa's exceptional performance. Dana, noticing Shinkawa's lack of injuries, suggests setting up his next fight soon, a testament to his readiness and resilience. Shinkawa nods, his determination evident as he agrees to the proposal. Shinkawa declares his readiness to fight even today, requesting a strong opponent, a challenge that Dana eagerly accepts, praising his professionalism. Dana reminds them there's no tax on the bonus, encouraging Shinkawa to use it however he likes. With that, Dana leaves, his presence lingering as Shinkawa and Shiraishi process the unexpected turn of events. Shiraishi suggests heading back to the hotel, but Shinkawa insists on greeting Eren first, his curiosity piqued by the mysterious gangster. After some time, Shiraishi casually mentions an after-party, his tone light but probing, as if testing the waters for their next move. A background character confirms Eren has just left for the party, prompting Shinkawa to comment on his gangster reputation with a hint of admiration. Shiraishi quickly dismisses the gangster angle, suggesting it's probably all about the money, which makes Shinkawa ponder the true motives behind Eren's actions. Shiraishi then points out that Eren, being a celebrity, will likely take photos and upload them to social media, painting a picture of a man who thrives on attention. Shinkawa questions if that actually makes money, his curiosity about the financial side of celebrity life showing through. Shiraishi explains that it's all benefit for the club, as fans who see the photos will flock to meet Eren, and the club pays him something like advertising fees. Shinkawa connects the dots, comparing it to how he promotes his sponsored products. Shiraishi then remembers he's been invited to that party and asks Shinkawa if he wants to go, catching him off guard. Shiraishi adds that Shinkawa might even bring in some money, trying to entice him with the prospect of financial gain. Shinkawa hesitates, his lack of confidence in such social settings evident, making it clear he's not comfortable with the idea. Shiraishi seems to have expected this response, his tone suggesting he's not surprised by Shinkawa's reluctance. Looking at his phone, Shiraishi asks Shinkawa how it looks now, his smirk hinting at some hidden agenda or inside joke. Shiraishi's smirk deepens, his expression suggesting he's enjoying the situation a bit too much. Shiraishi concludes that this is more interesting, his tone implying that whatever is happening is far more intriguing than their previous plans. Tsuji and Shuji dominate the news, their excitement palpable as they announce another first-round knockout. Tsuji, the reporter, can barely contain her enthusiasm, declaring that Shinkawa has finished all his professional fights in the first round. Shuji, the seasoned MMA fighter, jokes that he might need to start calling his junior senpai given his impressive track record. Shuji finds it unusual that Tsuji, his senior, is this excited. Tsuji herself is surprised by her own enthusiasm, laughing it off as she acknowledges her unexpected reaction. The reaction on the video site is incredible too, with hundreds of comments pouring in. Viewers are in awe, speculating if a Japanese UFC champion is finally about to emerge. They praise Shinkawa's monstrous strength and his ability to dominate in the clinch. Shinkawa, however, is more interested in Shuji's comment about Tsuji. Shiraishi, his coach, brushes it off, telling him to focus on something else. Shiraishi suggests they take a photo and upload it. Shinkawa agrees, though he's not entirely sure why they need to do this. They use their phone to take a photo, capturing the moment. Shinkawa questions why they need to take such a close-up photo. Shiraishi insists it's not because he wants to, but because they have to. As they look at the photo, Shiraishi notices there's already a comment. Shinkawa asks what it is, and Shiraishi reveals it's from none other than Conor McGregor. Shinkawa is shocked to hear this, and they look at each other silently, processing the unexpected news. Shiraishi confirms that the first comment is indeed from Conor McGregor, who congratulates Shinkawa and says he's become a big fan. Shinkawa is left speechless by the unexpected praise from the famous fighter. They share a silent moment, the weight of the comment sinking in. Shiraishi breaks the silence, confirming that the first comment is indeed from Conor. Shinkawa, still in disbelief, asks if it's really him. Shiraishi assures him it is. Shiraishi wonders why Conor would comment on Shinkawa's social media. Shinkawa suggests that maybe he just found the fight interesting. Shiraishi agrees, though he's still surprised by the unexpected attention from the famous fighter. They notice that the comments are increasing at an incredible rate, a testament to Shinkawa's growing popularity. Shinkawa replies with a heartfelt thank you to the comments, grateful for the support and recognition. Shinkawa's face brightens, his expression shifting from gratitude to a newfound determination. He takes the phone and asks for a moment, his focus narrowing as he prepares to write something important. Shiraishi chimes in, explaining that this guy has been admiring Conor since his amateur days, setting the stage for Shinkawa's next move. A two-division champion and influencer who earns the most fight money, a so-called living legend, so no wonder he admires him, Shiraishi adds, building up the anticipation. Shiraishi's curiosity peaks as he asks if Shinkawa sent a message and what he wrote. Shinkawa responds with a hint of mystery, saying he briefly messaged Luseng. But the real surprise comes when he reveals he sent a challenge to McGregor, declaring they should meet in the ring, leaving everyone in awe of his boldness. In the arena, Dana's voice booms, demanding answers about whether the calls were made. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife, and it seems like everyone is holding their breath. John confirms the calls were made, but the response is far from encouraging. Everyone is hesitant, questioning who Shinkawa even is. The disbelief in their voices is almost comical, like they can't wrap their heads around the idea of an unknown fighter stirring up so much chaos. Dana's fury reaches a boiling point as he labels them all cowards. He pictures them watching Shinkawa's match, shaking in their boots. The image of these tough fighters cowering in fear is almost too much to handle. John tries to reason with Dana, arguing that even he would refuse to fight an unranked opponent. The risk of injury is too great for those aiming for the top. Dana, however, sees it differently, his voice rising as he reminds John that they are fighters, damn it. The argument escalates, with John insisting that it's better to go down fighting someone stronger. Dana fires back, asking if John is suggesting it's natural to tuck tail and run when faced with a challenger. The air between them crackles with tension. They glare at each other, the silence between them heavy with unspoken words. It's a standoff, neither willing to back down. Dana breaks the silence, stating that those who don't want to fight can do as they please. But if they start talking about favorites, he'll kick them out then and there. His tone leaves no room for argument. John changes the subject, mentioning that Connor commented on Shinkawa's social media. He was the first one to do it, and it seems like a significant development. John suggests that Dana should try contacting Connor, given their close relationship. Dana seems to consider this, a glimmer of understanding passing between them. Dana acknowledges John's understanding, a rare moment of agreement between the two. It's a small victory, but a significant one. Without wasting any time, Dana calls Connor, his voice echoing through the arena. He greets Connor with a mix of familiarity and urgency, reminding him that he's got one foot out of the rankings. Dana continues, suggesting a rematch with Timur to get his revenge or aiming for the welterweight division. He asks Connor what he's up to, the curiosity evident in his tone. The scene shifts to a resort in Las Vegas, Nevada. Connor's voice comes through, calm and collected. He tells Dana that he was just about to contact him, setting the stage for a crucial conversation. Dana asks if it's about time for a comeback, reminding Connor that he's still training. Connor confirms, his body itching to get back in the game. The tension builds as the two legends prepare to discuss the future. Connor mentions a dangerous new fighter in town, his tone serious. Dana chimes in, comparing this rising threat to Connor's own past dominance. Connor wonders why no one is stepping up to face this dangerous fighter. Dana agrees, pointing out that even the pros are backing down from the challenge. Connor reflects on how moments like these reveal a fighter's true worth, then asks if this call means what he thinks it means. Dana confirms and asks if Connor can make 155 pounds. Connor responds with confidence, declaring he will show this new fighter the dignity of a champion. Meanwhile, in the AFA gym, someone calls out to Shinkawa. A voice congratulates Shinkawa on his 2 consecutive Performance of the Night awards, almost feeling sorry for Aaron Diaz. Timur stands there serious and silent, his expression unreadable. Timur finally speaks, his voice tense as he asks Shinkawa why he called him out. Someone yells at Shinkawa, telling him not to punk Timur and to apologize. They question if Shinkawa thinks he can fight Timur just because he won a sparring match, reminding him that a real fight is different. Shinkawa calmly responds that he already knows that. Someone else chimes in, telling Shinkawa he's just a kid who's not even in the top 10 and shouldn't get cocky. Danny interrupts, proudly declaring that he knocked out Aaron Diaz in the first round. The room falls silent, tension hanging in the air. Shinkawa breaks the silence, commenting that the heavyweight division does look tough. Timur tells Danny that this doesn't concern him. Danny replies that he just wanted to have Shinkawa take a look at his punches when they started hassling him. Timur declares that anyone challenging him is his enemy from that point on and questions Danny if he is still going to back Shinkawa up. Shinkawa responds by saying he will move to a different gym, so there is no need to worry. Timur, with a menacing aura, warns Shinkawa not to talk nonsense, claiming a kid like him won't last a month in the UFC. Rose interrupts them, questioning if Timur is going too far. The gym divides into 2 factions, tensions rising as sides are chosen. Shinkawa and Timur glare at each other, the air thick with rivalry and unspoken challenges. Shinkawa declares he will call Timur out again after he beats Conor, the champion. The crowd murmurs in disbelief, questioning if he means Conor McGregor and why he would choose him. Rose steps in, asking Shinkawa if he has a habit of lying. Danny, bewildered, questions why Shinkawa would choose Conor of all people. Timur scoffs, calling Shinkawa a carefree bastard, and doubts Conor would even bother with someone like him, suggesting Conor probably doesn't even know he exists. The others laugh at Shinkawa, finding Timur's words amusing. Timur continues, telling Shinkawa to pack his bags if he understands the situation. Cus Menz, the founder and head coach of the AFA gym, intervenes, suggesting that if Shinkawa beats Conor, a title shot might be possible in the near future. Jirish and Menz stand together, their presence commanding attention. Someone from the crowd questions Coach Menz, asking why Conor would agree to this fight, to which Menz replies that the fight has been set for 2 months from now. The crowd is stunned, questioning if it's really Conor McGregor. Timur, still in disbelief, points out there are plenty of other ranked fighters and questions what is going on, to which Menz replies it was Conor's request. Shinkawa stood silent, his expression unreadable, as if processing the absurdity of the situation. Timur's frustration boiled over, exclaiming that Dana's favoritism had crossed a line this time. Menz, however, quickly dismissed the notion, asserting that Dana had no authority in deciding opponents. Menz continued, pointing out that Conor had a history of arranging his own fights. The revelation left everyone stunned, with one person muttering in disbelief. Menz, shifting the focus, declared it was time to review yesterday's fight, calling it their tradition. Shinkawa, taken aback, questioned the need for a review. A frown creased Shinkawa's face as he admitted his discomfort with being the center of attention outside of fights. With a sigh, Shinkawa resigned himself to the situation, asking if they could proceed immediately. Shinkawa and the other gym members settled onto the ground, ready to begin the review. Shinkawa started to explain, outlining 3 key points to his victory over Aaron Diaz. First, he revealed that Aaron was weak against kicks and clinches, the opposite of his strengths in boxing and jiu-jitsu. Second, Shinkawa pointed out that when the fight stalled, Aaron tried to turn it into a slugfest, leaving himself open to counters. When pressured with punches, Aaron had a habit of tilting his head to the open side, creating the perfect opportunity for a counter. And third, if all else failed, Aaron would try to drag his opponent to the ground, but his focus on punches would drop, leaving him vulnerable. Danny nodded his head, absorbing the information as Shinkawa wrapped up his explanation. Shinkawa asked if there were any questions, prompting several members to raise their hands. Shinkawa pointed to one of them, singling out the person with a tattoo on their neck. The chosen member asked if Shinkawa had anticipated the fight's outcome from the start. Shinkawa, however, denied it, stating that no matter how much one analyzes, the true test comes face to face. The crowd questions Shinkawa's strategy, wondering what he would have done if the fight took an unexpected turn. Shinkawa simply replies that he wouldn't stick to any plan if it meant wasting time. Kusmens chimes in, reminding everyone that win or lose, reviewing the fight for insights is their tradition. Shiraishi agrees, stating they will definitely incorporate the lessons learned. Rose raises his hand, ready to ask a question. Shinkawa acknowledges Rose, turning his attention to him. Rose asks Shinkawa how many strategies he had prepared if Plan A, which was punching, didn't work. Shinkawa responds that ranking plans is meaningless when the opponent's plan is unknown. Shinkawa elaborates, explaining that one must adapt to the opponent's moves, whether it's drawing a sword, thrusting with a spear, or defending with a shield. Timur analyzes Shinkawa's responses, concluding that he is no ordinary fighter. Timur's veins start bulging as he contemplates the challenge ahead. A smirk forms on Timur's face as he imagines defeating Shinkawa. Timur decides to give Shinkawa a chance, confident in his own abilities. Kusmens asks if Shinkawa will keep training with them, and Shiraishi agrees, mentioning they should settle the training fees. Kusmens insists they can handle the fees after the fight with Connor, as it's fixed at 20%. Shiraishi expresses his gratitude. Kusmens tells Shiraishi not to get sappy, explaining that they also benefit from training with a fighter like Shinkawa. He suggests calling the coach right away to set up a curriculum. Kusmens notices someone arriving, and Shiraishi confirms it. Reporters and camera crews enter the gym, drawing everyone's attention. The crowd murmurs in surprise, wondering who the media is and why they are there. The crowd gathers around Shinkawa, curious and excited about the sudden media attention. A reporter pushes through the crowd, her eyes locking onto Shinkawa like he's the lead story of the century. Of course, she wants an interview because who wouldn't want a front-page scoop on the guy who just turned the room into his personal highlight reel? Shinkawa scans the chaos, utterly baffled that no one's even attempting to play referee in this free-for-all. You'd think someone would at least try to break up the party, but nope, it's like they're all just waiting for their turn to get a face full of his signature knuckle sandwich. And speaking of faces, you'd think Shinkawa has a personal vendetta against them, the way he keeps rearranging everyone's features like a particularly violent game of slap-happy bingo. Shinkawa sits down for an interview, and the reporter wastes no time diving into the big questions. She asks about his thoughts on facing a legend like Conor McGregor after just 2 fights since moving to America. Shinkawa responds with his usual cool confidence, stating that no matter who the opponent is, he is simply focused on fighting Conor's name. The reporter brings up the term Magamesha, a playful combination of Conor's name and gacha, referring to the lottery-like odds of fighting a legend and winning big. Shinkawa acknowledges the term, comparing it to hitting the jackpot in a game. The reporter mentions Conor's statement about being grateful for hitting the Magamesha and his claim that there's no way Shinkawa can beat him. Shinkawa doesn't deny the Magamesha part but disagrees with the fight outcome. The reporter asks if Shinkawa feels any pressure fighting someone with such a passionate fanbase. Shinkawa calmly states that fans can't enter the ring with them, so their presence doesn't add to the pressure he feels. He continues, suggesting that Conor might be feeling more pressure, given that this is his comeback fight after 2 years. The reporter points out that Conor has boasted about knocking Shinkawa out in the first round. Shinkawa counters by mentioning that he has also finished all his pro fights in the first round, implying that Conor might not be as invincible as he thinks. The reporter, intrigued, asks if Shinkawa is saying he will knock out Conor in the first round too. Shinkawa confirms with a straightforward, "That's exactly what I'm saying." The reporter then asks about Conor's reputation as the best sniper in UFC history and if Shinkawa has a strategy. Shinkawa acknowledges Connor's strong left counter but points out that it might be his only weapon. He confidently states that he, on the other hand, has all the weapons, using a rock-paper-scissors analogy to illustrate his versatility. The reporter is taken aback, commenting that Connor would be furious if he heard that. Shinkawa simply replies that there's no need to be friendly before a match. The reporter thinks to herself that Shinkawa is unusually confident for a Japanese person and so self-assured. She then asks if it would be possible to film some of Shinkawa's training scenes, clearly intrigued by his confidence and fighting style. Shinkawa gets asked if he is okay with them filming his sparring sessions. Rose lets out a sigh, clearly not thrilled about the idea. Rose explains that he would rather not have images of him losing stuck in people's minds. Shinkawa replies that unfortunately, he thinks those images will continue to follow Rose. Rose, determined, responds that they will see about that. The reporter chimes in, suggesting that this could make for some good shots. Rose and Shinkawa enter the ring, the atmosphere tense with anticipation. They face each other, the air thick with the promise of a fierce sparring session. The other members watch intently, their eyes glued to the two fighters in the ring. The sparring starts and Rose immediately launches into his first attack. Rose starts with a powerful attack, aiming to set the pace of the match. Shinkawa dodges with ease, his movements fluid and precise. He ducks, dodging another attack from Rose, his agility on full display. Rose continues to attack, his strikes powerful and relentless. Shinkawa steps back, dodging Rose's attack with a grace that belies the intensity of the moment. Shinkawa moves swiftly, dodging Rose's powerful attacks as if he is dancing around the ring. Rose prepares for another powerful attack, his determination evident in his stance. Rose's attack is directed straight at Shinkawa's face, aiming to land a decisive blow. But Shinkawa grabs Rose's fist mid-punch, halting the attack in its tracks. Looks like Shinkawa's face has a personal vendetta against fists. It's like his face is a no-punching zone and everyone's fists are trespassing. Shinkawa starts counterattacking Rose, his movements swift and precise. Rose took a brutal hit, his body crumpling under the force, and a groan escaped his lips as he struggled to stay on his feet. Despite the pain, determination flashed in his eyes. He wasn't ready to give up just yet. Clenching his fist, he steeled himself for another round, his resolve unwavering. Just as he regained his balance, he noticed something unsettling. Shinkawa had vanished from sight. Before he could process it, a presence loomed behind him. Shinkawa had moved faster than he could track. Rose barely had time to react as Shinkawa raised his leg, and his mind raced. When did he even move behind him? The leg rose higher, tension coiling like a spring, and Rose braced for impact. Shinkawa's kick landed squarely on Rose's leg, sending a jolt of pain through his body. So much for faces being the only target. Guess legs are fair game now too. Rose retaliated with a powerful punch aimed straight at Shinkawa's face, his muscles straining with effort. The punch connected, and for a moment, it seemed like Rose had gained the upper hand. Danny watched from the sidelines, impressed by Rose's ability to slip his lead hand in and block the attack. The crowd murmured in awe as Rose managed to land a solid hit, but the fight was far from over. Shinkawa charged in, catching Rose off guard and taking control of the fight once again. Rose attempted another punch, but Shinkawa ducked, effortlessly dodging the attack. Undeterred, Rose continued with his other hand, aiming another strike. Shinkawa seized the opening and punched Rose square in the face. And there it is, Shinkawa's signature move, turning Rose's face into his personal stress ball. The punch lands with such force that Rose stumbles back, his legs wobbling like a newborn fawn trying to stand. And once again, Shinkawa proves that no face is safe from his relentless obsession. Down he goes, crashing onto the ground like a sack of potatoes. Rose's movements have been completely read, and his pride takes a harder hit than his body. But Rose isn't done yet. With a sudden burst of energy, he counters with a swift kick to Shinkawa's torso. Looks like he's not ready to call it a day just yet. Shiraishi watches closely, analyzing the fight. Rose's strikes are sharper, but something's still holding him back. Getting back up, Rose continues his assault, determined to turn the tables. His fists fly with precision, each strike aimed to perfection. Shinkawa's eyes widen in surprise. He wasn't expecting Rose to come back so strong. The underdog is putting up quite the fight. Rose's attack comes in fast, right in front of him. Shinkawa barely dodges, feeling the wind of the punch brush past his face. That was too close for comfort. Himura observes the fight, his expression intense. A sharp intake of breath escapes him as he realizes the stakes of this match. Shiraishi comments on the near miss, noting that if that had landed, it would have been lights out for Shinkawa. The crowd holds their breath, the tension palpable. Reporter from Reset Go chimes in, her voice filled with excitement. This exchange is so high level, it's almost a shame to call it sparring. The intensity is through the roof. Seizing the moment, Shinkawa dives in and wraps Rose in a tight hug. It's a surprising move, but it catches Rose off guard. They both slam onto the ground, the impact echoing through the arena. The crowd gasps, unsure of what just happened. Rose realizes he's in a bad spot. He struggles, but Shinkawa's grip is too tight. His voice strains as he yells out, "I can't move." Shinkawa starts laying into Rose, his fists raining down like a hailstorm. He's not holding back, each punch packed with power. The pummeling continues, Rose's grunts of pain filling the air. He's taking a beating, but he's still in the fight. As Shinkawa closes in on Rose's face, ready to deliver another signature punch, Rose can only think, damn it, not the face again. Shinkawa's fist halts just before making contact with Rose's face, as if his brain finally sent a memo to his knuckles that faces aren't actually punching bags. The gym members collectively exhale in relief, realizing they've just witnessed a miracle Shinkawa resisting the urge to redecorate someone's face. Instead of a fist, Shinkawa extends a hand, helping Rose up as if making amends for all the times he's treated faces like his personal stress ball. Rose questions how Shinkawa read his movements so easily, but the answer is simple. Shinkawa's brain has a built-in face targeting system, and apparently it comes with a combat analysis feature. Shinkawa points out that Rose's predictable patterns make his face an easy target, almost like it's begging for a fist introduction. He does admit, though, that Rose's accidental middle or high kick combo was pretty slick, almost as slick as Shinkawa's obsession with faces. Shinkawa suggests those kinds of moves will expand Rose's repertoire, but warns they won't work on him probably because his brain is too busy calculating face-punching trajectories. He then critiques Rose's predictable footwork, hinting that without improvement, his face might as well be a bullseye. Shinkawa asks Rose to show his footwork one more time, likely plotting the fastest route to his face just in case. Rose demonstrates his footwork, unaware that Shinkawa's eyes are locked onto his face like a heat-seeking missile. Shinkawa throws a punch, but Rose dodges effortlessly, proving that faces aren't the only things that can avoid Shinkawa's fists. Rose counters, catching Shinkawa off guard. Turns out, even face-punching enthusiasts can be surprised. Shinkawa suddenly shifts his body side to side, probably recalibrating his face-finding radar. He mutters something about infighting, likely a code word for preparing to punch a face. Shinkawa charges forward, his body moving like a man on a mission to introduce his fist to someone's face. He whispers to Rose about drawing in his opponent, a tactic that probably involves luring them into face-punching range. Rose's face twisted in confusion, clearly not on board with whatever face-punching scheme Shinkawa was cooking up. Shinkawa demands Rose to pull him in, but all he gets in response is a confused grunt. Clearly, Rose isn't ready to play along with whatever bizarre training method Shinkawa has in mind this time. Rose reluctantly puts his fist forward, and Shinkawa, ever the eager trainer, urges him on. Because apparently today's lesson involves a lot of trust and a little bit of chaos. Suddenly, Shinkawa starts moving side to side, shifting his body in a rhythmic dance. Rose watches, still confused but now slightly intrigued. Shinkawa's footwork becomes a blur, swift and precise, leaving Rose struggling to keep up with the sudden flurry of movement. Just as quickly as he started, Shinkawa steps back, creating a moment of stillness. Rose barely has time to process what's happening before Shinkawa's fist appears out of nowhere. Rose's eyes widen as Shinkawa's fist stops just short of his face. Looks like Shinkawa's face-punching obsession is taking a backseat to whatever lesson he's trying to teach today. Rose stands frozen, a look of shock plastered on his face. He can't believe he didn't see that coming. Confusion sets in as Rose realizes he should have reacted, but his body just wouldn't cooperate. Shinkawa's training methods are really messing with his head. Shinkawa drops some wisdom, explaining that Rose's back foot lifting during his long guard was the reason for his defeat. Because apparently, even the smallest movement can make or break a fight. Rose looks down, realization dawning on him. He hadn't even noticed that tiny mistake. Rose admits that he would have never realized that if Shinkawa hadn't pointed it out. Looks like he's learning more than he bargained for today. Rose questions Shinkawa's motives, wondering if it's okay for him to be giving out tips like that, especially since they're supposed to be opponents. Shinkawa simply replies that he told him because Rose asked, leaving Rose even more confused. A smile spreads across Rose's face as he processes Shinkawa's words. Maybe there's more to this guy than just his face-punching obsession. In a surprising turn of events, Rose grabs Shinkawa's shoulder, a gesture of camaraderie and respect. Looks like Shinkawa's unconventional methods are starting to pay off. Turning to the camera, Shinkawa introduces Rose as his sensei, a title that seems to fit perfectly given the unexpected turn of events. Who knew a face-punching maniac could be such an effective teacher? Shinkawa and Rose leave the scene, leaving the viewers wondering what kind of lessons she will be teaching him. The next morning arrives, and with it, a new day of unexpected events. As Shinkawa steps out of his residence, the city seems to be waking up with him, ready for another day of chaos. A reporter and a cameraman suddenly appear, eager to capture his morning routine. They shout for him to do his usual antics, clearly expecting some entertaining content. Shinkawa begins his morning run, the city blurring around him as he picks up speed. The reporter and cameraman follow closely in a car, determined not to miss a single moment. There is nothing like a good running course to start the day, or so Shinkawa thinks as he enjoys the rush of the morning air. The scenery and air are perfect, making it an ideal day for a run. Little does he know, his peaceful morning is about to be interrupted. A mysterious hooded figure starts running behind Shinkawa, causing him to feel a bit annoyed. Because apparently even his morning jog isn't safe from unexpected company. Shinkawa's annoyance grows as the mysterious figure keeps pace with him. He tries to calm himself down, reasoning that it is not unusual to see someone running. Plus, he is being filmed, so attacking the mysterious runner would make him look like a real psycho. He decides to increase his speed instead, hoping to lose the unwanted company. Shinkawa pushes himself to run faster, but the hooded figure keeps up with ease. This is turning out to be more of a pain than he anticipated. The hooded figure continues to chase Shinkawa, shouting for him to wait. It seems like this mysterious runner has something important to discuss. As the chase continues, the hooded figure finally manages to get Shinkawa's attention and calls out to him, desperately needing to talk. The mysterious runner reveals himself to be someone who needs to talk to Shinkawa. Looks like his morning just got a lot more interesting. Shinkawa comes to a halt, his curiosity piqued by the mysterious runner's sudden appearance. As the hooded figure catches his breath, Shinkawa questions the stranger's intentions, wondering what could be so important. The hooded figure reveals himself as Joe Parker, an agent with a nervous stutter, introducing himself in a rush of words. Shinkawa eyes him skeptically, concluding that this doesn't seem to be a setup for the Moes. He points out that it's troublesome to approach him like this without an appointment, but Joe Parker quickly mentions that he did contact Mr. Shiraishi. Shinkawa's eyebrows raise in surprise as he asks about the coach, wondering what this is all about. Joe Parker explains that it's pretty common for fighters not to hear about these things, leaving Shinkawa even more confused. He continues, saying that no one welcomes other agents approaching their fighters, but Shinkawa interrupts, trying to make sense of the situation. Joe Parker clarifies that it's not necessarily for the fighter's benefit, comparing it to when Shinkawa switched to UFK and Shinkawa starts to piece together the puzzle. As an agent, Joe Parker admits that Mr. Shiraishi is far superior to him as a coach, making Shinkawa even more intrigued. Joe Parker gives an example, saying that if a fighter gets injured, the coach mainly supports rehabilitation, but a capable agent can secure income for the fighter even during rehab. He continues, explaining that for a fighter like Shinkawa with rising skills and fame, they can increase his earnings hundreds, no, thousands of times, and even after his prime, a second career path will naturally open up. Shinkawa responds that he's not good at that kind of flashy activity, and anyway, he's in the middle of filming now, so he can't talk any further. Joe Parker apologizes and adds that it's fine if Shinkawa doesn't cut out the scenes he's in, leaving Shinkawa slightly amused. As Joe Parker says he'll be waiting for his call, Shinkawa reveals that the three HOS approached him from the start for promotional effects, leaving Joe Parker with a lot to think about. Shinkawa scoffs at the idea of that Yurui Chinese-style greeting directed at him, a Japanese person. A reporter asks if they can use the scenes where he was talking, and he casually agrees, saying that person said it was okay too. Back in Shinkawa's place, the atmosphere shifts as he ponders something. He hesitates before asking if Shiraishi has heard anything from a person named Joe Parker. Shiraishi, cooking an egg, responds that Joe Parker approached him 2 days ago as well. Shinkawa explains that Joe Parker talked to him while he was running, even though he knew he was being filmed. Shiraishi mentions it's rare for that guy to be in such a hurry. Shinkawa was planning to discuss it during breakfast, as Joe Parker isn't known for good rumors. Curious, Shinkawa asks what kind of rumors are circulating. Shiraishi reveals that Joe Parker is rumored to only think about making money for fighters, using them like disposable rags, isolating them, and working them to the bone. Shinkawa nods, understanding the sentiment. Shinkawa asks if Shiraishi is going to stop him from contracting with Joe Parker, but Shiraishi responds that he's not the type to listen even if he tried to stop him. Shinkawa then asks if contracting with Joe Parker would make things easier for him too. Shinkawa wonders if his contract with Joe Parker would decrease the coach's income, but Shiraishi brushes it off, saying it's not even about money anymore, there's just not enough time. Shiraishi lists all the tasks he's juggling: taking care of the gym guys, updating social media, setting up camps, negotiating with matchmakers, and humorously adds that with all these guys running him ragged, he wonders when he'll ever get married. Shinkawa is surprised by the coach's remark, leaving him speechless. Shinkawa recovers from his surprise and mentions the next after-party invitation, suggesting the coach might meet someone special there. The coach, intrigued, responds with a hopeful tone. Because money is essential for marriage, Shinkawa brings it up and the coach agrees, realizing the practicality of the situation. Shinkawa encourages the coach to continue his good work, praising his skills. The coach, touched by the sentiment, jokes about being emotionally manipulated. The coach then points out that after the next fight, they should return to Japan. He also reminds Shinkawa about the ice bath prepared for him, and Shinkawa complies. Shinkawa enters the ice bath, feeling the chills start to take effect. The heat from his intense run begins to cool down as he settles into the icy water. His blood vessels, expanded to their limit, start to contract, providing relief. The bleeding and inflammation of damaged capillaries subside, easing his discomfort. Shinkawa reflects that an agent causing stress wouldn't be beneficial in the long run. He expresses his relief that the coach accepted the situation, feeling a sense of calm. After a short moment during breakfast, Shinkawa brings up the upcoming weight-cutting diet for the UFC fight. The coach acknowledges the difficulty of cutting even more weight after already preparing for a fight. Shinkawa accepts the challenge, knowing it's necessary for the big money involved. He mentions the substantial amount they stand to earn, even after expenses, which motivates them both. The coach praises Shinkawa's attitude and promises to negotiate for better fight money at the right time. Shinkawa emphasizes the importance of having someone he can relax with, rather than just someone who brings in money. He concludes by acknowledging that he is not a normal person, hinting at his unique perspective and needs. Time passed and the weight of his words lingered in the air, setting the stage for what was to come. Press conference day arrived and McGregor and Shinkawa found themselves face to face, the tension between them palpable. Shinkawa, with a smirk, claimed to have the perfect Japanese proverb for the occasion, stating that the weaker the dog, the louder it barks. McGregor, not one to back down, retorted that a weakling from a parasitic country has no right to talk, escalating the tension even further. Shinkawa's fist met McGregor's face with a satisfying crunch, proving once again that Shinkawa's fists have a magnetic attraction to faces, as if they were long-lost lovers reunited in a violent embrace. The day of the press conference for the media arrives, and the reporters are buzzing with anticipation. Conor McGregor is nowhere to be seen, leaving everyone wondering about his absence. Dana steps in to address the crowd, announcing that they will start with Shinkawa instead. The questions begin, and all eyes turn to the man of the moment. A reporter directs a question at Shinkawa, asking how he feels about being selected for the main event right after his UFC debut. The room waits for his response. Shinkawa responds with a calm demeanor, stating that since the event is for McGregor, he doesn't have any particular feelings about it. However, he assures everyone that everything will change with this fight, setting the stage for a dramatic showdown. When asked about McGregor's lateness, Shinkawa shrugs it off, suggesting it's probably just showmanship. But he does think it's disrespectful, hinting at his own sense of honor and respect for the sport. A reporter presses further, asking if Shinkawa is saying he doesn't respect Conor. The tension in the room rises as everyone awaits his answer. Shinkawa clarifies that if he's going to fight, he respects his opponent. It's just his way of thinking about fellow fighters, showing his professionalism and dedication to the sport. Suddenly, McGregor's voice booms through the room, asking what happens if he's not respected by Shinkawa. The atmosphere shifts as the former champion makes his presence known. At that moment, McGregor enters the room with his signature confidence, commanding everyone's attention. The press conference takes a dramatic turn as the former champion steps in. McGregor stands before the room, exuding an aura of self-assuredness. He declares that if anyone has something to ask, he'll answer, setting the stage for a fiery exchange. The reporter immediately asks why he was late. McGregor, sitting confidently, explains that the roads were crowded with people coming out to wait for a legend's return, showing his larger-than-life persona. Another reporter challenges him, asking if the roads weren't crowded for other fighters and if he feels sorry for his opponent. McGregor, ever the showman, has a ready response. McGregor retorts that it's thanks to him that they can have a match in front of such a large audience. He suggests that Shinkawa should be grateful for the opportunity to step into the ring he's prepared, showing his confidence and dominance. He continues, saying that all the fans agree with him and warns Shinkawa not to get cocky just because he praised him a little. The tension between the two fighters is palpable. McGregor then delivers a cutting remark, saying that Shinkawa is at best on the level of Aaron Diaz, who got beaten up by him. The room is filled with anticipation for the upcoming fight. The press conference ends on a high note, with McGregor's words lingering in the air. The stage is set for an epic showdown between the two fighters, promising a night to remember. Shinkawa wastes no time, immediately calling out McGregor's past losses and narrow victories, setting the tone for their heated exchange. The tension escalates as Shinkawa boasts about his first-round TKO win, provoking McGregor to fire back with a sharp retort, refusing to be overshadowed. McGregor's frustration boils over, slamming the table as he dismisses Shinkawa's victory, claiming his opponent was in bad condition. Shinkawa counters by pointing out that even social media commentators agree with his assessment, further fueling McGregor's anger. McGregor fires back, insulting Shinkawa's fight money, but Shinkawa remains unfazed, retorting with a sharp Japanese proverb. The verbal sparring continues, with McGregor insulting Shinkawa's homeland, but Shinkawa quickly turns the tables with a witty remark. Shinkawa stands up, ready to continue the heated exchange, showing he is not backing down from the confrontation. He delivers a cutting Japanese proverb, comparing McGregor to a weak dog that barks loudly, further provoking his opponent. McGregor retaliates with an insult, but Shinkawa quickly counters with a question about the capital of Dublin, catching McGregor off guard. McGregor, taken aback, corrects Shinkawa about the capital of Ireland, but Shinkawa uses the moment to mock McGregor's intelligence. Shinkawa claps back, sarcastically praising McGregor for knowing the capital of his own country, further escalating the tension. He continues to taunt McGregor, questioning his earlier boasts of being a legend and pondering how his doctor would react to his behavior. As the argument reaches its peak, McGregor threatens to rip out Shinkawa's tongue, but Dana steps in to separate them, urging them to calm down. The video of their heated press conference goes viral, with viewers commenting on Shinkawa's wit, the use of Japanese proverbs, and the intense face-off between the two fighters. The viral press conference sets the stage, drawing everyone to the face-off venue, where anticipation crackles in the air like static. Both fighters stand opposite each other, the atmosphere thick with tension. No flashy showmanship this time, just raw, unfiltered glares locking them in a silent battle before the real one even begins. Conor radiates the classic aura of a warrior hungry for victory, his eyes sharp, his stance ready, like a predator sensing an opening. Shinkawa smirks, his expression dripping with confidence. This is the Conor he's been waiting to see, no distractions, just pure, unfiltered competition. Fight day arrives and the venue is packed. The crowd buzzes with energy, their excitement palpable as the moment everyone's been waiting for finally draws near. Meanwhile, Conor sits in his changing room, his focus razor sharp. The weight of the fight presses down, but his mind is clear, his determination unwavering. His coach leans in, questioning if he's letting Shinkawa's provocations get to him. Conor's response is blunt and honest. Shocked, his coach barely gets a word out before Conor cuts him off. "You can't diss a lonely guy," he says, "and because of that, the only way to settle things is in the match." His coach presses further, asking if he's losing focus. Conor's reply is sharp and decisive. After Shinkawa, he's taking on Timur and claiming the champion's seat. He's in the best shape and skill of his career, and nothing is going to stand in his way. His coach nods, acknowledging the fire in his eyes. He's seen it clearly, and now it's time to show the world the return of the legend. Conor's voice is steady, his resolve unshaken. He's done everything he could for this comeback fight. He's not just the same as when he knocked out George Adu, who was undefeated for 105 years in 13 seconds. No, he's in even better condition now, stronger, faster, and more determined than ever. Conor stands, his aura immense, filling the room with the presence of a true warrior. The legend isn't just returning, he's ready to reclaim his throne. The final declaration, he states, "I am a legend." The words hang in the air, heavy with meaning, as he prepares to step into the arena. Meanwhile, in Shinkawa's waiting room, the air is calm, almost eerily so. The storm before the calm is about to break, and the world is waiting. The calm shatters as Shinkawa starts throwing punches, each one landing with precision. Looks like he's treating every face in his path like it owes him money. From the sidelines, the coach and Rose observe, their eyes locked on the intensity unfolding before them. Kusmen steps in, warming up Shinkawa, preparing him for the battle ahead. Jureishi's voice booms with approval, declaring Shinkawa is in top form. Rose nods in agreement, emphasizing the necessity of headgear when sparring with Shinkawa, because apparently he has a habit of making faces meet fists. A voice calls out for Shinkawa to stand by, the anticipation building. Shinkawa and the others prepare for the match, the tension palpable. Kus glances at Rose, confidently asserting that Conor will lose to Shinkawa. Rose falls silent, pondering the weight of Kus's words. Of course, Rose thinks since he was Shinkawa's training partner, he knows the power Shinkawa possesses. Shinkawa then enters the arena, the crowd's excitement reaching a fever pitch. The crowd screams Shinkawa's name, their voices echoing through the venue. Shinkawa confidently strides in, the crowd's chants growing louder. A song from his home country plays, adding to the electric atmosphere. The referee checks Shinkawa before he enters, ensuring everything is in order. The crowd continues to chant Shinkawa's name, their excitement palpable. Suddenly, the cheering changes to Conor McGregor's name, the anticipation building for the epic showdown. Conor strides toward the octagon, the crowd erupting into a frenzy of chants echoing his name. The energy shifts, the air crackling with anticipation as the spotlight locks onto him. Shinkawa's glare cuts through the noise, locking onto Connor with an intensity that could melt steel. The tension spikes, his eyes narrowing as if Connor just stole the last slice of pizza. Connor fires back with a glare of his own, the two fighters locked in a silent standoff that screams louder than the crowd. The octagon might as well be a powder keg at this point. The announcer's voice booms over the speakers, declaring it's time for the main event. The crowd roars, the octagon gates slam shut, sealing the fate of one of these warriors. Both fighters step into the octagon, the referee raising his hands, signaling the start of the battle. The crowd's chant transforms into a single, deafening demand: showtime. The announcer points to Shinkawa, introducing him as the undefeated powerhouse from Japan. The crowd erupts, but Shinkawa stands there, cool as a cucumber, like he's already won the lottery. The announcer shouts Shinkawa's name, and the crowd echoes it back, the octagon vibrating with the sheer volume. Shinkawa soaks it in, his expression unchanging, like a statue carved from pure confidence. Now it's Connor's turn, the announcer painting him as the legendary striker from Ireland. The crowd goes wild, Connor's reputation preceding him like a storm cloud full of lightning bolts. The announcer drops Connor's name and the crowd loses it, chanting his name like a war cry. Connor smirks, feeding off the energy, ready to unleash his signature chaos. The referee steps in, telling the fighters to touch gloves if they want. It's a moment of sportsmanship before the storm, a brief calm before the inevitable hurricane. Shinkawa reaches out his glove, playing along with the tradition. But you can tell he's already calculating how to turn Connor's face into modern art. Connor, ever the showman, smacks Shinkawa's glove with his own, adding a little extra flair. The crowd eats it up, but Shinkawa's expression remains unchanged, like a man who's never heard of personal space. Both fighters head to their corners, the crowd buzzing with anticipation. Connor takes a long guard stance, one hand extended, looking like he's about to drop the hottest diss track of all time. Dana chimes in, describing Connor's karate-style stance, his quick footwork making him a nightmare to predict. The commentators can't help but gush over his left straight, a punch so powerful it could probably knock out a small horse. The reporters join in, hyping up Connor's knockout record, his unparalleled reach, and his nickname, the Southpaw of Death. At this point, Connor's left hand might as well be classified as a weapon of mass destruction. The commentators chime in, noting how Shinkawa has finished all his fights in the first round, leaving his endurance a complete mystery. They speculate that this might be because he hasn't faced high-level strikers until now. Dana Heyman, the UFC representative, adds his 2 cents, praising Shinkawa's exceptional punch sense during sparring sessions. Dana continues, stating that this fight will undoubtedly be the deciding factor in determining the ultimate punching specialist. The stakes are high, and the anticipation is even higher. Both fighters step into the arena, their eyes locked on each other, preparing for the battle ahead. The air is thick with tension, and the crowd is on the edge of their seats. Like two bulls seeing red, they charge at each other, ready to throw down. Shinkawa leads with his signature move, a straight jab to the face, because apparently he thinks every face he meets is a pinata just waiting to burst open. Connor wastes no time and charges in, raising his hand like a man ready to swat a fly. He throws a punch, but Shinkawa steps back, dodging the attack with the grace of a man who's had one too many coffees. Connor smirks, clearly enjoying the dance, because apparently he thinks this is a tango and not a brawl. Then, quicker than a hiccup, Connor attacks Shinkawa with a kick to the face. Because why aim for the body when you can go for the home run? Shinkawa defends, blocking the kick like a man swatting away a particularly annoying mosquito. The crowd erupts because apparently they've never seen a man block a kick before. Shuji Kameda and Suki, the commentators, are losing their minds over the amazing angle of that kick and Shinkawa's roundhouse counter. Because nothing says excitement like a good old-fashioned kick to the face. Connor then lifts his left leg, pressuring Shinkawa with kicks like a man trying to open a stubborn jar of pickles. Shinkawa counters because apparently he's been taking notes from his prime years. Who knew nostalgia could be so violent? Then Shinkawa punches forward because why break the habit of a lifetime? Faces are apparently his favorite target. At that moment, Connor also punches because apparently great minds think alike. Connor's attack comes in like a spear being launched because why aim for subtlety when you can go for the dramatic? The punch is right in front of Shinkawa's face, close enough to count his nose hairs. But all of a sudden, Conor McGregor is punched by Shinkawa's attack. Because when it comes to faces, Shinkawa's got a PhD in punching them. Everybody is surprised, including Dana, the UFC representative, who looks like he's just seen a ghost. Even the reporters are surprised, because apparently they didn't see that coming either. Who knew a punch to the face could be so shocking? Conor McGregor's frustration explodes as he shouts, clearly as confused as everyone else about the turn of events. Dana's shock mirrors the crowd's, demanding an instant replay to make sense of the impossible. The commentators scramble to analyze the chaos because apparently even they missed the madness. The replay reveals Conor's counter landing, but Shinkawa dodges with a sway, delivering a counter of his own. Before Conor can react, a hook follows up, leaving everyone stunned. Dana questions if such speed and range of motion are even humanly possible, because what just happened defies logic. Even action movies would struggle to sell something this unreal, yet here it is, unfolding live. Reporters like Tsuki are left speechless, because words fail to capture the absurdity of the moment. Timing is everything in a counter, and Conor knows it. But he can't believe Shinkawa read his timing in that split second. Conor attacks again, but disbelief creeps in as Shinkawa somehow perceives his speed. Another attack from Conor, but it's like Shinkawa has a sixth sense for dodging at the last possible moment. Conor pushes forward, but Shinkawa's reflexes are almost insulting at this point. How is he keeping up? Another counter hook lands because apparently Shinkawa has a personal vendetta against Conor's face. Conor throws a hook, but Shinkawa steps back like he's dancing, dodging effortlessly and leaving Conor swinging at air. Shinkawa leans an and yep, there it is, another punch to the face. At this point, Conor's face might start charging Shinkawa rent for all the time he spends there. The punch lands and Conor wobbles like a newborn deer trying to stand. Dana can't believe it, and neither can anyone else. Shinkawa isn't done yet. He continues his assault on Conor's face, treating it like his personal speed bag. Conor barely manages to put his guard up, but the force of the punch still sends shockwaves through his arms. He can't help but acknowledge the sheer power behind Shinkawa's relentless assault. Shinkawa doesn't let up, pressing the attack with a fury that leaves everyone stunned. Even with his guard up, Conor feels the impact, his body shaking from the relentless onslaught. Realizing he can't afford a slugfest, Conor steps forward, aiming a powerful kick at Shinkawa, hoping to create some distance. The crowd gasps as Conor's kick lands, but the excitement is short-lived. Shuji Kameda winces, realizing that the kick might not have been as effective as it seemed. Dana points out that it's an oblique kick, targeting Shinkawa's knee. But instead of crumbling, Shinkawa barely budges, making it look like a mere push. The collective sigh from the crowd says it all. Conor's kick didn't pack the punch they were hoping for. Conor isn't done yet. He launches another kick, this time with even more power, determined to break through Shinkawa's defenses. Shinkawa quickly puts his guard up, blocking the kick with ease. It's like trying to break through a steel wall. Seeing an opening, Shinkawa dashes in, closing the distance between them in an instant. Conor smirks, thinking he has the upper hand, but Shinkawa is already one step ahead. Conor winds up for a powerful attack, his body coiled like a spring ready to unleash. With a burst of speed, Conor's punch shoots out like a spear, aiming straight for Shinkawa's face. But Shinkawa leans back, dodging the attack with perfect balance. The crowd is in awe as Shinkawa effortlessly avoids Conor's attack, making it look like a dance move. Shiraishi can't believe his eyes. He mutters to himself, wondering how Shinkawa keeps avoiding those attacks. In a flash, Shinkawa counters, his fist connecting with Conor's face. It's like he's got a personal vendetta against Shin's. The crowd erupts as Conor staggers back, his legs wobbling like a newborn deer. Shinkawa's counter has landed, and it's a game changer. The commentators are going wild, their voices rising above the roar of the crowd. Conor is clearly shaken, and Shinkawa isn't letting up. Conor stumbles to the side, his balance betraying him as the relentless pressure from Shinkawa takes its toll. Seizing the moment, Shinkawa unleashes a barrage of attacks, his fists moving like a storm of destruction. Each strike lands with bone-crushing power, the force behind them pushing Conor further into the depths of desperation. Backpedaling, Conor struggles to keep his footing, the sheer intensity of Shinkawa's assault forcing him toward the edge of the octagon. With his guard up, Conor attempts to shield himself, but the onslaught shows no sign of slowing. Shinkawa's punches carry the weight of a freight train, each impact echoing through the arena like a drumbeat of destruction. And of course, Shinkawa lands his signature face-destroying punch. You'd think faces were personally responsible for all his problems, the way he treats them like his personal stress balls. Conor finds himself pinned against the fence, the cold metal pressing into his back as Shinkawa closes in for the finish. A devastating hook connects right on Conor's chin, his head snapping back like he just got hit by a truckload of bad decisions. Conor crumples to the ground, his body betraying him as the fight starts to slip away. Not content with just punches, Shinkawa follows up with a kick, because why not add a little variety to the facial reconstruction project? Blood splatters across the canvas, painting a grim picture of the one-sided battle. Conor's stamina is completely drained, his breaths coming in ragged gasps as he struggles to push himself up. The commentators' voices rise above the roar of the crowd, their words echoing the brutal reality of the fight. Conor's corner watches in horror as their fighter slumps against the fence, completely at the mercy of Shinkawa's relentless pace. Conor's coach screams for him to get up to regain his composure, but the former champion is barely hanging on. Connor mutters to himself, knowing that any movement could be the opening. Shinkawa needs to end the fight once and for all. Connor grits his teeth, determined to endure this onslaught, reset, and come back swinging in the second round. Shinkawa, ever the opportunist, lands a solid punch to Connor's side torso. Guess he figured Connor's ribs needed a little reminder of what pain feels like. The moment Connor's guard slips even slightly, Shinkawa seizes the chance and launches another attack, his eyes locked onto his target. The attack lands perfectly, sending a shockwave through Connor's body. It's like Shinkawa's fists have a GPS for causing maximum damage. The punch devastates Connor, yet he pushes through the pain, thinking to himself that he just needs to endure a little more. Shinkawa, not one to let up, continues his relentless assault, each strike calculated and precise. The referee finally steps in, shouting for the attack to stop. Looks like someone finally remembered there are rules in this fight. Connor finds himself sprawled on the ground, his body aching from the brutal assault. Shinkawa looks down at Connor, his expression a mix of determination and something almost like respect. Despite the intense battle, Shinkawa remains in peak condition, his muscles rippling with power. His physique is flawless, a testament to his rigorous training and unyielding spirit. As he gazes at Connor, Shinkawa thinks to himself that it's time for Connor to face reality. Shinkawa stood before the defeated Conor McGregor, the arena still echoing with the shock of the unexpected outcome. The crowd buzzes with disbelief as the legend lay defeated, the atmosphere thick with stunned silence. With 3 seconds on the clock, Conor goes down, leaving his Irish fans in a state of utter shock. The commentators couldn't believe their eyes as the great Conor was completely out and knocked. Who could have predicted such an outcome? Shuji Kameda, another fighter, couldn't contain his excitement, shouting that he knew Kento would win all along. Rose and Konoran entered the octagon, everyone stunned by his crazy performance. Shiraishi, Shinkawa's coach, praised him, saying good job and well done. Cus Men's founder and head coach of AFA Gym commented on Shinkawa's incredible mental fortitude and his ability to put on such a performance in front of a crowd packed with the opponent's fans. He called it a comeback fight for the world's most famous fighter. Shinkawa noticed something, his gaze fixed on Conor, who was beginning to stir. Conor McGregor stood up, shaking off the days of defeat. He then walked towards Shinkawa, the crowd watching in anticipation. Conor reached out his hand for a handshake, a gesture of sportsmanship. Shinkawa accepted the handshake, a moment of mutual respect between the two fighters. Conor pulled Shinkawa in for a hug, surprising everyone with his display of camaraderie. Conor reminded Shinkawa that it was still only 1-0 and to save the celebration for after the second round. Shinkawa responded, saying he was ready to face Conor anytime, his determination unwavering. Conor admits that his pre-match talk was all for show, but Shinkawa brushes it off, saying he understands and even thanks Conor for drawing such a big crowd. Conor sighed and the announcer chimes in, acknowledging that this was an unexpected result. The announcer hands the mic to Conor and asks how he feels about the outcome. Conor admits he is frustrated but accepts the results and applauds Shinkawa's performance. He vows to come back and win next time. The announcer turns to Shinkawa and asks how he responds to Conor's declaration of revenge. Shinkawa welcomes the challenge but shifts focus before continuing. Taking the mic, he turns his attention to Timur. With a determined look, he declares that he has fulfilled his promise and now it is Timur's turn. Timur is handed a mic and responds that if the UFC approves, it would be unprecedented, but he warns Shinkawa that he will regret this special treatment as it will only add to his victories. Shinkawa dismisses Timur's words, telling him to save his useless barking for the ring. Timur's anger flares up, his face turning red with frustration. Looks like Timur's face is about to meet Shinkawa's fist, and let's just say, Shinkawa has a PhD in face punching. No face is safe from his academic approach. The crowd erupted in excitement, roaring like a pack of wild animals that just spotted a juicy steak. Back in the changing room, the atmosphere was a stark contrast to the electrifying crowd outside. Dana's eyes widened as he realized his suspicions were confirmed, shouting that his eyes weren't wrong. Overwhelmed with excitement, Dana hugged Shinkawa tightly, declaring he's chosen for performance of the night again. Danny chimed in, suggesting that at this rate, he'll monopolize all the bonuses. Shinkawa, ever the eager fighter, immediately asked about the fight with Timur, proving that he's always ready for the next challenge. Dana, impressed by Shinkawa's enthusiasm, praised him for demanding the next fight right after a match, calling him a true fighter through and through. With a determined look in his eyes, Shinkawa was ready to take on any challenge that came his way. Dana, seeing Shinkawa's determination, asked if he was prepared to aim for the title. Shinkawa responded with confidence, stating that he's been ready for a long time. Dana revealed that they'll set up the title fight in Utah in 4 months, and Shinkawa, with a steely resolve, stated that's what he wants. Dana, with a sly smile, hinted at the possibilities that await Shinkawa if he becomes the champion. Dana dropped a bombshell, announcing that he plans to hold a match in Tokyo if Shinkawa becomes the champion. Shinkawa and Shiraishi were left surprised by the news, their eyes wide with disbelief. Shiraishi, recovering from the shock, exclaimed that earning a title in just 3 fights and getting performance of the night in all 3 is an incredible feat. He pondered the implications of Shinkawa winning a title defense in Tokyo. Shiraishi, with a sense of awe, reflected on how witnessing Shinkawa's rise to the top this closely might be the luckiest moment of his life. Dana interrupted, revealing that the pay-per-view for today's match has gone through the roof. Dana, with a grin, announced that separate from the performance of the night bonus, he'll deposit an extra $20,000 into Shinkawa's account. He joked that at this rate, Shinkawa will be on the rich list soon. Shinkawa, with a humble smile, thanked Dana. Dana, with a raised eyebrow, asked if that's all. Shiraishi, sensing an opportunity, mentioned that he wanted to discuss something about that. Shiraishi, with a thoughtful expression, agreed that this time it was fine, but he couldn't help but bring up the next fight. He suggested that since Shinkawa would contribute significantly to the business performance, he should have the right to receive a portion of the viewing fees. Dana, considering the proposal, admitted it might be a bit early, but he would consider it with a reduced percentage. The room buzzed with anticipation as everyone leaned in, sensing a shift in the usual dynamics. Rose and Cus Mendes exchanged surprised glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. This was uncharted territory, and the implications were staggering. Rose, recovering from his initial shock, pointed out that viewing fees after only 3 fights were unheard of. Most fighters had never received them even once, making this a groundbreaking moment. Cus Mendes chimed in, stating that this essentially admitted Shinkawa had the drawing power of Connor, no Timur. The comparison alone spoke volumes about Shinkawa's rising star. Dana laughed, commenting that Shiraishi used to be so different about these things but had now become quite the money grubber. Shiraishi, however, stood his ground, insisting that Kento had earned the right to ask for this. Dana sighed, the weight of the decision clearly on his mind. The room fell silent, awaiting his final verdict. After a moment, Dana decided to postpone the discussion, looking forward to 4 months from now. The tension in the room eased slightly, but the implications of the conversation lingered. With the meeting adjourned, they all left the room, each lost in thought about the future and the potential changes that lay ahead. Shiraishi, changing the subject, brought up the upcoming title fight and expressed his desire to change the location. Shinkawa, curious, asked for the reason behind this sudden request. Cus Mendes explained that if the fight was in Utah, it would likely be at the Spectacle Smart Home Arena, which was at a quite high altitude. This would be extremely advantageous for fighters from Dagestan like Timur, but Rose pointed out that Shinkawa's stamina was pretty good too, with excellent endurance test results. Cus Mendes, however, countered that this was the thinking of someone who hadn't fought at high altitude. At high altitudes, endurance recovery and the ability to maintain stamina in oxygen-deprived conditions were crucial. Rose, taking in the information, simply replied with an understanding "I see." Shinkawa, listening intently, stated that he didn't see any particular problem. The stage was already set, and it was just a matter of deciding what cards to play. His confidence was palpable, and it was clear that he was ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. Everyone in the room was surprised by Shinkawa's nonchalant attitude. It was as if he was unfazed by the challenges that lay ahead, and his confidence was both inspiring and slightly unnerving. Shinkawa thought to himself that he had always been forced to fight on stages of war created by others. This time, however, he was determined to set the stage himself and take control of his own destiny. With a confidence like no other, Shinkawa declared that the location didn't matter. He was ready to face whatever challenges came his way, and his determination was unwavering. Shiraishi, left speechless by Shinkawa's resolve, could only manage a thoughtful silence. The weight of Shinkawa's words hung heavy in the air, a testament to his unyielding spirit. Shiraishi breaks the silence by explaining that the fighting environment is also part of a fighter's job, and it's probably different from what Shinkawa imagines. Even in war, commanders choose advantageous locations to fight. Cus Mendes, the founder and head coach of AFA Gym, chimes in, stating that in the end, it's a world where the record speaks for itself, which is why fighters are so desperate to maintain an undefeated image. Shinkawa responds that using that as an excuse would be strange, and besides, he believes he is fully responsible for his wins and losses. Rose, an MMA fighter, applauds Shinkawa's spirit, saying that's the Shinkawa that fans want to see. Shinkawa expresses his desire to have fights that will remain in the memories of those who watch, just like Shiraishi did in his active days. Shiraishi, taken aback by Shinkawa's straight-faced intensity, suggests they head back to the hotel, and Shinkawa agrees. After some time passes, Shiraishi comments on the lively atmosphere, noting that it's quite the festival in Japan too. Comments flood in, wondering how the fight would turn out, but it was a complete victory after all. In soccer terms, it's like beating Brazil 5-0. All that's left is the championship, and Shinkawa's punching power is clearly top in the lightweight division. More comments pour in, hailing Shinkawa as the first Japanese UFC champion in Six history. The excitement is palpable, with fans expressing their disbelief and joy. Shiraishi can't contain his excitement and exclaims that Shinkawa is so cool. Shinkawa, ever the stoic, tells him he doesn't need to read that stuff out loud. Shinkawa adds that Shiraishi is even changing his voice unnecessarily, which prompts Shiraishi to defend himself, saying that reading the same kind of comments gets boring. Shinkawa assures him that he will read them himself later. Shiraishi explains that he's reading these to make Shinkawa aware of how popular he is, as people usually get flustered when they suddenly become famous. Shiraishi continues, mentioning that Shinkawa is being tagged by various fighters, and dozens of them are famous UFC fighters. Curious, Shinkawa asks what kind of fighters they are and what they are saying. Shiraishi reads out some of the comments, such as a super crazy rookie has appeared, and even Timur will be in trouble if he underestimates him. He also mentions that just by fighting Connor, Shinkawa is getting followed by tons of celebrities, adding that the guy is really something else. Shiraishi excitedly lists some of the celebrities following Shinkawa, including Arnold Schwarzenegger, Dwayne Jackson, Thomas Hardy, and even Emily Osner. Shinkawa, however, is more interested in knowing about the fighters. Shiraishi is shocked by Shinkawa's reaction and exclaims that Emily Osner is a big deal. Shinkawa, still focused, asks who that is. Shiraishi nearly loses his cool, shouting that Emily Osner is a world-famous singer and actress. He can't believe Shinkawa doesn't know her and threatens to smack him if he's joking. Shinkawa calmly confirms that he really doesn't know her, leaving Shiraishi even more flabbergasted. Shiraishi mentions that Emily Osner is apparently an MMA fan, which is unexpected. Shinkawa points out that Shiraishi seems to know a lot. Shiraishi proudly declares that he is a movie buff and that everyone knows Emily Osner. Shiraishi continues, saying that Shinkawa is really something and jokingly asks if he came from the past or something. Shinkawa flinches at the comment, clearly not amused. Shinkawa stands silent, processing the overwhelming information and Shiraishi's relentless enthusiasm. The coach stares at Shinkawa, sensing something is off, and Shiraishi immediately jumps in, asking what's wrong with the intensity of a man who just spotted a rare Pokémon. Shiraishi, not missing a beat, teases him about being worried over the fighting idiot label the public gave him, acting like a concerned mother hen. Shinkawa brushes it off, claiming he couldn't care less about social media follows, but Shiraishi sees right through him like a cheap suit. Still, Shinkawa admits it's rare for a celebrity to follow someone on their own, and Shiraishi, ever the opportunist, decides to play along for now. Shiraishi suggests sending a message to thank them for the follow, but Shinkawa looks at him like he just suggested sending a thank you note to a serial killer. Shiraishi insists it's only natural since they followed him first, acting like it's the most logical thing in the world. Shinkawa, now resigned, tells him to send it from his account, but Shiraishi backtracks faster than a cat on a hot tin roof, claiming he's not the one who got followed. Shinkawa deadpans that now he sees why Shiraishi can't get married, and the coach looks like he just got hit with a reality check. Shinkawa explains that women don't like men who come on too strong, and Shiraishi, ever the romantic, reminisces about his prime like it was some golden era. Shiraishi then claims that being a fighter makes you low-key popular, but Shinkawa shuts that down faster than a bad pickup line. Shiraishi notices Shinkawa's eyes are all lit up and he teases him about it, acting like a proud father watching his kid take their first steps. Shinkawa clarifies he's not talking about marriage or love, just a little flirting, and Shiraishi looks like he just won the lottery. Shiraishi rambles on about how women feel protected because he's strong, painting a picture like he's some kind of knight in shining armor. Shiraishi, ever the opportunist, brings it back to business, suggesting this could help with negotiating pay-per-view percentages with Dana later, and Shinkawa looks like he just remembered why he puts up with him. Shinkawa hums thoughtfully, prompting Shiraishi to snap back, questioning if he doubts his intentions, claiming his suggestion was for Shinkawa's benefit. Shinkawa clarifies, asking if the goal is for him to gain more exposure, and Shiraishi confirms, adding that it will also help in setting up future matches. Shiraishi then changes the subject, asking about the plans for tonight's after-party. Shinkawa realizes that getting more exposure was Shiraishi's goal all along. After spending some time at the bar, the atmosphere shifts. Shinkawa and coach Shiraishi enter the party atmosphere, taking in the lively surroundings. The music was more intense than Shinkawa expected, but he shrugged it off, figuring it was nothing compared to the tension of a match. He decides to take some photos, quickly snapping a few shots of the event. The bar attendant informs them that the photographer will be there soon. The bar attendant also mentions that the drinks and snacks on the table are complimentary, inviting them to help themselves. An unknown voice from the back catches their attention, and they turn to see who it is. The voice exclaims, recognizing Shinkawa as the lucky bastard. It turns out to be a man with a group following him, approaching Shinkawa and Shiraishi. One of the group members smacks the bar guide, causing him to plead for civility. The aggressor shouts, telling the guide to stay out of their business if he is not involved. Shinkawa and Shiraishi watch silently, observing the unfolding situation. The man reaches out for a handshake and introduces himself as Tony Hughes, the #1 lightweight champion. Shinkawa recognizes Tony Hughes immediately and asks what he wants. Tony explains that his title fight has been postponed and his opponent changed, clearly frustrated by the situation. Their handshake tightens as Tony continues, criticizing Shinkawa for calling out the champion twice despite not being in the top 10, while Shinkawa just stares him down. Tony suggests Shinkawa should at least wait until he is in the top 5 before challenging anyone, his grip still firm. Shinkawa retorts that he had already called out everyone in the top 10, and they all turned him down, including Tony. Tony scoffs, saying no ranked fighter would bother with an upstart like Shinkawa, his tone dripping with disdain. Shinkawa abruptly yanks his hand away from the handshake, clearly fed up with Tony's attitude. Tony's anger flares as he calls Shinkawa a bastard under his breath, his fists clenching. One of Tony's group prepares for a fight, sensing the tension escalating rapidly. The guy flips the table, ready to throw hands, and challenges Shinkawa, asking if he wants to go. Before things get out of hand, Shiraishi intervenes, telling everyone to stop. The guy grabs Shiraishi's shirt, demanding to know who he is. Shiraishi swiftly twists the guy's hand, releasing his grip and making him yell in pain. With a quick move, Shiraishi throws the guy at the others, causing chaos. Tony steps in, telling everyone to stop and revealing that Shiraishi was once a top contender known as the Octopus. Tony advises Shiraishi that if he has retired, he should just drink quietly over there, trying to defuse the situation. Shiraishi snaps, declaring that he despises being called by that name, clearly irritated by Tony's advice to just drink quietly. Shinkawa fires back, suggesting that if Shiraishi has complaints, he should call the UFC's customer service for comfort instead of taking it out on them. Tony's anger flares up because Shinkawa is talking like that while he's trying to listen quietly, threatening to crush him right there and then. Shinkawa taunts Tony, calling him out for his big talk despite having run away with his tail between his legs. Tony responds by challenging Shinkawa to call him out instead of the champion. Tony declares he'll put Shinkawa out of commission in the ring, but Shinkawa retorts that Tony is only willing to fight when he smells money, showing just how petty he can be. Tony reiterates his threat, saying he doesn't mind tearing Shinkawa apart right there. Shiraishi warns Tony that if he lays a hand on Shinkawa, he can kiss his title shot goodbye and will end up in a cage, not a ring. Tony scoffs, calling Shiraishi a fool. He declares that he wouldn't dirty his hands with someone like Shiraishi. Shiraishi mutters under his breath, calling Tony a bastard. Suddenly, one of Tony's thugs gets thrown to the ground, causing everyone to turn and look. A voice shouts, asking who's there, adding to the confusion. Shiraishi is surprised, left speechless by the sudden turn of events. It turns out to be the Diaz brothers, causing Shiraishi to exclaim their names in shock. Aaron Diaz asks what's going on, but Tony quickly tells him that this doesn't concern him and to stay out of it. Aaron Diaz asserts that this is his place and he has a say in what happens. Tony mocks him, asking what a country bumpkin like him knows about anything. Aaron Diaz wasn't having it, snapping back that Tony's lackeys were the ones causing trouble. Tony, ever the charmer, suggested Aaron bow his head and ask nicely to pass through. Aaron demanded they move, insisting he had business with that guy. Tony shot back, pointing out they were there first. Fine, Tony conceded, giving them 1 minute to get lost. Aaron wasn't done, calling Tony out as the one who's truly clueless. Tony, of course, told him to shut up and called him a psycho. Aaron's brother stepped in, demanding to know what Tony had said, his voice dripping with menace. Tony reconsidered his life choices, silence hanging in the air like a bad smell. Tony left, muttering about scumbags under his breath. Tony's thugs chimed in, admitting they didn't like Shinkawa, but he made the right call, backing down. After all, Tony was the one who'd be champion in the end. Aaron shook his head, muttering about how these guys were nuts. Aaron's brother wasn't happy, pointing out that Aaron didn't even thank them for helping out. Shinkawa shrugged, saying they were the ones who should be thanking them. Aaron's brother was confused, asking what he meant. Shinkawa explained that they got off easy thanks to them. Aaron nodded, admitting that Shinkawa had a point. Shinkawa got straight to the point, asking what they wanted to talk about. Eren wanted Shinkawa to be his sparring partner, especially since his brother had a comeback fight coming up. Shinkawa asked when they would start. Eren said the sooner the better, but suggested 2 months from now. Shiraishi agrees to the 2-month timeline, but insists on setting up camp at Eren's gym in Stockton. One of the Daya's brothers, catching on, points out that this means Shinkawa has to leave Timur's gym now. Eren warns him about the merciless environment there and tells him to be prepared so he doesn't get scared off. With a determined look, Shinkawa declares that it's settled, ready to take on whatever comes his way. If you love this manhwa, imagine raw power unleashed in a world where anything is possible. A new adventure begins, full of secrets, magic, and challenges you won't see coming. Click here to dive into this next epic story. You won't believe what happens next.